You know,
being here. What's up?
I was thinking about something.
What are we thinking about, bro?
I was thinking about what's going on in the earth, right?
What's happening in our minds?
Yeah, and I wondered, why does it matter?
We're about to find out.
Holy shit.
I was like, what the fuck did we get this in each?
Welcome to Earth, Mind, and
This show fucking sucks.
I think it's pretty great. I'm really liking how it sounds.
Known as though. Yo, they fucked up our intro. We gotta get back to Rockefeller Studios and say what happened. They're the ones that made our intro, by the way. Rockefeller Studios. Thank you, Jay-Z, and everybody else at Rockefeller Studios.
What a fucking way to just jump into the episode, just fucking singing with your heart out.
Bro, we are basically the best singers in the whole world.
I think so.
No, I know so.
Like you remember when Whitney Houston was like top of the food chain?
I do. Nah, because she was no, I'm kidding. No, yeah, I remember. I don't really remember, but I remember because we did an episode. And if you haven't checked out the episode, we did a Whitney Houston episode.
Well, I remember during that time, my mama, she told me, Javi, you may never be as good as her.
That's crazy.
And I said, we'll see about that.
We'll see.
We'll see about that.
And I mean, you're alive. You know,
I'm already one step ahead of her. I think at this point I'm a better singer than Whitney Houston ever was.
Technically speaking, you right now you are a better singer than Whitney Houston. Technically speaking, so am I. So is Brian, our guest again here.
Brian is back.
Just can't seem to get away from us, Brian.
He just loves being here. He's like a fly. He's just hanging on the wall,
hanging over dead bodies. You know, we're drinking a special whiskey today. Fucking, this is actually a gift I gave to Brian on his birthday when he turned 35 years old. It's called Nika Coffee. What is it? Grain whiskey. And yes, you heard that right. That's what it's called. NIKKA.
Fucking yeah. We said it before last episode. If you listen to these consecutively, but you know. Fucking, this is now episode 25.
Crazy. Fucking crazy,
Pretty
man.
big episode.
That's about 50 hours worth of content, you know, if you were to kind of approximate, right?
It's almost half a year. Like, pretty much. Like, we've been at this shit for 6 months.
Man, fuck this shit. You trying to just cancel? This is a lot of time, bro. Now, again, I used to say this a lot, but now because I got so used to shooting, I don't say it as much. But this is still like some of the funnest shit I ever done in my whole life, you know, aside from like robbing banks and like hurting people, you know,
obviously.
This is still awesome part of the day. And I'm fucking excited about the A.M.C section today. Nice. Like that. I didn't know what the fuck, you know what we're talking about, but say there's a new listener coming around town, right? What is the A.M.C section?
We can't talk about it.
Oh, shit. I see what you did there. But fucking tell them, motherfucker. Because if you're a new listener, you'll get it later. But what is the A.M.C section?
So you just want me to say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no. Not like not what we're covering.
Oh.
Like literally what is the A.M.C section?
Oh, okay. Got you.
That was a good joke there. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's pretty funny that you want to do that because I was before I even answer your question, I was looking through our notes, the notes that we wrote originally. We didn't do our intro. Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh yeah.
I'm Javi.
I'm Frankie,
and welcome to the Earth,
Mind and Matter. Oh no, what the fuck? This is
25 episodes in. Boom, got him.
What are we doing today, Javi?
We're talking about what's going on in the Earth.
What's happening in our minds.
And this is why it matters.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter.
Welcome to the show, folks.
Welcome back, and if you're new here. Welcome, bro. Welcome. Thank you for and sis.
So I was looking at our notes, right? Because you wanted me to find where we originally talked about giving financial advice on the show. Yeah. And I was just looking at these notes and stuff, and something that I found.
If I could paint the picture real quick, the way we started discussing about the show, we did a little podcast on YouTube called Mask NYC, MSK NYC, but we met up because Javi had the idea of having the podcast, and we're like, let's do this shit. So we met up at the Gutter in LIC, Long Island City, New York, and we sat down, sat at the bar. Still remember exactly where we sat and shit. Ordered some tequila. I think we got tequila shots or some shit. And then you got a beer or something. And then he brought out his Killing Joke notebook. And yeah, bro, we just started discussing. And so what Javi's holding right now, for those that are just listening, is a Killing Joke handbook, and it basically has all our notes about what we want to do on the show, why it mattered, and this is that. No, I'm kidding. But literally all our pre-notes to everything else. So it's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I mean, something that really caught my eye and something that I've been thinking about for a while too is something that we wrote down was Jam Into the Soul. Do you remember that, Frankie?
Wow, I do remember that. Okay, so that was supposed to be like you playing guitar and like me talking, or like vice versa, some shit like that?
Pretty much. In parentheses, it had rant and play.
That's fucking cool, man. What the fuck? Yeah, hell yeah, we should do that shit.
And, you know, we can do that shit.
Yeah, nice.
Because I wrote a song.
Oh, fucking get the fuck out of here. No way. Okay, no fucking way you did that shit.
I wrote a song.
That's fucking cool.
So we'll edit this up. I'm gonna grab my guitar real quick.
Nice. I'll just be talking with my voice that I use to communicate with other people. You may have one as well. If you don't, that sucks for you, and I'm very sorry for bringing it up. But why is it that deaf people can't talk? You know, that's a terrible question. Right now, Brian is showing me who is that? Sasuke? Am I bugging out? Itachi? Oh shit. With the curls. Fuck, man. Any Naruto fans? I'll wait for the answer. Naruto. I know how do you say it? Is Naruto or Naruto? Naruto. I say it wrong a lot. People would get mad at me, but you go fuck yourself. Anyway, if you're new here, welcome again, and if you're not new here, welcome back. I know we said that already, but I'm just what's that word? Filibustering. While Javi gets the guitar. What's up? Oh yeah. That's actually a good point Brian just made right next to us. I wanted to give a shout out to Lauren, Beatrice, David, Jonathan, Scooch, and I hope I didn't miss your fucking name. My cousin Frank. I know if you're listening. If you don't talk to me ever again. And anybody else that listens consistently, even if you just listen once, that ass means a whole bunch to me and Javi, and like this is a project that we just came up with on the whim. And man, it's really fucking dope to be here. Even getting to episode 25 is fucking crazy. Thinking about episode 1 and even our test episodes, which was, bro, like we didn't know what the fuck we were doing at first. And now it kind of feels like we're professionals, you know?
And, you know, I will also say, because we haven't shouted it out before on the show, but we have hit 500 downloads on our show.
Wow, that's fucking crazy. 500 downloads?
Oh, yeah.
I just gave Javi some knuckles.
That happened maybe like a month or so ago.
Oh, you told me already. Oops.
Yeah, but I was like, let me wait till we hit episode 25 to get the news up. It's 25, 500.
That's fucking
nice
tremendous.
Big numbers and shit.
That's better than 400, but not better than 600. So we'll see. Also,
I will say, which kind of sucks. Technically, we already have 25 episodes of the show because of our bonus episode.
Shut up, Javi.
I know. When I uploaded last week's episode, it was like, congrats, you uploaded your 25th episode. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was like,
this is just a sham then. I feel like an imposter. This is 26. I'm not even excited to do this anymore, bro.
Oh man, I wish you were a Doctor Who fan, but I'll say it anyways. It's like when you find out about the War Doctor and then the whole numbers of the doctors just doesn't make sense. Who's the 13th for the 12th Doctor anymore? It just doesn't make sense.
Let me act like I watched the show. Deadass. Honestly, it doesn't make any sense, and that's how it goes.
You just gotta go with it.
It's like nobody's like, yes, I'm 26. You know? I'm turning 26 next month, bro. Oh no, in 2 months actually. Whoops.
I'm turning 25 this year.
Nobody asked you.
So I'll be this episode's age this year.
I'm this episode's age now.
Nice.
I guess that's information that nobody cared about.
All right.
That's awesome. You wrote a song, by the way. It's really fucking cool.
So it's a little ditty.
All right.
I might fuck it up. Who knows?
All right. And after you finish it, keep strumming, and I'm gonna talk to the guitar too.
Okay.
So I want this Jam Into the Soul thing was like, that was so cool. And so we got a live guitar. Right now we got Bon Jovi on the guitar. Dominican Bon Jovi. Whatever the fuck that guy is.
All right. So this is what I got. All I wrote as a title is Special Song.
Nice.
So this is how it goes. My name is Javi, this guy is Frankie. One day I told him, man, let's start a show where we ask the important questions like what's going on in the earth and in our minds, and let's figure out why it all matters. We started with Stanley and NFTs and made our way to story time with Frankie. Eventually I got to tell my own story about the time Chief died on me. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
We talked about the controversy around Joe Rogan, and man, does Frankie fucking love him. That's his goddamn hero. And I'm so snooty, but I did know that Elvis covered Tutti Frutti. What a courtesy to get that piece of history. But more importantly, we have this section, we call it A.M.C, where we talk albums and movies and even fucking comics. Some are iconic, some demonic, and others feel symbolic, like Mr. Miracle and If This Life Is Even Real, or American History X, and man, that shit is fucking facts. Let's not forget about Sgt. Pepper's Only Hearts Club Band. What a jam. Can't you tell that we're such big fucking fans? And finally, I'll leave you with this important message, this piece of knowledge to find us anywhere online. Search up Earth, Mind, and Matter, searching at the liquor, and we'll have a grand old time.
Nice. And now we're at the section where I'm just gonna chat. First of all, what a beautiful fucking song, man. Shit lifted my spirits, bro. Happy to be here. And yeah, man, all I'm gonna say is that Earth, Mind, and Matter is one of the best shows in the universe. And I'm so happy to be here, and I hope you stick around. And this is fucking cool. Yeah, man, I'm fucking happy, Javi. That shit is awesome. Fucking awesome, bro. And we got more things to come. Be excited, be here, be alive, because we only here until we aren't, you know? And so I hope that when you're all laying, and this is the final word I'm gonna leave you guys until the episode. When you're laying in your casket and you open your eyes, I hope before your family and your friends and your pets and your loved ones and all that shit, fuck that. I hope the last thing you remember is Earth, Mind, and Matter.
Earth, Mind, and Matter, baby.
Earth, Mind, and Matter. Till the end. Take us out, Javi. That was fucking awesome, bro. That's a good ass fucking song. Oh, I wish I had more shit to say, but that's amazing. That was fucking awesome, bro. What the fuck? End the show. We don't need no more. I'm gonna give it another applause. That was awesome.
That's
bro.
what took me all week.
Fucking worth. I can't wait till we put that shit as this is gonna be a highlight. We gotta put that shit up. That's really well written, bro. Let me cheers you again.
Thank
brother,
you, sir.
To many fucking more episodes.
Of course, my guy.
That was awesome. I just can't say anything else.
I did fuck up the last line, which I'm really upset about.
I was wondering. You said Earth, Mind, and Matter, and I thought you said liquor.
Yeah, the last line goes, search up Earth, Mind, and Matter. We'll bring the liquor and have a grand old time.
Hey, fuck it. What? Nah, man. Wow. That's so cool, bro. And it just sounds so cool because, you know, the references and everything about it, like, I understood everything. And it was fucking, the Joe Rogan shit is fucking funny. That guy's awesome. Fuck out of here. Fuck a coronavirus shot. Man.
I knew I had to get my Joe Rogan in there. Like, definitely the hardest part was bringing out the A.M.C. stuff. That was good,
man. That was that literally like a really well written song too. Like, you know, I'm biased and shit. Obviously, we do the show together, you know, but really fucking well done. And I can't wait to hear on the audio and everything. And fuck it, maybe publish that song on its own. We do a little, you know.
I mean, hey, we could put it as a trailer.
Hey, we could do it as an Earth, Mind, Matter YouTube video. I mean, a music video.
That's true,
too, man.
That's
Both.
True.
I can't fucking wait, bro. That's so cool.
Steve Lacy this shit and like fucking make a whole beat behind it and everything.
Steve Lacy just came out with an album, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't listened to it
Many
yet.
of them. Damn. Well.
Give me 1 sec.
Oh, this alcohol. I'm back. Javi's getting ready, and I'm back. I'm gonna keep chatting to you guys. You know how hard it is to just talk into the mic by yourself? I used to think it was so easy. There's a comedian, Bill Burr, who does that podcast every Monday, and all he does is sit. It's called Monday Morning Podcast, I think. Or just look up Bill Burr podcast. And he just rants and talks about sports and life and all that stuff by himself for like an hour or some shit. I can't do that. I thought I could, but it's so hard to not reciprocate, you know, talk back and shit. And even now, right now, I'm just chatting. I just burped. And it's just so interesting how somebody can have that talent to do so. But I don't know. It's always been an interest of mine to communicate with somebody. I feel like everybody has something to say. And clearly me and Javi have a shitload of things to say. It's the truth, you know, and I'm pretty grateful. So you talked about the albums, movies, and comics. That's our A.M.C section.
Yes.
We also cover like 3 stories, like in the news or anything. Or not even that. Sometimes we have like personal ratings or this or that, poems and all that stuff. But man, I've never been so intertwined with entertainment and news. Like I find myself just reading news articles just back to back to back. And I mean, it's dope. It's a crazy fucking world.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I remember, cause I guess you would say that like my inception or this idea of this show for me was like, I wanted to get more involved in the news. I wanted to like really make myself more informed because I felt like I used to be more informed back when I was in school, when it was kind of like my job to have to be informed for certain classes and whatever. So I felt like I fell off the wagon a bit after I finished school. And so this podcast, I felt like was a perfect opportunity to really get back to that. Start really fucking getting my hands dirty and just finding some crazy shit to talk about.
Oh yeah. And even just learning how to read an article. Like we don't have no lessons on how to do that. I mean, the best reference we have, I guess, is Anthony, the journalist himself, but we kind of just do it on our own. We kind of picked up our own flow and styles, and I think that the coolest thing about that is that the news will always stay the same in terms of how it's released, you know, kind of spontaneously, but like the albums and movies and comic section, that's like the best of both worlds because we have different interests, but we definitely like align in like, you know, understanding and meeting each other halfway with that stuff. So I mean, I still don't believe it, man. There's so many albums that I have in mind. And when it comes up on a TV or like, you know, on a podcast or YouTube, I'm like, oh, I'll talk about this in like 3 weeks. And then when we do, it's awesome, man. Like talking about Elvis last week was cool as shit. You know?
It was.
And it's just, and then everything else we've talked about, everything you mentioned in the song and yeah, bro. So.
Nah, I mean, I'll just say like to reciprocate that. So you're not just talking to yourself. Nah, man, this fucking show is great. I love it. So I remember like if I were to look at the notes again when we were originally making up like the A.M.C section, because we were talking about like, oh yeah, maybe we could have different segments where it's like we could have like an album club and a movie club.
Yeah, man.
And then it just eventually we were like, we could just do all those things.
Yeah, man.
And
just thinking about like the title for it, A.M.C. It's crazy.
And I remember the jokes that we made because of just like, oh yeah, we'll definitely get fucking copyrighted for this or something.
Yeah, I mean, I wish there was a way we could play shit, and we'll find a way. One day there'll be a way. But you know how many podcasts there are today? How much you think?
I would say there's at least 1 million.
Okay, so what's your final guess though?
At least 1 million.
There's 4 million podcasts today.
Wow.
But we're probably better than 2 million of them. Probably better than 3 million. You know.
I'd say we're top of the food chain next to Whitney Houston.
Oh, probably. Though it's just somebody holding a mic to your grave.
Whitney, what'd you think of that?
All you hear is,
oh my god.
Oh my god. How's that Coke? No, I'm kidding.
Oh no.
She pops out the grave. Fucking awesome. Want to hear my business ideas? I've never done Coke. I don't know shit about Coke.
I feel like if you ever did Coke, you would just like go off the walls if like, well, we could like talk about this or we had this crazy story
I'll
idea
come up with 700 podcasts. Like, fuck it. So before we start, I got a little funny story. I was thinking, usually I've been trying to come up with little things to bring up, and I'm gonna tell this Uber story I have, you know, real quick. So me and Brian go to a bar called Bar 43 a lot. It's in Sunnyside. Brian put me onto that spot. Great bar. Go there if you want to consume alcohol and eat food. And you know, we're leaving, going home and shit. And I call my Uber, and my Uber is like, I'm here, like it's here. So I'm like, Brian, I'm out. Give each other a dap. I go into the Uber. It's like a van. So the van slides open and shit. And I'm like getting in there. I got my shit on me. And I slide on in there. And fucking, yeah, I sit down and I look down. And I see like mad grocery bags and stuff. And I'm like, mad snacks. I'm like, oh shit. Like when the Uber get mad snacks and shit, you know, I was like, oh, this is fucking awesome. And then I look up and I see an Asian couple look back at me and they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm at the Uber. They're like, no, this is not an Uber. This is our car. And I was like, what the fuck? I was my dumbass thinking that Uber has snacks now. They're going to provide me with that shit and everything. So I was like, oh shit, my bad. So I get out the car and yeah.
I think you've told me this story before. I don't know what I would do in that situation.
I couldn't believe looking up and just seeing both of the, imagine the passenger seat and the driver's seat, just looking back at like, who the fuck is this random person? But somebody got shot doing that before too. So that's why I always check my Uber. Yeah, there was a lady who got into a guy's car and they shot her or something like that.
Oh my God.
Dark twist. So
damn.
Always check your Uber car. Be careful.
Check the license plate before you go in.
Check the license plate, check the person. And if they don't have snacks, that sucks for them. Because even when they have snacks, it's a little sus. Like, oh, have these mysterious mints. Pre-opened mints. I don't want your fucking mints, bitch.
Dude, there was this girl that I knew that she studied abroad one semester. And
she studied abroad, like a woman.
Nah.
You get it?
Nah.
Can I get a
nah.
Damn.
Anyways. Fucking she got into an Uber and like she orders an Uber, she gets in the car and then she goes down like maybe 5 minutes and then she's at an intersection and then she gets a call and she answers it and the person on the phone's like, "Oh, I'm your Uber. I'm here to pick you up." And she's like, "What are you talking about? I'm in the car right now." And the guy just goes, "Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. Get out of the car." And so thankfully she didn't have her seatbelt on because she just fucking got out of the car and like just fucking basically dipped from that car. And the guy picked her up and stuff. And
you know, it's crazy. I just got a notification from Uber. Weird. What the fuck? But no, that's scary as fuck. And even talking about Uber, like the last episode and stuff, we didn't get to that fucking article. But no, there's many cases where shit like that happens. And definitely like being a woman just is much difficult like to handle like Uber situations and stuff like that, just because, more targeted and, statistically speaking. I don't know when we took this twist of speaking against Uber. But
I mean, I'm down with it.
Me too. I'm down with Uber. I'm down, but just not with like all that bad stuff that happens. I'm like horizontal to it. You know what I mean? No, that shit is crazy, and always be careful. Seriously, that's seriously. Unless you're listening to Earth, Mind, and Matter, I mean, that's a perfect.
Then you're probably safe.
You're 100%
because if you're listening to Earth, Mind, and Matter, you're probably at work just avoiding your boss and your coworkers, or you're at home resting. Yeah, man.
Honestly, my biggest hope is that we are able to fill the void of silence whenever you're doing some boring shit, aka work or like watching somebody's kid. Just something to occupy the brain. I feel like that's pretty much what we're doing, filling the void of the internet.
You know what I've also been thinking about too.
What you been thinking about?
It's just really important. I just got to get it out on this 25th episode. You
know? Man. This is the time to chat. Right now, we do all that news and album shit. Right now, we just chatting.
Yeah, but
what's up?
I think it's time to get a vasectomy.
Okay.
You want to get a vasectomy with me, man?
You want to live stream it?
Only if we do it together. Like,
okay. What do you want to title the live stream? Snips.
Nah. I would say.
What's up? Cut it out. Do vasectomies hurt, or are you put under?
I have no idea.
All that Roe versus, you got to talk about it because of Roe versus Wade. You know what I mean? It's vasectomy time.
I was trying to figure out what rhymes with vasectomy.
Vasectomy, trajectory. So trajectory, vasectomy. That makes sense.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense. Vasectomy, blasphemy.
Nah. How about just vasectomy?
How about this?
What's up?
V.
I like that. V.
Want to get V's?
Let's get V's.
Let's get some V's.
We can hold hands while we do it too.
Let's hold pinkies.
Okay, pinkies too. And then scissors.
The whole hand is too intimate.
It's too intimate. It's pretty intimate. For a vasectomy, that's pretty crazy. No, I thought about if I wanted to freeze my sperm, right? Okay. I thought about this on my job, right? So I'm just hanging out and I'm like, damn, like, okay, what if I freeze my sperm and like keep that version of a kid that I would have had and then have a kid later, right? And then have them both come out at the same time and compare them. Like, would the kid be the version of me and then would my older kid be the version of my older self? You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I was thinking that because there's a lot of mistakes that younger me has had that older Frankie would probably, benefit from not being born at this age.
So you're asking if sperm retains knowledge?
Well, it does. I mean, it definitely has a lot of gene. You pass down a lot of shit with sperm and having a kid and all that stuff.
But do you pass down knowledge though?
I mean, I'm not saying like, will they know that when the Titanic sank and everything? I'm saying like, like habits and all that stuff. That's a good question, actually. That's a fucking good question.
Like, I mean, I don't think like definitely intelligence doesn't get passed down.
No, but like habits and stuff and like diseases and everything. Like this 5-year-old sperm pass down what 50-year-old sperm would pass down?
I mean, I feel like if it's coming from the same person, it has to. Well, actually, I will say.
Who's Ashley?
Some girl, man. Ask Henry.
Ask Henry? Oh, yeah. Okay, he knows. I was gonna say some hoe, but never mind.
But fucking, what was I gonna say? Fucking
the 25-year-old sperm and
like who you are at 25, depending if you like you could develop a disease from 25 to 50.
Okay.
And so from that point, maybe by the time you're 50, your sperm will have like
that disease trace line
or something or whatever.
But then it could just be genetic from your own trace line, like the father and mother,
It's true. It could just be hereditary. Who knows?
Like the movie.
Good movie.
Speaking of heads.
Heads will roll.
That's fucking, I mean, I don't know. Vasectomy seem cool and all. The whole point is you shoot blanks, right? You just don't, you don't jizz. It's funny. All that work just to poof. You know what I'm trying to say? There's no satisfaction.
But have you ever heard of sounding?
No, what is that? What the fuck is that?
You've never heard of sounding?
No, I don't want to hear about sounding after that reaction.
You really don't.
Tell me that.
But I'm going to tell you anyways.
You know what a dirty Sanchez is?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. Trying to get you there. But everybody knows what dirty Sanchez is. And if you don't, bless your soul.
Sounding is a sexual thing that people will do.
Okay.
Where they'll put something in their urethra.
Oh man, I've seen shit like that, and not just because I'm interested.
Seen it?
Yeah. Oh no,
you seen it
every Monday? No, I'm kidding. You ever heard of the Pain Olympics?
Yes.
Oh man, so like you know what that shit is. So basically, it's if you I don't know, Brian, you heard of the Pain Olympics? Yeah. Nice. So we're all fucked in the head, and for those who haven't. The Pain Olympics is basically, I don't know if it's real. I mean, it has to be real. There's footage of it, right? And
I don't know.
It's basically like people shoving shit in their urethra, like sitting on glass jars till it breaks inside their asshole, like paper cuts in the thing, like just ridiculous things. And I don't know what specifically was occurring with the video shooting or whether it was an event or not. But I remember seeing some videos and I'm like, this is gross. This is just outright disgusting. Like, stop trying to ban abortion. Ban that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, that's something to be banned. But I bet you somebody gets upset. It's their right. Abortion is a woman's right. Let's not get it confused. You fucking sensitive motherfucker.
I feel like, but if you think about it, why are you going to ban the Pain Olympics and not ban abortion if both of them had to do with body rights? It's their right to hurt themselves, Frankie.
That's true. So like if I want to strap a bomb to my chest and like blow up a bunch of people, like it's my right because like
it's your freedom.
I like how you switch it up. I don't know. Freedom and rights were different.
I mean, it's your liberty. It's your liberty to do so.
Yeah. First of all, Javi's saying he's anti-abortion. That's what I'm trying to say right now. I'm just saying it's 2022.
I'm the one trying to get V's here, man.
That's true. V's doesn't protect abortion. It just limits jizz.
but it's a great alternative to abortions.
Nah. I mean, it's an alternative. I don't know about the word great. I think it's just an alternative. You know
I think it's a great alternative.
Condoms. Condoms are cool.
Yeah, but
yeah, right. Yeah. You know what? There's a lot of penis stuff. Earth mine and dicks.
All our female listeners are just like, oh man, this is
like what kind of show is this?
This is not the show for me.
Honestly. Well, I hope that's not the case because if you're still listening, got you. Gotcha. No, I mean, realistically, it's crazy world right now. I mean, I can't believe people are still like trying to be against abortion and all that stuff. Let's win these followers over. Like, all that stuff. And it's a serious situation. And realistically it is,
But last thing I'll plug.
Okay. And not your tubes. I try to make a joke like stopping sperm from coming out.
I see what you get me. Doing there.
Right, as long as the intent was there and the message is trying. No. Okay. What's up?
So all I gotta say is, guys, make sure you're following us on Instagram.
Okay, what a segue. Instagram is Earth Mind Matter Pod.
Instagram Earth Mind Matter Pod. TikTok, same thing. YouTube, just Earth Mind Matter.
No spaces, just Earth Mind Matter. You'll find us talking about American History X, Mouse by
Art Spiegelman.
Mom Jeans. What's the album called?
Sweet Tooth.
Sweet Tooth. And yeah, man, and more on the way. Actually, this weekend, fucking finally, I got my shit together.
What episode's coming out tomorrow? The Nirvana one?
Episode number 11, we talked Social Security, crazy things that happened in sports outside the stadiums and courts. And what was the last thing we talked about? God damn it, Frankie, you forget everything. I forgot. Whatever we talked about. And then we talked about Nirvana's Nevermind. Nice. Kurt Cobain's life and all that stuff, which I think, honestly speaking, just watching it over, sometimes we do these episodes, we do these episodes actually all the time. And honestly, when I get high and I edit, I'm always so self-conscious. I'm like freaking out. I'm like, God, not in a bad way. I'm just like hearing myself talk and I'm like, look at this fucking stupid ass motherfucker. I'm not talking about me though. Okay. No, just, I just get high and I'm like, oh my God, it's so weird. Like just watching myself, and but it's fun and cool. That's why I do it sober. Weed is great, but so is our show, honestly speaking.
And I'm just gonna reveal this truth.
What's up?
I've this because you were there.
Yeah.
But that episode, I was tripping on acid.
That was the one you were tripping on acid on?
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy, man. Javi's the best advocate for acid because one time we went out drinking and the whole night this guy's tripping. But I'm like, I fucking forgot. He just acted so regular. And I was like, damn, this is what acid's like? Definitely. You know what I'm trying to say? So the day will come soon. And maybe one day we'll do coke on the podcast.
Okay.
Coke, tequila, Molly, all at the same time. And then a little bit of meth because I think that's important.
I don't want to do Molly because I'd sweat too much.
Yeah, man. I had a coworker come in into the coffee shop that I used to work at, and he was just sweating his ass off, bro. I was like, get away from me, bro. You are so sweaty. He was just like, he looked like he just ran 3 miles. I'm like, go home. Like nobody wants you here, you sweaty motherfucker. Shout out to Stefan. But yeah, man, I love that. That's a good little talk we had and everything. We can keep going. We could just talk for like 10 days. Fuck it, right? It's our lives.
I mean, yeah. Let's see. Do I got anything else I want to say? I plugged the show. I feel like there was something else I wanted to plug. Oh,
wait, there's a QR code on the Corona. Continue. I just want to scan the QR code.
Tomorrow.
What's up?
I mean, it won't matter for by the time this episode comes out. But tomorrow, my comic event is happening.
Tell them what you're doing because this is your second event that you're doing.
It's my second event. I held up 3 fingers.
Fuck that.
But fucking just like my first one, I'm going to be sitting at a booth by myself where I'm just going to be selling my art, selling my comic book that I'm working on, my first 4 pages as a preview. And I'm just going to be meeting people, talking to people, and just spreading some love, some good love.
And you're doing it at the comic book shop, Everyone Books and Comics?
Everyone's Comics and Books.
Oops. In Long Island City. Which we've actually shot an episode inside.
Which we filmed in.
Yeah, man. It was super awesome. Shout out to Demetrius.
It'll be
Ainsley.
nice to see him again.
Yeah, man. Support your local comic book shops. I mean, respectfully, I never saw myself saying that on a podcast because it's just a specific thing. But I remember me and Brian actually gave us the idea. One day, me and Brian were walking around and Brian saw the comic book shop. And we were already doing the podcast. We were off. And then he just said, let's go in. It said closed, but we just went in anyway. We met Demetrius that day. And Demetrius was super nice, super cool. And, I bought a couple comic books that day, even a Star Wars book. And I asked him, I'm like, hey, man, I do a podcast, Earth, Mind, and Matter. You mind if we shoot here? He's like, yeah, just shoot it before we open. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, just shoot it before we open. And I was like, not believing him. I was like, you dead ass right now? He was like, yeah, bro, just literally come in before we open. You can do whatever you want. I called you right afterwards that we just started talking on the phone. I was so fucking excited. And even just to set up, it was episode number 10.
Number 10.
And it was just so exciting to do that, man. It was so unreal. A little nervous because I never shot in front of that many people, like a stranger like Demetrius, Ainsley. We had like a little crowd. But lately, we've had people coming over to watch us do the podcast, especially Brian, who's like been very supportive with everything. And just like, I mean, whether it's 1 listener or 17 or 1,000, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm having fun doing this. And I feel that, like, we really do try to convey some information, and I feel that it's crucial to put that out within this void. I know I keep saying that, but the void is the world. And, like, unheard things are, they're only unheard until you hear them. So if you're listening now, like, not only am I grateful to do this podcast, but I encourage everyone just to do whatever they want to do before they die. Just if you feel like starting something, start it. Let it be a podcast, a book, a song, a candle company, fucking whatever the fuck you want to do. But just don't regret, don't have that regret in you that was like, damn, I should have done that. Because, we're not fucking pros.
Yeah. I mean, all I got to say to that is just, I'm an artist at heart. Like,
yeah, me too.
Doing things like this is just kind of like, it's what I was made for.
I like that, man.
Like I need to do these things.
I like that, man.
Like making my comic, making my music, fucking doing this show. Like it's the shit that keeps me going. It's what makes me wake up every day.
Hell yeah.
It's good for the soul.
I mean, yeah, man. I mean, I it's funny. Today I was walking around and I was just thinking, like, if I were to get a tattoo, I would, like, just thinking of cool shit to write, like, not creative, but just like, don't. It's very funny you say that, because I was walking around and I was just thinking, like, with the seconds you have left in this world, create. And it's like, I want to get a tattoo on my whatever this part of my body is, forearm or whatever, not forearm, bicep. And I've told you this before. I wanted to say, if love is the answer, you're home. And that's from a Daft Punk song. And I feel like, where your creativity exists is where home is. Not only with that, a whole bunch of other things, but me too, man. I don't want to get off this earth before I've done everything I wanted to and continue on to, and to influence. And I know we'll start the episode very soon. But even watching the A.M.C. section today, the movie, let's just say the movie, that shit inspired the fuck out of me. It like inspired me, but also like made me be like, I have to get better, because this shit was crazy. And you'll find out what it is later in the episode and in the title. You'll see it in the title if you want to know, if you really want to know. We just can't talk about it.
Can't talk about it.
All right, man.
Yeah, man. Let's start the episode.
Okay, it's about goddamn time.
Let's start the episode. So I got 2 news topics for you today, and the third thing that we'll be talking about is another short story of mine.
Nice. The last one was awesome. The last one was really fucking cool.
That was my nonfiction one, right? Yeah.
We'll put the episode. It was episode
19.
Yeah, and Javi will put that in there. Nice.
But yeah, so I don't know what order you want to go in. I'm gonna read you the headlines.
You go in whatever order you want to do.
No, I want you to pick.
Oh shit! All right.
This is a loose episode today. So nice. This one headline goes: Mississippi police chief linked to racist recording.
Oof.
This headline reads: Werner Reich, who learned magic in Auschwitz, dies at 94.
What the fuck?
And then the name of my story is called The Day Of.
The Day Of.
So you pick. What do you want to start with?
Let's start with the short story.
Okay.
Let's start with the short story. I like that. I want to get the ball rolling. At first I was going to say let's do it at the end. But nah, let's get this shit going now.
Let's fucking do it, my guy.
So right now I'm looking up what Javi sent me. Going through all my email. I have literally 10,000 mail. It's ridiculous.
I sent it to not your main one.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say it on there. I can't want to say it because people send me shit, but that's probably not a good idea. One time my accountant who did Will Ferrell's taxes, he signed me up for daily Bible verses. So I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's like Icarus. No, I'm kidding. It was like Isaiah 34. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck. And he's like, he did my taxes is why he had all my information. I was pretty fucking tight. But I was younger then. Older than me would have been like, that's fucking funny, man. I don't see it though.
You don't see it?
I don't see it, bro. You sent it to the one that's important?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me check that right now. Hold on.
I will say that as a preface, this is the second story that I've ever written.
Like in general? Or like for this episode?
It's the second well actually I would actually
Who's Ashley? No, stop. I'm sorry.
This story is either my second or third short story I've ever written.
Okay. I don't see the email though, to be quite honest with you. So I'm gonna filibuster a little more.
Damn.
I know, man. Maybe check my spam. Imagine. Oh, it wasn't my spam. That's fucking crazy.
Disrespect.
I usually have my laptop. I don't have it today. I feel lonely. Okay. It says Keating.
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
So yeah, this is the day of. I wrote this back in 2017.
Nice.
I made a couple edits here and there for just things that I wasn't like super like just grammatical things here and there that I fixed up recently. But on top of that, I tried to leave it as close to the original as much as I wanted to.
I was hoping that because I think that's important too, to hold on to your craft, you know?
So mostly just because like as much as I would like to go back and really revise this, I think it's also I would like to sort of show the rawness.
Yeah, capture the time.
The time and like show my progression and stuff.
Yeah. I think that's more important. Like, you know, not to say that the editing, you could always do it in the future. But, you know, who you were in 2017 isn't who you are today, which is 5 years ago, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Feel me? So yeah, man, go ahead. I'm here.
All right.
So let me get my pillow. No, I'm kidding. Just no, I'm kidding.
All right. So it goes, hold on. Not yet. I watch the spotlight scan the area in front of us and think how much longer we have to endure this. Okay, you see the oil rig truck up ahead? We'll move in groups of 2. Ashley, you go with Josh. Matt, you go with Jeremy. And D, you come with me. I watch the spotlights move in the pattern of zigzags and I wait for the right moment. I find an opening and I send Ashley and Josh to run. They make it okay, but now I feel like something bad is going to happen. I take a deep breath and I let the next opening pass us by. Damn fear. At the next one, I send Matt and Jeremy to run. The anxiety starts slowly building up in me and I want to give up like I've wanted to so many times now. I let the opening pass us by twice this time before I decide it's time for me and D to go. Okay, you ready, D? You ready? Here we wait. D grabs my jacket and stops us from taking the opening. Sweetie, what's wrong? I'm scared, Robin. What did the Solviks get us? I look down at the ground trying to think of something better than I don't know. I ease myself back into our cover and take a deep sigh before I say, they won't, sweetie. Listen, your friends are waiting for you right over there, and I'm sure they're just as scared as you right now. Come on, sweet D, we can do this, alright? I give her a smile of reassurance and she looks back at me with the same smile, because someone knows I need it. I look back over to the next spot of cover, and I can see the rest of the kids whispering amongst each other in confusion. I analyze the next couple of spotlight rotations, and I press my hand on Dee's back so she knows we're about to move. And as I watch the airships above move their spotlights in their pattern, I begin to apply more and more pressure onto Dee's back to prepare her. The end of the pattern is nearing, and I can see the opening coming. When it finally arrives, I push my hand forward and yell, go! The distance from this cover to the next is only 50 feet, but now it's almost like a football field. Come on, sweet D, we're almost... At that moment, I see her trip on some debris and the spotlight catches her. The siren goes off and it echoes through my head as I stop in my tracks. I watch the light turn red and we look at each other for the last time. She doesn't give much reaction but the slight sniffle of her nose and 2 tears running down her face. Before I know it, Sweet D is pulled up by the light at unbelievable speeds and I yell out for her, attracting more unwanted attention. The second siren goes off, but I continue looking up to the sky for another second thinking about that sweet girl once more. I can hear them coming down now, the Solviks. The rest of the children come rushing out of their cover looking to me for an answer. Miss Gray, please, what do we do? I scan the area around and I see it. I finally see it. Come on, kids, this way. I start running towards the building hoping that this isn't a fluke. Their heavy breathing and sniffling and oh my gods distract me from the sight of a Solvik dropping down in front of us. Standing tall and now block the remaining 15 feet to safety. No matter how many times I confront these ugly bastards, I still find myself in shock. The Wade's veins pulse out of its arms to create their palmless hands. The squid-like tentacles are wrapped around themselves so tightly to make its thick, heavy legs. The gills which breathe so heavily on its torso that you could see the anatomy of this thing. And the face which had no resemblance to any face imaginable, except its large oval eyes that reminded me of a fruit fly. We all stopped, looking at it with no idea of what to do. The air had become so silent I only heard the sirens in the distance and the splashing of the slime running off its body. I only stared at it and put my arms out to have the children behind them. It cocked its head to its side as if in curiosity and quickly split open its face in 4 ways to scream at us. Its snake tongue jumped out and began to make its way to my face. Before it does, however, we hear the sound of a shotgun blast come barreling through. Its split face now open in the center and the scream dies. The tongue flops to the ground and the Solvik stands motionless for a few seconds before it falls to the ground. Behind it stands the man who pulled the trigger. He stood there with the doors behind him open and the dim eggshell lights flickering in the hall. He kept his finger ready on the trigger with an intimidating look. He was average size, with straight black hair on his baseball cap. He wore a bulletproof vest, the kind that the army wears, but a red plaid shirt underneath. He wore simple blue boot-cut jeans and thick black sneakers. Slowly, he took his hand off the trigger and hung the shotgun at his side. He relaxed himself and so I put my arms down as well. Immediately, he broke his intimidating look with a big goofy smile and threw his open hand into the air and yelled, "Well shit, did you see how long it took that fucker to fall? Ha! Love that shit." He giddily skipped over to the Solvik's corpse and put a foot on top to rest his arm onto his knee, all while giving me a loving look. "So, what brings a piece of beauty like you and your munchkins over here?" I hesitate before asking, "Is this the Haven, where the rebellion is starting?" "Ha! You're fucking cute, you know that?" Yep, this is the Haven, base of operations. You don't mind me asking, how'd you hear this place?" "Oh, I found it on a note that some Blood Raiders had." "Blood Raiders?" "Fucking idiots. And you said it was on them? So they died then. How'd they die?" Oh, I'm not sure. I don't want to get into the details of that with the kids here. So, what about the little munchkins? Like what? How old are you guys? Shit, 12, 13? They're all 10, and I would greatly appreciate if you'd stop using such a vulgar language in front of them. Vulgar? What? Lady, what are you on about? I am using like perfectly fine mandated words for your information. I mean, come on. Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker. They're all just words. They only really matter if you make them matter. Plus, I don't know if you've noticed the shit we're in lately, so I think using such a vulgar language is the least of their concerns right now. So how about we all shut the fuck up and head inside before more of these bastards show up? He looks at us all with his mouth hanging, and then playfully swings around to make his way to the doors while whistling a tune. I stand there almost regretting ever coming here, and I turn back to the children. He's funny, says Matt. Ew, no, I think he's stupid. Right, Miss Gray? I chuckle and nod my head before saying, yes, Ashley, he's very stupid. Now come on, guys, it's not safe out here. We all admired the flickering red glow of the slanted cross in the front of the building before we followed our host inside. Upon entering, we found a few people in the lobby. 2 soldiers playing cards, a nurse getting the attention of another nurse who's attending to a wounded, and another soldier sleeping at the desk in the corner. Our host notices the kids looking at the wounded and answers their curiosity with, yeah, fucker went on a resupply mission and got hit by some blood raiders. Maybe the ones you found? He shouts over to the wounded. Hey Billy, where'd you get stuck with them bloods? Past Columbus by Trinity School? I can hear the kids whispering amongst each other and our host looks at me. That where you guys come from? Yeah. My stomach rumbles. Is there food here? Food? Hell yeah, we got food. We got all sorts of fucking food. And hey, we even got Lunchables for the munchkins too. He gives me a wink and leads us to the elevator past the lobby. Inside the elevator, I finally decide to ask, what's your name? He turns his head around to quickly glance at me and turns back. Freddie. Jeremy questions it with a simple, Freddie? He looks down and responds, yeah, Freddie. You know, like Freddie Mercury from Queen? What Queen? Asks Josh. What Queen? What the fuck? You kids never heard of Queen? They all shake their heads and I try to defend them by reminding them they're only 10. He gives me a questioning look and shakes his head before he begins to face forward again. As we finally reach the 50th floor, he puts in one last comment and says, my name is Freddie, but everyone calls me Hitchcock, so you guys should too. Who's Hitchcock? Asked Josh again. Who's what? Psycho? Just follow me. God damn it. The cafeteria is well lit. Besides all the grime and dirt and foliage that has rotted this hospital, Hitchcock leads us to a far table on the right side of the room and ensures us he'll bring food. The boys, Josh, Matt, and Jeremy, start playing with each other and making childish gestures with one another. Meanwhile, Ashley's fiddling with the air between her fingers, and I decide to ask her what's wrong. I miss Dee. I know we only just lost her, but she was my only friend, Miss Gray. I hate these conversations, especially of children. I never know how to make sense of the situation through their eyes. I already see myself battered down by this new world, and I guess it makes it slightly easier to lose people, but only slightly. These kids are only 10. They were barely conscious when everything fell apart, and that makes it even all the more terrifying for them. However, I move my lips around before I decide to say, I missed her too, sweetie. I know you two were close, and I wish you could have gotten to know her better. She was an amazing artist. This makes the both of us smile. Remember how she would leave those little stickers she drew all the time? What were they again? Ashley chuckles and responds with, they were funny little unicorns that shot rainbow farts out of their butt. We laugh some more. Yeah, and wouldn't she leave them on top of the bad guys too? Yeah, she would put it on their faces and say, take that, unicorn power. We both laugh some more, and that's when Hitchcock returns with some long-awaited food. We're all eating in silence, simply savoring every bite and every moment of this because it's been too long since we've had a proper meal. For some reason, Hitchcock decided to eat alongside us and can see how quiet we all are. So, what's your guys' story? How about you, Missy Miss? You a teacher or some shit? I'm somewhat suspicious of the question because I've learned to not share too much about yourself ever since. But with such a meal at my disposal, I found it only fair to answer his question. Yes, actually, these are some of my students from our school. Oh, alright. But where are their folks? Not everyone makes it, you know. Ain't that the fucking truth? So you guys were at the school when all this shit came down? We all simply nodded our heads to this question. That's crazy. In a school? Shit must have been complete chaos in there. Probably shit and piss filling up all their pants, I'm guessing. But ain't nothing to be ashamed of. We've all been there, right, Miss Gray? But you can just call me Robin, it's fine. Oh, no can do, Teach. I like that name. Gray. Real badass. Haha. He smiles at the food on his fork and raises his eyebrows all gesture-like before taking a bite. Mr. Hitchcock? What's up, little munchkin? What's your name again? Matt. Alright, Matty. I'm no mister, but Hitchcock works just fine. So tell me what's up. You're the one that said I was funny, so I'll answer any of your little questions. Well, Mr. Hitchcock, I just wanted to ask where you came from. We don't get to meet many other people out there, and I just want to know. I think we all want to know. Yeah? Is that so? You want to know what I was up to when the world got fucked? I'll tell you guys, and I'll tell you this. I was there, all right? I saw it happen. I see them all stop chewing and they give me an insane look. Teach over here even dropped their fork, and all the kids got caught with food in their mouths. Hilarious. I love seeing the reactions when I tell people that. Yeah, I was there when the bastards came down 5 years ago. It sucked. It sucked a lot. I still think about it almost every other night. You think this is bad? Blood raiders, radiation, mutees, Solvix. The worst day of this shit world we live in was the first day. The day that started all this. I was in Washington Square Park with my wife. We just finished getting our new tattoos of the month. We had set a plan to get one tattoo a month for each other, and it was June 18th to be exact. So it was our 6th tattoo on our 6th-year anniversary in the 6th month of the year. In retrospect, we should have seen it coming. Anyways, we decided to do something special with our tattoos. We got matching tattoos of our favorite quote by Mark Twain. Sanity and happiness are an impossible combination. After we got our tattoos, we went to this small Italian restaurant she likes where they had those tables outside so you can soak up the sun. We decided to celebrate our anniversary with some drinks. It was nice. Anyways, we joked around, fantasized about the future, and talked about living room remodels. We should have a whole wall dedicated for a Bill Murray mural. We can call it the Murray mural. Yes, it sounds fucking awesome. How about we have another wall dedicated for a Jimi Hendrix mural? Yes, that also sounds fucking amazing. Freddie, wait, babe, what's that? I saw she was looking up to the sky, and the fear of a plane crashing down crossed my mind. I'm usually paranoid, so these thoughts come up regularly. When I looked to where she was looking, I could only see a small black figure. I scared myself with the idea that it could be a missile. As the black figure got bigger, everyone around started slowing down. Cars began to abruptly stop. Cop radios were echoing around the corners, and there he was. God. All the depictions of him were right. He just wore that white gown and had long frizzy hair going down his back and on his face. The cops started running to the scene, and we could hear the radios going off every couple seconds. All the other civilians around either ran to the fountain he floated above, or they ran like hell. My wife and I stayed back, still at our table. At the time, I thought about maybe taking advantage of the commotion, stealing some booze. But then again, I was already kind of drunk. I figured stealing in front of the Lord would not have been the smartest thing. Eventually, after everyone took out their phones and started recording and finished taking snaps and pictures, and all the news vans and helicopters and reporters started rolling, it became silent. The only thing anyone could hear were the police on the other end of the present police radios. Then he opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Hello, my children." From what I heard, his voice echoed all throughout the world, but I was there. I didn't need to hear any echo. My mind was racing through a million thoughts, and my wife was speechless with her eyes all watery. I was so drunkenly distracted in my own head that I still never knew what to say. I only tuned in again near the end, but I couldn't see he wasn't happy. But I could see he wasn't happy. He said something about us failing him or failing the prophecy. I was already too drunk to understand. I saw everyone start falling to their knees, crying, begging forgiveness. Then his tone switched. He didn't sound angry or upset anymore. He just said, "However, do not worry, my children. We shall start this world anew. Soon enough you should all be cleansed of your sins. Answer me, my children. Are you ready to be reborn?" Most of the people around us started crying and sobbing, chanting, "Yes." And then the skies began to part. But it all turned red and he yelled, "As I've said before, as I'll say now, let there be light." When the skies completely parted, that's when we knew the truth. That wasn't God. It was a hologram. Transmission ended right as the alien spaceship above were revealed. The skies decorated with them and no one knew what to do. We all just stared up at the sky motionless. My wife gripped my hand, but I didn't know how to react. We all watched as the biggest ship there charged a grand laser that blinded a lot of us that day. In an instant, everyone in and around the fountain were incinerated. The laser came down so quickly that we only reacted after it had already been retracted. Everything went silent for me in that moment. My wife had to violently shake me for a few seconds until I snapped out of it. I saw the rest of the ships firing more lasers onto the surface. Men and women were desperately trying to outrun the flames on their backs. Children were crying by themselves. Rubble and ash were all scattered all over. I wonder if the ash was from the rubble, the fire, if they were people. When I finally got out of my seat, my wife was trying to figure out where to go. She saw the highways and tunnels getting packed, the train stations being packed, the bridges being packed. There seemed nowhere to go. She looked at me waiting for me to say something, but I couldn't think of anything. Instead, I looked back up to the skies. I caught the glimpse of a missile going straight towards one of the ships, but after impact it didn't explode. It just came out the other end. The ship began to explode and slowly started tumbling to the ground. The missile curved around and flew through another ship, and another. That's when I realized it wasn't a ship. I started laughing hysterically and told my wife, "It's fucking Superman. It's another fucking alien. He's a good guy." I grabbed her so she could see what I saw. She stood there astonished while I slowly danced in a circle around her. When I stopped and turned back to her, all I saw was the rubble from a ship come crashing down. That piece of rubble killed my wife that day, right in front of me. And it was all because of that alien that tried saving us. That's what happened to me in the day of. If this were some sort of fucked up comic book, I'm sure there'd be some stupid name for that day, like 0 Year or some shit. But this isn't a comic book, kids. This is life, and it's fucked. I lost my wife that day. We lost the world that day, and there's no telling if we'll ever get it back. He took a moment to look down into the oblivion of the table, and I could see the children were clearly uncomfortable. That's why we started this rebellion. We're doing what we can and hoping that it'll be enough to win this war. You think I would hate that flying alien for causing my wife's death, but I don't. Because this isn't a comic book. It's life. And I forgive him for it. I'm left speechless, but I figured I had to say something. Would you actually forgive him if you met him? He looked back up at me with a slight smile. Yeah, Teach, I would. I have. There's no use in apologies, really. You just gotta move forward. Wait, you met the alien? Yeah, Maddie, I did. So will you guys. Hitchcock threw himself out of his seat and we all looked at him questionably. Well, who do you think is at the charge of this rebellion? Come on, he's not actually an alien. Well, he is, but okay, again, think Superman. The children all jumped out of their seats excited to meet our soldier at the front line, but I wasn't excited. I was relieved. I was happy. Hitchcock turned back to me and gave me his hand. Well, you come and teach? Finn.
Yeah, that was really fucking... I got lost in that shit, man. Wow. I mean, I'm going to just get the thoughts out because, like, you know, I'm listening to it. I want to... There's a lot of information. I have no notes or nothing, but that's really, really a fucking good story. I think it could be a comic book. I don't know if you ever plan to turn it into one.
I have.
Oh, man, that's fucking great. And I just like a lot of things you said in there. One of them was saying how, like, you shouldn't tell so much about other people. How can I say? You shouldn't tell people so much, you know, like exposing and things. But I do like... first of all, I got very Fallout vibes at first.
Fallout vibes?
At first, because, you know, apocalyptic, this is that. Like, you meet a group of people, like, you never know who to trust. You have to base it off real gut instinct. And I like how the big evil thing that came down, which at first was, you know, God, right? And how it was a hologram and stuff, you said, right? And stuff. And I like how the end, this guy says, well, we just have to learn how to forgive people. Kind of like Jesus Christ forgives all people and everything. And it has to do a lot with our A.M.C section later. But, you know, I'll go back to that then. But I think that was a very good story, and it really takes you down this twisted way, because it's kind of a little bit of sweetness that comes with the kids, and you know, this and that. Even when you say Sweet D, I think of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's
where I got it from.
That's amazing. And I don't know if you used the George Carlin bit for that. I don't know if you even knew who George Carlin was when you wrote that, but the curse words and stuff, like the motherfucker shit.
I mean, I got that because I've always known of like the 7 like
things you
words,
can't say,
like from Blink-182.
They do the George Carlin stuff.
They have a song called Family Reunion where they just sing shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits, fart, turd, and twat.
Yeah, man. And that's George Carlin's fucking bit right there. And that's like the bit. I mean, I think they show it on Everybody Hates Chris, but that's always been a bit that I love. Even Richard Pryor, his bit with the fucking cheetah. Nah, but that's awesome. And I have a lot more to say, but where did you get inspired to write this? And like, did you ever want to submit this for like it to be involved in a Superman comic or everything? Like,
well, I wanted to write a sci-fi story. Like I wanted to sort of really because again, this is like my second or third short story I've ever written.
That's really fucking impressive.
So really fucking impressive.
Like it's almost like I don't think in my head 2017 Javi wrote this. Like I see you 2022 Javi. I didn't know you 2017, but well maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe we met on IC. But that's a really impressive piece of writing, man. And I will say this. I like that your stories have the lengthiness because that involves a lot of plot. And for me, like, I know I've been reading this for a bit because it's a fucking long book, but the Crime and Punishment book, I can't put that book down because I fall in love with it. I'm only up to like page 220, and that book is long as shit.
Yeah.
But what I love about it, and some guy when he was coming to the cafe I work, he looked at it and he's like, I can't help but notice you're reading Crime and Punishment. And he's an Asian guy dating a Russian girl. So I'm like, I bet you know a lot about Russian stuff, don't you, motherfucker? I put the pieces together. He wears like a big hat. He's cool.
His top hashtag on Instagram is Russian girls.
Facts. And what I told him, I was like, and this is not me trying to sound like, oh, I read. Because, you know, you read it. And I don't care about that. Like, I think reading is just so healthy for you. And that's why I appreciate you showing me comic books. Because, like, I read these things and I'm like, I'm applying my brain to, like, intake words as well as images. And it's crazy. Like, even in the Sex Criminals, not to spoil it, but in volume 4, there's a teacher, the professor, who's like saying, like, I just found this out and I hope it's true. I'm sure they did the research. Chip Zdarsky and Matt Fraction. One of the lines is saying that genital mutilation for males and females was outlawed in 1996. That's fucking crazy. I asked Beatrice, I'm like, what year do you think it was outlawed? She said 50s. I was like, pretty close. But 1996, bro, I was born that year. You know what I'm trying to say? That's fucking crazy. You get me? So I was like, damn, I made it. But it teaches me to appreciate readings that are lengthy, because with the lengthiness, you get detail and you get really involved in the story. Like, even reading it, like, there was a point where you said that the person overthinks things and gets like really like, you know, overthinking. And even now, like, I left something plugged in at home and I'm like, oh my God, is my house going to set on fire? Like, I'm so worried right now, but I try to put that thought on my head because I overthink things. I'm sure a lot of people do. And I'm still fucking worried. My dog is home. Oh my God, I hope he's okay. Peanut, shout out to you, Peanut.
Peanut will just unplug it. It's fine.
Like, this dumbass motherfucker. Yeah, but I really think that's a very well written, like, you know, short story. And you should publish your shit or like sell it for like 50 cents, man. Get it out to the world, because I really think it was great. Yeah, man. It amazes me, like we get to spew our creativity here, and I like how you're capitalizing on that. Like, not only with the song and like just this, but it's inspiring me to like write more stuff so we can share those thoughts together. Because again, now it's into that void. That's the word of the day, void. and I hope somebody's able to, again, be at work or just maybe having a bad day or just want to like hear something creative. You don't have a bad day, you can have a good day too, and just, you know, encapsulate your mind with just fucking a great story, because that took me to a whole different world, man. So really, like, kudos to you, man.
Thanks, man.
But so you said you wanted to write a sci-fi.
Yeah, I wanted to write a sci-fi. This was for my first creative writing class that I took in college. Wow. And my first story that I wrote for that class wasn't well received by the class. Oh, fuck them. No, I'm kidding. In retrospect, definitely could have been a lot better. Right, yeah. It was my first class, because, like, you know, when I first started as an English major, because I didn't start college as an English major.
What'd you start
as computer science.
Fuck that shit.
So so I switched over, and so I was a little bit behind in terms of like semesters and stuff of other people my age that started with an English major.
Gotcha.
So like I felt a little like lesser in my creative writing class. Like, they tore my first story to shreds. They go fuck themselves.
Nah, fuck that. Yeah, like, I don't give a fuck.
It definitely could have been better.
Shut up, I'm trying to back you up, Javi. But of course, no, there's always room for criticism. And if you're a creative, always have faith in your work, but always be open to criticism, whether you accept it or not. Or, you know, like,
I mean, one of the most important things that like any writer would tell you is to leave your ego at the door.
Exactly. And I think that applies to everything. Like, literally, because when you want to create, you do it for the people. Like, I understand making stuff for yourself, and if you like it, that's fine. But exactly, leave your ego at the door with anything. Because even like talking with here, you know, on Earth Mind Matter, there's probably gonna be people that are like, what the fuck are these idiots saying? Like, we probably have said some things, you know, regrettable things. Just kidding. But just things that, you know, we're probably wrong about, or probably, you know, we try to keep our facts correct, but there's just so many what's it called, like, sources that we pick from. So we're not gonna get it right 100% of the time. And if you think you're gonna get 100% right all the time, then, like, well, that sucks for you, because get ready for failure. You know, like Zendaya says in the fucking Spider-Man movie, like, don't expect something, because if you expect something, you'll set yourself with disappointment or some shit.
Does she say that? That sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah, she's cool. But I wanted to ask, yo, Brian, what did you think of the story? I know you're listening. Yeah,
I was listening to it. Like, I was on my phone, but I have to keep like no, but I mean, like,
he was like, fuck this story, bitch. I'm on Instagram.
No, I mean, like, I was on my phone, but like there were certain words that kept like bringing it back, like when you brought the whole alien and seeing, like, that's why I said where I definitely shook my head when it reminded me of like Fallout. And there's like, I was like, oh shit. And like, at certain points, like, I couldn't even look at my phone. I had to look at what you were seeing, or like here and stuff like that. No, but it was good. And like the whole like putting the gun, or like the way you described it, it felt like Like I was like literally like looking at it like
nice.
Like I was like, oh shit, this motherfucker's about to cook. I was like, oh shit, you know, like it's something I always would think about too. Like I don't know, that took me to the spot where like, you know, for like the movie I Am Legend, you know, where it's like if I was really, if I felt like I was the last person on, I would like literally just try to shoot myself because like that loneliness is real, man, and that shit is dark.
Which is also something that has to do with the A.M.C section later, but I digress.
No, definitely so. And no, when I was listening to it, I was like, yo, I just couldn't like even look at my phone anymore because I kept paying attention. I was like, oh shit,
nice,
good. This is an A+.
Yeah, seriously. And it's one of those things where, of course, there are plenty of writers today that are alive and thriving for sure, but for me, like as soon as that story was wrapping up and even in the middle, I was like, bro, I gotta see this in a comic book. I have to because you know the shotgun to the was it the Solviks to the fucking the Lunchables and the mural. Like you can put all that really beautifully on a fucking comic book and it'll be so cool. Like I 100% authentically and genuinely saw myself flipping the page. Now that I'm reading more comics, seeing the speech bubbles and stuff like that. Like it could be a splash page of the Bill Murray mural. You know what I'm trying to say? And,
yeah, I mean, definitely like, you know, it's just comic books is just kind of ingrained in my blood. So it's like when I was writing this, it's
that's
like
cool, man.
The fact that I have sort of like the things like, oh, this isn't a fucking comic book. It's like it's that sort of meta thing of just like this is a comic book.
Yeah. Nah, 100%. It kind of like irresistible to kind of create that image of a comic book. And even when you wrote the part where he was drinking with his wife, right as the world was like, getting crazy, I thought about like, damn, I'm about to like not pay for the bill. And then you wrote he was going to steal some alcohol. That's pretty funny because we're drinking now too. So that's kind of hilarious. Like you captured dead ass what I would do. Like, yo, we don't got to pay shit today. Order the crab cakes. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, get the squid, everything you want, bitch. Like, we about to die.
No, yeah. They, like I was saying before, they tore, like in that class, they tore my first story to shreds. And so that motivated me a lot to be like, you know what? This second story that I'm gonna bring in, it's gonna fucking blow them away.
And everybody that wants to create, let the hate motivate. Ooh,
honestly, man. I mean, that's what I did, and like
seriously though,
a lot of people. I mean, by that, when I did bring this in, everyone was like, okay, this
good, man. Good. Did you have to read it aloud, or people have to read it and then come back to the class?
We read it out loud.
Okay, good. That's awesome.
Well,
man.
like the way those workshop classes work is that like you get the story before the class, so you read it before the class,
and then
you could write your notes on it and shit like that,
yeah.
annotate it and whatever, and give it back to the person, and then you read it out loud during class, and then you all go around talking about it.
I wish I wrote notes, but I didn't have to. Like I followed the story so well that it really just brought me to a different place, and I feel that that's what you have to do with all your art. That you have to take the person that's intaking the art to a different area of the world. With your brain. That's basically your brain right there, you know? And all we are really is just flesh controlled by the brain. So that's a whole different conversation. But I mean, you're motivating me to write more short stories because I always have a bunch of ideas that I would like to write about. I'm just lazy, but I have a couple, and I'm gonna start bringing them on the show now because I think that's awesome.
Do it.
Thank you. And one day we will write a comic book. I think that's a good idea. One day we gotta do that shit.
Why not?
It starts now. Reflex Man.
Reflex Man.
I already got a lot of fucking ideas for that, so don't steal that shit, bitches.
That still needs to be a highlight. I don't give a fuck. That needs to become a highlight.
It was an episode
15.
So Javi could put that in because I have no idea what episode that was. Good luck to Javi for finding it because I don't know.
Damn, you really fucking just said good luck. Fuck.
Yeah, bro. Fucking editing is so fucking hard. Bro, I was editing the YouTube video this past week. Bruh. Like it's not hard. I just gotta give myself like a good time frame to do it all. But it's so satisfying. Like right now it's exporting all the editing talk, whatever. Like I hope I have enough space on my computer because sometimes that'll take like literally 2 days and then it'll do it right 100%. And then it'll say, sorry, we don't have enough space on the computer. And I'm like, no, motherfucker, don't fuck me. I'm about to just, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, but it's so worth it. Every little project you do, whether it's 3 seconds, 10 hours, 2 minutes, everything, man. That's, I hope that encourage every listener right now to write their own shit, you know, because again, I strongly believe everybody has something to say. That's A fact.
And you know what?
Unless you can't speak. Then you have something to sign.
I'll just do it right now.
Oh.
If you have a short story that you want us to read in the podcast,
oh hell yeah,
we'll do it.
Or even come on the show, read your story. You know what I mean?
Do it yourself.
Bitch, fuck out. You think we're gonna do that shit for you? What are we? No, seriously. If you rather remain anonymous and not want to, like, you know, come on the show, be a little shy, hell yeah, we read a short story. This one sucks. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, man, because I feel, you know, one of the reasons, and I'll go back to like the intro, how we did it. One of the reasons this show is I always hold important to me, and I hope to you, is that I genuinely don't think that people read articles as much as they should today. You know, even myself, I'm very guilty of that, and a lot of people are. And I feel that when I read these articles, like, I find myself just like finding key pieces of information that would contradict the headline. You know, like it would say this and this, and it's like, oh, well, that's the news. And then like later on, I'm like, oh, wait, there's like a lot of more crucial detail in there. And we're also just not respecting our journalists enough, you know. They're doing God's work, you know, whether you believe in God or not. Like, they're doing the work of what we aren't doing, you know, which is conveying real life. Like, Steve Bannon of Trump's thing just got convicted of something today because he wasn't truthful with this. You know, you see how I'm just kind of paraphrasing it? I didn't read the article, you know. If I did, I wouldn't say exactly what's happening, but there's a whole bunch of shit happening with our government, with our world, even Biden with the, you know, remember the thing you talked about last week with the EPA 2 weeks ago with the coal? Ultimately, I just read this when I was waiting for Brian to come out of work. And there's a whole bunch of stuff happening with our environment that, you know, Biden's not declaring a climate emergency and all that stuff. And he has COVID now. He had a bunch of cancer lumps removed from his body. Like, you know, just a bunch of little things that are like really important to what's going to affect us in the future. You know, I know that was a little vague in what I'm saying, but it's information that really actually applies to us. You know, like I kind of just don't care about the climate thing because it'll happen to our kids and then go fuck themselves. No, I'm kidding.
This guy.
Oh, that vasectomy talk, bitch. You don't care about the climate? Nah, I mean, it's one of those things where I keep saying it's one of those things because it's one of those things, motherfucker. I just think it's awesome we're doing this. And that's such a great opportunity. I hope, again, more short story writers and any writer in general just put out their work because this is a great way to do it. Yeah.
You know what I think about sometimes? I think about pretty recently when we were at Bar 43 and this girl Peyton was like, oh wow, you guys have a podcast together, like how does it go? Is it just like Frankie say a bunch of stuff and you just go yeah? And I'm like, honestly, a good portion of it.
Let's reenact that. So Javi, have you heard that like Biden has COVID?
Yeah, man.
And like I was riding a bike and I saw a squirrel.
Yeah, man.
And fucking like my name starts with an F but it ends with a Y. That's so crazy.
I know, man.
And you know what?
What, man?
The opposite of no is
on.
God damn it, Javi. Look what you did, Peyton. You turned our podcast to fucking this. But shout outs to Peyton Manning. That's a good football player. Rest in peace. He's alive.
Yeah, man. I mean, I said it. I'll say it again. If you got a short story, bring it. Like, we'll read it.
That would be super awesome. Yeah, and
I love reading.
Yeah.
I think it's important to just constantly read. Like, I don't think there's ever been a moment where I never like wasn't reading in my life.
Awesome.
Like,
that's good.
Like the Scholastic book fairs back at school used to get me so hyped. I used to get so hyped for those.
Good, bro. Good.
I'd be like, fuck yes.
Man, that's how messages were conveyed aside from like word of mouth and stuff before film and all that, everything. Books are super crucial, bro. And even things like the Bible and stuff. I feel like it doesn't have to be the Bible or the Quran.
All right, you lost me.
Just flip the table. Fuck that. The Bible is the best-selling book in the world. I can't believe that to this day, you know? Just whatever influences people because
of every motel that has to buy a copy for a room.
Fact. It's one of those things that I always forget. And then I open a cabinet. I'm like, what, the Bible? Like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, I'll read some of it. I never do. I never fucking do. But damn,
just put the Bibles in there because they want you to pray before you do some dirty shit.
Of course. No, they want you to have like a better service to put your drugs on. You may be like, damn, I'm a drug addict, but I got the Bible under me, so it's a little okay.
You know what I've seen people, I've read that people do online.
I'm about to say, you see people do this in motels. Like, what the fuck?
What I've read is that what people do is that they'll take the first sheet of the Bible because it's like really, really thin. And they'll take that sheet and roll a joint with it.
Snoop Dogg did that. I think so. I mean, fuck him. I mean, that's the best weed you probably smoke. And it could be shitty weed, but you'd be like, yeah, I smoked the Bible. I mean, I don't know.
I want to roll a cross joint with
Bible?
those papers.
We just died. And on the back it says toxic paper. Do not smoke with this. And we're like, it's crazy, man. And we just die. And Jesus like, told you, motherfuckers. Now I want to smoke on the Tehran and was it the Jewish one, the Tussum,
the
Torah,
the
Torah,
the Torah. Yeah, is it the Torah? Doesn't sound right. Is it the Torah?
Oh, now you have the laptop.
Now I have the laptop.
I usually have a laptop every episode.
Now I have the laptop.
Bitch. Not today. I'm on a phone over there, but I'm not gonna touch it because today's a technology-free episode. Not really, though. Not really. We got a whole bunch of fucking technology in front of us. We're sponsored today by Fever Tree with premium ginger beer made with natural flavors.
It is a Torah.
All right, cool. You know what Jews call not Jewish people? I told you this before.
Goy.
Goys. Shout out to R.A. Shafir. Yeah, man. Fucking religion is fucking stupid.
Damn.
But it's not. It's not. Quote me on that. And like when you quote me, put this picture of me laughing. Thanks, world.
All right, my guy.
Nice.
I got now two
stories.
Two stories for you.
But like article stories.
Two article stories. I'll read the headlines for you. You can pick and choose which ones you want to start with.
All right.
Again, I got Mississippi police chief linked to racist recording.
Okay.
And Werner Reich, who learned magic in Auschwitz, dies at 94.
I'm gonna say the racist recording because I want to leave that magic shit for the fucking.
Nice.
I mean, he was the best musician, Could have prevented the Holocaust.
Damn. Imagine he just fucking makes Auschwitz disappear.
Alakazam.
Dude, you know what I hate? I don't know if you ever saw X-Men Apocalypse.
You should have said Holocaust. You should. But okay.
There's a scene in X-Men Apocalypse where Magneto goes back to like Germany or whatever, and he uses his powers to destroy Auschwitz.
All right, I thought you were gonna say he uses his powers to like doing some shit that isn't destroying Auschwitz. And I'm like, come on, Magneto, you dumbass.
It was like, I get it. It's supposed to be like a powerful scene and all, but like they just turned this powerful moment into this big like spectacle where it's just
what do
like,
you mean? How so?
Because it's like Magneto's origin and stuff has a lot to do with like the Holocaust and stuff. He was separated by his parents because of that. And
I didn't know that. Actually, tell us what his origin story, if it's not too like long.
It's just he's German himself. So he got separated. I don't know his full name. I know his first name is Eric.
Okay.
But
we'll say Eric
Lenscher.
I'm gonna give you a whole bunch of shit to fucking put in this episode.
But he was separated from his parents. Like at the Holocaust and whatever, like like at a concentration camp. And there's a moment like his powers come to fruition when like he's reaching out and like he starts bending the gates that are closed off to hold his parents.
Jesus Christ. Damn, that's sad. That's sad as fuck.
So yeah, it's like, I get it. It's supposed to be this big moment where it's like he's destroying Auschwitz. He's destroying the thing that emotionally wrecked him or traumatized him. But they turned into this big spectacle where it's like you're just watching all like the bricks like float around in circles and shit. And it's like you never look at Magneto. Like he doesn't shed a single tear. It's just this big like IMAX
like
moment.
epic movie scene rather than like a sentimental like I'm freeing my parents and other people from this misery and honestly, we do talk about the Holocaust a lot, which is, amazing. And, obviously we don't mean any offense to nobody that was affected by it. To this day, there's people. But yeah, no, I agree with that. I feel that that's a lot of ego towards the director. You know what I'm trying to say? Like trying to, you kind of take away from the point of what misery the Holocaust actually infringed on human beings, and I've never seen it, but from what you're describing, it just really just does take away from the moment itself. It should be about Magneto and his parents while the otherness is happening around it, you know? And damn, man, what a fucking time, man. Humans are fucking crazy, bro. Like, Jesus Christ, like ovens and shit, man. That's crazy, bro. I don't. This is funny. No, I'm kidding. I'm 3% Jewish, actually.
You've told me this. I still don't know whether to believe you or not.
You see all this hair? It's to cover my yarmulke. Damn, man. Anyway, rest in peace to all the people in the Holocaust. I've seen the videos and pictures. I'm sure we all have. Yeah, I mean, those fucking pictures are sad. How skinny they are. You've seen The Boy in the Striped Pajamas?
Mm-hmm. Well, I never watched it. I read the book.
Oh, it's a book? Is it long?
Yeah, it was based off of a book. It's like
all right.
It's like 200 pages.
Because after Crime and Punishment, I'm not reading a long book for a while. Because I have so many books that I want to read. I'm like, this Dostoevsky motherfucker is just taking up all my time. Nah, but I love it. And actually in Utah, when I was in Utah with Beatrice, I picked up, I went to this library. I wish I remember the name. I might put it, this is the last time I'll do this, but it's
Utah Book and Magazine on 327 South Main Street in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Just so you can put it in. Just because it was such an old-timey library, right? Well, more so a bookstore where everything else is kind of modern. And I walk in, and at first it seems kind of small. They're just like two old guys, an old guy and an old woman, right? And it's just like, think about just you go back in time and see a bookstore, right? And then I started walking further in, and the aisles just get longer and longer, and there's sections for everything, and every book is priced with a pencil on the left hand side.
Nice.
So they've priced every single book. I've actually picked up a couple comic books from there that I want to do for the show. They're like Pulitzer Prize winners, but they're old time comic books. The thing is that there was a section for comic books. Like this was more like Spy versus Spy and like Richie. What was it? What's the Archie and all these, like, you know, those type of like funnies almost. And I went to the comic book section because I asked him, like, you have any comic books? Because the door was locked. He was like, no, we got rid of that section like 3 years ago. And I was like, damn, bro, because they had everything from like history to this to that to old newspapers. I mean, everything you can think of. And the one section they got rid of was comic books, and it broke my heart because I wanted to bring some back. Thankfully, I did get some comics. I actually saw an Elvis book there that I was gonna get that had everything. It had everything to do with Elvis and his movies. But at the time, I was like, oh, I don't care about the movies. I care about his music. But that movie section of his life was so important. So it just breaks my heart that I didn't get the Elvis book. You know, the movie coming out and all that stuff, and the show. But I did pick up a book that described like the Native Americans and like the cowboys and the truth of it. So I can't wait to read that.
Interesting.
But yeah, I want to shout out that bookstore because, man, it was so cool to be in there.
My favorite bookstore, I like to go to the Strand.
Oh, Strand is awesome. Strand is awesome.
I really like that bookstore. They actually that Netflix film with Andrew Garfield, Tick Tick Boom, they filmed the scene in that shop, which is really cool.
There's a famous art critic called Jerry Saltz. He has a book. It's something about like art criticism or something. But I mean, he goes there all the time and he like advertises his book and stuff. And he's dope. He posts some very interesting stuff, and he exposes people who follow him on Instagram to new artists and old artists. Jerry Saltz, JERRY space SALTZ. I hope I didn't spell your name wrong. But I mean, it's a whole art to it. And
we're back.
We're back, and we never left. We never do leave. We always shoot everything at once.
I just like saying we're back.
You know, it's a good
just
phrase.
A fun thing to say.
Yeah, we're back, like spine back. Yeah. We're
bareback.
Bareback, like
Bareback Mountain.
Hey, yo. I've never seen the movie. I just know of it type shit. But it's very LGBTQ.
Yes.
And we got... Wait, give the mic an Ayo, Jess. Come on.
Ayo.
Nice. So we got a very, very special guest, you know. Is screen recording, by the way? Is it top right red? Hold on. Oh yeah, it is. So we have a very special guest, and this is actually the first guest I wanted on the show because this story is so fucking funny, but also like just I don't want to call it just funny. It's very interesting too, and yeah, I'm so happy Angel's here. If I may say your name, Angel, nice. Because if I couldn't, it'd be kind of awkward. And so I'm gonna just give the mic to Angel and tell your story, bro. Let the people hear because it's a good one.
So what's up? This is Angel. You know. Franky's talking about a story. I have multiple stories, so you're gonna have to be more clear with what story, bro.
He wants you to tell the story about your mom
and mushrooms.
That shit was crazy, bro. That's all I can say.
Talk a little louder, Angel.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, I can't remember exactly the date when.
It was February 25th, 2017.
Damn, nigga, you was there? That's crazy. I don't even know. All I know it was summer. But I was doing my summer thing with my girlfriend. We were at the pool, like around 4:00. We finished like at 5:00. We went home. And, I'm just sitting on the couch. We're watching a movie. And I see my mom calling. Sometimes I don't pick up to a phone call because literally it just be some, where you at? What you doing? And that's it. So I looked at the phone call, but I was like, let me not answer.
You didn't think twice.
I didn't think twice. You made a decision. But it was a long call. Like, how people usually call you and, they let it ring 2 times, 3 times, they hang up. They were like, all right, whatever. I don't want to talk to them. Nah, this phone call was ringing and ringing. So I was like, at the end, let me answer. I answered the phone. My mom was just telling me, hey, where you at? I'm at the house. She's like, I tell you something. I'm like, what? She's like, I'm not feeling good. I'm like, what do you mean you're not feeling good? She's like, she's seeing things. She starts seeing colors. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, what's going on? I'm just like, what's going on? So I'm like, are you okay? Where you at? She's like, I'm by Williamsburg. I'm cleaning in an apartment, Airbnb apartment. And she said she was in the bathroom, that she had locked herself in there. And I was like, well, why did you lock yourself there? She goes, because she's looking at the window and she feels like she wants to throw herself out. And I'm like, hold up. What do you mean? What's going on? And now I'm sitting at the edge of the corner. I'm sitting at the edge of the couch.
Oh, the couch, yeah.
Now I'm like, what's going on? I'm trying to put pieces together. And I know she took my younger brother with her. And I didn't know anything about him. So I asked her, where's my brother? And she's like, oh, he's in the living room. He's just sitting down. I'm like, oh, okay. So I asked her, I'm like, what, how, why are you feeling these weird things and this and that? She's like, she doesn't know that she had a piece of chocolate that was in the refrigerator. So I was like, a piece of chocolate? She's like, yeah. And she's like, and I just didn't have one piece. I had the whole bar. And I'm like, damn. I'm in my head. I'm like, in my head instantly, I was like, she ate some edibles. In my head, I was like, I know she ate some edibles. She said some chocolate, and now I'm putting pieces together. She said she hallucinating. She high. She high. So, my instinct was like, oh, okay. When she said chocolate, I didn't even ask no more further questions. I called the Uber. I was like, give me your location. I'm getting there ASAP. I was with my girl, my younger brother too, the smallest one. I was like, yo, get ready. Let's go. We got to go meet my mom in Williamsburg. She said she called the ambulance. She's not feeling good. Da-da-da. So, we get on the Uber. We get there. When I get there, she's already in the back of the ambulance. I'm like, damn. I'm like, they beat us. It's crazy.
Did you take the train or no? You took an Uber.
Yeah, we took an Uber, but
damn, did you give the Uber driver a bad review?
I was like, damn, bro, you took forever, man. I was trying to meet her upstairs in the bathroom, bro, not in the back of the ambulance. You get in the back of the ambulance, that bill coming back. So you trying to avoid the ambulance at all times, bro. So yeah, I got there. She was in the back of the ambulance, and I guess what do you call them? Paramedics? The EMTs?
Paramedics or EMTs.
Yeah, they were there. 2 of them were there. There was a lady and a guy. And, I see my mom laying there. They have her all tied up. And she's like, oh. She said that when she saw me walk in, that my face was going sideways. Like, it was stretching. She was seeing, like, figures pop out of people's faces. Just, like, images. She said she saw, like, flowers, animals. I was like, yo, what's good? I asked the EMT, like, oh, what happened? And they're like, that's what we trying to figure out too. I'm like, yo, you don't know? I don't know. So I started talking to my mom like, hey, how, do you still feel the same? Like, do you still see colors? You seeing, all sorts of figures? And she's like, yeah. She's like, I don't know what happened. I had a whole full bar of chocolate, but she didn't know what it was. And so whatever, she later on told me that the lady that was supposed to leave the Airbnb, that she was supposed to, be gone already. That's why my mom was there to clean it for the next guest. So she came back and she saw that my mom had eaten her chocolate. And the lady was like, oh, why'd you eat this? This wasn't for you. My mom was like, oh, I was hungry. I wanted something to eat. So she ate the chocolate and the lady told her like, yo, this wasn't for you. It has shrooms. My mom was mad confused. She was like, what are you talking about? She's like, this is, it has drugs. My mom just panicked. But yeah, she panicked, and when she found out, I guess she called me and she started feeling weird. And yeah, but I saw her in the back of the ambulance. Her eyes were like wide open. What's this part of your eye?
Like the pupil?
Yo, that shit was like camera, bro, zooming in. Zoom. It's crazy. I was like, oh, but she thought she was gonna die. She started giving me her passwords to her accounts and shit.
Oh man.
She was like, here, I need you to write this password down. I'm like, oh, what's the password? She gave me passwords. She gave me information about her bank accounts. I was like, oh my God. In my head, I was like, yo, listen, you need to chill. You need to chill. Cause it's not that serious. Obviously, she don't do drugs. She ate some piece of chocolate with shrooms, and I get it from her perspective. No,
but remind me, have you ever taken shrooms?
No, I have not. I heard stories.
Because
I want to though, but I haven't.
Because when you first told me this story, like the first thing that came to mind is like, oh man, she must have been so fucking scared of like what was going on, like. Because if I ever found myself just tripping out of nowhere, I'd be so scared. I'd be like, what the fuck is going on?
Of course. And especially if it's unexpected, because it's like she went to work. She was doing her regular thing,
Especially at work.
She was just going to work, clean the apartment she had to do. She decided to take a piece of chocolate, and then I told her, why are you eating other people's food? Like, well, that's not your food. You going in the fridge and picking at something that's not yours. You don't know what they put in that. You never know. Bro. So it's like, why are you in that fridge? You should have gone to the deli.
What was the chocolate like in a wrapper, like a candy bar wrapper?
She said it was in a purple wrapper, but it was a. They said it was some Indian stuff, bro. That's all I know. They said it was a purple wrapper, and they had that goddess with like mad arms and stuff. So I was like, that sign automatically tells you stay away from drugs. That is drugs. That is drugs. That's not no, like you said, Willy Wonka. I know Hershey, no Willy Wonka. It's none of that. It has a god on the wrapper. Like, yo, this shit about to make you feel like God. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she was just in the back of the ambulance. She was just giving me all her sorts of information, and she started giving me the name of the guy she worked for, like, cause she worked for some guy that would look for Airbnbs, and she'll like, oh, he'll call her like, yeah, I have this Airbnb, could you come and clean it? So she gave me his information, and I guess this guy parties 24/7, bro, because literally every day, bro, he's at a party, he's at a rave. But it's because how do you say? He hosts this.
Okay.
He hosts these parties and stuff. So I was trying to call him. He wasn't answering. My mom's just bugging out. EMT's like, yo, they're still trying to figure out what happened. I told him after that. I was like, oh, she told me she had a piece of chocolate. And she eventually found out like it had drugs and this and that. So they gave her like, I don't know if they give you like inject you with something.
I think they give you like anti-anxiety medication. I think that's what they do.
Yeah.
because I've known someone that has been tripping and they've had to go to the hospital because they were on a bad trip, and they give you like anti-anxiety medication or something like that, because like that's mostly what happens when you have a bad trip. It's just anxiety.
Yeah, they just need to try to find a way
to chill you out.
Yeah, so I don't know what they did. I don't know if they injected her with something or they gave her something, but they told me, listen, we gave her like 3 doses of that already, and she's still bugging out. I was like,
damn. I mean, she ate a whole
she
fucking
ate the whole bar, and I'm
she
like,
ate the whole
she ate
fucking thing.
So I was like, how hungry was she? That's crazy. But yeah, bro, I got in contact with the guy, and like I said, he parties every day because all I hear in the back. I'm like, okay, my son here, but hello, my mom's in the ambulance. Like, he's like, oh, what happened? You know, all concerned. And then he found out what it was, and he was like, oh, let me know if anything else you need and this and that. I was like, what? I was like, bro,
that shit fire, right?
She works for you, and you over here. Let me know if you like. Stop what you're doing. Come. She's your employee, and you whatever. So A.M.C just took her to the nearest hospital. I stood in the back of the ambulance. My girl drove to the hospital with my 2 brothers too. And yeah, my mom was just bugging out the whole time. I was trying to chill out, and then I told her, I was like, listen, I got friends that do this shit, yo. I got friends that do this shit. Even like 2 chocolate bars, like they eat more, like, and they're all right. They're alive. I'm like, I just need you to chill out right now and do what the doctor tells you. That's it. But she was scared to drive for like a whole 2 straight months. She had me driving her everywhere. I was like, yo, it's about time you just get back behind the wheel, because
you're like trying to put on those big boy
like,
pants.
Yo, like, listen, I got things to do too myself. You gotta start, it was a piece of chocolate. Now, not to take food that don't belong to you. Right, especially with a guy and the rapper,
Does your mom like hate drugs more now because of that?
She hates drugs all the time, bro. All the time.
But does she hate it more now because of that?
I could say that, yeah. I could see that. I don't know, but growing up, she was like, "Oh, I don't want you to be friends with them. All they do is smoke." And this, I'm like, "Listen, we live in a world where everybody smoke, okay? Everybody smoke. You say no, that's a damn lie. Or eat some chocolate. Look at that, eat some chocolate.
Don't take it to fucking Hershey's Park.
Everything is chocolate, bro. She gonna be scared, bro. She gonna walk out of there. I got a phobia. What's your phobia? Chocolate. Yeah, no, but yeah, that's the story. She was scared for 2 months, and she didn't want to drive. She didn't want to eat no candy, no candy. And I here and there I put pranks on her. Listen, I'll go to the deli. Me, I like buying my candies. I get Reese's peanut butter cups, edible chocolates. We don't talk about those. But
he's talking about weed chocolates. Get your shit together, Frankie. Go take another piss.
All different types of chocolates. So what I do is, I put all the candy in my bed. She'll walk into my room and she'll look stuff in my bed, and I see her reaching out. Now, I gotta stop her right away. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm gonna get a candy. I'm like, nah, don't grab my candy. She's like, why not? Remember last time you took a candy, you didn't even know about it. She's like, yeah, it was the same thing. Don't touch my candy. And ever since, she's like, she don't touch my candy, but she's like, she I think she does. Listen, we live where I live. Niggas is smoking in the stairs, in the elevator, morning, nighttime, evening, overnight. So it smells like weed all times at my crib, and she hates the smell. Like, telling you, she hates it. Sometimes she be like, "You come from your room." No, that shit from outside the door. They're in the elevator right now. Like, nah, she hates it. She hates it. It's a crazy story, but I'm glad she's better. And, she learned her lesson. But yeah. That's a story.
Nah, we really wanted to have that story in the podcast for a while.
I know. Me and Frankie had spoke about this. He was like, "Yo, bro, I want to bring you in." And I'm like, "Bro," but you know, I've been busy, bro. I fucking work 2 jobs and shit, bro. Day and night, bro.
You like that meme I sent you yesterday of that dude getting up? It's just like, who always has work?
I got work, man. Yeah, I saw it. It was funny. Yeah, that'd be me, bro. No time, bro. Right now, I clocked out, bro, and I was like, let me come and talk my shit and tell Brian how my day went. You know what I'm saying? See Frankie as well, you know.
Brian, do you care about how his day went?
Appreciate you just work, you know, too.
So Javi asked Brian if he cares about how Angel's day went.
Well, I hope so, because I trained this motherfucker. He's representing me right now. Just this day, though. After that, you know, like, whatever he wants to do outside or inside of work, doesn't matter. Just listen, he didn't burn the store down this first time. My first day as a supervisor, I remember I was so happy that I went through the day. I just bought myself ramen. And
Nice.
Angel, he's probably gonna buy himself a chocolate bar. That's it.
Yo, honestly, man, I'm very, very happy that you told the story. It's one of those funny things where actually, like, one time I saw my mom when I was doing mushrooms, right? Okay. And you know, like, beforehand, like, when I was, like, you know, underage and shit, I was like drinking. No, I wasn't drinking alcohol underage. Actually, I was drinking alcohol of age, but like smoking weed and all that stuff. I would be so nervous to come home and be like, oh my god, like, I gotta see my parents. I gotta look them in the face and just be like, you know. But when I was on shrooms and I saw my mom, that was the least panicked I ever felt while doing a drug. Like, I didn't feel any panic. I just felt like I was just calm. Like, you know, that's somebody that. What's up? You hear me? Oh, nice. Keep hearing me. It was honestly a moment where I looked at her and I knew my pupils were fucked up. Like, I know she was looking at me like how Angel's mom looked at him when she was on the shrooms. But I think it's one of those things where, like, mushrooms are very powerful and it's a delicate thing to handle. But you should also, you know, do them carefully. Because I've heard stories in the news where people have, like, jumped off, like, roofs and this and that because they thought they could fly because of the mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, you always handle carefully. But I saw my mother when I was on mushrooms and I was like, wow, like, this is like, I feel so comfortable and I love her and she gave me life and all that stuff. And it was very interesting. It gave me a different perspective on psychedelics. And I know you always want to do acid and stuff like that. So, like, of course I would want to do it in the future, but just give me some time, motherfucker.
No, Frankie, no.
Just right now.
Now. I got 2 tabs. Come on.
I did tell Javi that before the end of the year, and I'm going to keep the promise that we will do acid together because I trust this motherfucker like a brother. I mean, everybody here is cool as fuck. Except Brian. No, I'm kidding. Everybody here is, like, you know, cool as fuck.
I mean, I've been saying it since day one. Fuck Brian. Like, honestly, like,
it's always fuck Brian. You know what I'm trying to say? But you know, I'm happy that, like, I know we've had Anthony, we've had Brian, now we have Angel. But Angel's story was so special, I think, to me because, you know, you may say that, you know, you need to have all this vocabulary and, like, way of talking to speak to people, but I think the way you tell stories is so specific, interesting, and hilarious because it may not be your intent to be funny, but you tell a story very well. And that's a skill set that's very rare in people. Some people tell a story so shittily where I'm just like, shut the fuck up. No, I'm kidding. But not really. I think I tend to do this a lot when I'm telling stories to people. I try to really just, you know, practice because there's a certain way to tell stories. Mm-hmm. I was telling my friend Tim today at my job that one of my favorite songs by Biggie is I Got a Story to Tell. You ever heard that song?
I don't think so.
It's a great song. And he basically just tells stories throughout the song. And I mean, that's the beauty of music. You can just tell stories. But I think Angel's story has so many elements and it's important to put out to the world. Just like your short story earlier.
I mean, because as soon as Angel told me the story and as soon as you were like, yo, we got to have Angel on the show, I was like, yeah, of course. Like, that'd be fucking great.
Yeah, man.
Like, to have that story out there on the show and shit, that'd be so fucking funny.
And now we do. Now we have it in the 25th episode too.
What a special episode.
What a fucking special. And the reason I wanted you to tell it, I know at first you didn't, Angel, but, you know, today you got your new, you know, promotion at the store that you work, you know, and today now is the first time you speak on a podcast, at least to my knowledge. So I feel like life's full of going towards the new things and not framing away from them. Like, if you have the opportunity to do something, don't be scared because You know, even if nobody listens, like you've made so many people laugh, but also educate people on mushrooms and you know, be careful with them, but they're also fucking awesome. You know what I'm trying to say? And it's cool, man. You got a lot of interesting stuff to say. I would bring them up, but there was one where like somebody pressed you because you were wearing blue at your high school. You couldn't wear blue for the rest of the year.
This shit was crazy, man. I couldn't wear no colors, bro. I had to go black and white, bro. You wear red, yo, you blue, you blue. I'm like, yo.
You look like a 20s cartoon.
Yo, come on, man. I wear yellow. You automatically think you part of getting Lion King. I'm like, no. Wear blue. Blue means a lot. They got Sureños, they got Cribs, they got all sorts of other different games. Listen, man. Listen.
It's okay, Angel. It's
flashbacks. I'm having flashbacks.
That's all in the rear view mirror.
LGBTQ flag must give him fucking flashbacks, bro. He's like, yo, stop the colors, bro. Just stop the fucking rainbow. But yeah, man, you have some of the funniest, but also most interesting stories that I've ever heard. So any last words to the people, my friend? Not last. You can talk whenever the fuck you want. I gotta take a piss, so.
All right, man. Do you? Well, you know, thank you, Frankie, for the shine out, for the promotion. Thanks to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Only some people. Only some people.
Yes, shout out your Twitch. What are you doing?
Yo, so listen, this is I be on Twitch sometimes, bro. Listen, when I be at home, I ain't got nothing to do. I get on Twitch, bro.
I'm sure you did a lot of that in isolation.
I did that. Yeah, I did.
Playing Warzone and shit.
I was Twitch streaming Warzone, Spider-Man. I finished.
You're still
Spider-Man.
playing? Oh, okay. You finished it.
Finished
nice,
it.
Nice. What'd you think of it?
I was like, that's it.
Really?
That's it.
Really? You weren't like
it wasn't like I expected a bigger ending.
Okay.
But
okay.
I understand some of the games, they come out with these DLCs to continue the story.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I don't know. But it was a good game. I'm not gonna lie. I like swinging around the city,
Hell yeah.
So that's dope, do tricks. What else I broadcasted? I'm right now. I'm streaming The Last of Us Part 2.
Nice.
Still trying to finish that game. Pretty good.
Is
game.
it your first time going through it?
Yeah, it is.
Nice.
You liking it? Yeah, I'm liking it. It's actually longer than I thought. I thought at some point
it's a pretty long game.
I thought at some point it was over, and I was like, damn, I'm still playing this shit? I'm like, I've been streaming for like 2 hours, and it's still going on. So I'm like, let me pause the game and stream another day. But yeah, I'm doing that game. Spider-Man, yeah, I did Spider-Man.
Did you spell it out for the people?
What do you mean spell out?
Your Twitch name.
Oh, no. My Twitch is A.M.C. Angel. Keep it simple. A.B.C. Angel.
But how do you spell Angel?
A.N.G.E.L.
You lost me.
Angel.
Nah, you lost me.
A.N.G.E.L.
Okay. Now I got it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad to be here at the podcast. Thank you guys for inviting me.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm always listening to you guys. Like I said, you guys sound like some smart people. Y'all know what y'all talking about.
We don't know shit. It's the mics that make us sound good. We just kind of fuck around and pretend we know what we're talking about.
It's the editing.
Listen, I don't know where you got this mic, this headset. This shit fire though, bro. It sound amazing, bro. Sound like Pop Smoke right now. Ooh. I don't know.
In the boy.
Facts.
Nah, fucking Angel, you're the best. And anybody that wants to say some shit on here is welcome to come because this is a place of unity. What are we? We're the UN. We're the UN of podcasts.
I don't want to be the UN.
You're right. It's kind of boring.
You just invited motherfuckers to your house.
Yo, facts. We're just some random motherfuckers here with some microphones. But that's literally what any place is ever with in terms of entertainment for the world.
That's how you make friends.
Javi always got the free, bro. Pull up. As long as y'all got bud, the doors is open.
To all the strangers that want to come through to smoke at Javi's house, the address is beep, 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 beep.
Like they knock at the door and I'm like, who is it? And they're like, oh, I'm here for the show. I'm like, And then they're like, I got weed. I'm like, okay.
You might as well come in.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up with K2 and see what happens.
Oh, please don't.
Can New York City sell weed? Because a lot of Delhi motherfuckers been telling me they can sell weed, and I feel like they're lying to me. They can.
Technically they can't.
Okay, but some can, right? Ain't there?
But they're doing it anyway.
Because one person told me, and I feel like he was lying his ass off. But the other guy told me, he was like, "No, come through. I'll show you. We grind it, we roll it." But what you gotta say, Andrew?
I mean, there's a store. I don't know if y'all know the store Cookies,
like the brand. Yeah,
that's because they have a permit and they got the license, all that. But you talking about like a random person in the street?
I'm talking like Delhi, like Ox.
And like,
bro, let me tell you about Ox, bro. They don't sell real weed, bro.
Where you from, Angel? If you could tell the people.
Listen, I'm from all over New York, bro. Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn. Shout out Bushwick out there, you heard. But yeah, bro, the shit they be selling at the days, bro. It be, what's the other shit? CBD.
Yeah,
it's
or
not
Delta 8.
It's all lab shit, bro. It's not really weed, so that's why I guess they could get away with it. But bro, I seen some nigga, I seen some Caucasian guy at Central Park. I didn't want to say white. And I don't know.
Why not?
Whatever. I saw some guy.
You see some opposite black person.
Honestly, bro. He was in Central Park. He took out his small table, set his butt out, and it's literally like a small table. He's just sitting there, people walking by, and he's just selling his shit. I'm like, bro, that's crazy. You could do that, but you still gotta watch your back. You got $5. Give out that.
I don't know if you remember, Frankie, but we've actually talked about on the show in episode 10 about
the weed boosting like businesses and stuff like that.
Dispensaries are officially going to open like by the end of this year, rolling into next year and shit like that. So like any shops that have like actual bud or like THC pens and shit like that, it's technically illegal, but they're doing it anyways.
Yeah, because I was in a smoke shop and the guy told me he even let me smell the bud. And again, like some Caucasian was also she was like, "No, trust this shit. This shit is good, at least for me." And I was just squinting my eyes. And for me, regardless of the weed, I mean, I do like to buy weed from dispensaries. Don't get me wrong. Like in Chicago and LA, it's the best. Like it's a promised thing. You ever buy edibles before and it never hit?
Yeah,
it sucks ass, but that doesn't happen with fucking dispensaries. Like dispensaries, you dead ass will buy some weed and that shit will hit like a motherfucker. So, but I prefer to buy my marijuana like off the dealer because I feel that regardless, you get the best price and you get the best control of the weed. I mean, you gotta know the dealer too. Don't buy some off. If you see some motherfucker off the train saying, "I got that sour," probably don't. Probably got the same CBD Angel seen. And those people that have tables in Union Square and stuff, I think your reliable dealer is the best source of weed. Kind of like, support small businesses type shit,
Honestly.
And, yeah. And up until New York City does have the dispensaries that are, reliable and stuff. Because right now they're just medicinal. Like around, even like Williamsburg, there's only 2 that are just strictly medicinal. I don't trust the delis, man. Because the first guy gave me a gut feeling vibe where I was like, nah, bro, I'm not trying to die.
I bought weed from a deli.
Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I don't even know who you are. Well, yeah, he seemed reliable. The second guy, I was like, he was blessing his soul. He was like, we got the best fridge, we got the best this, and I was like, chill, bro, I'm not here for all that. But I did buy some water. But yeah, I'm very grateful. Angel's here. I'm very grateful. Brian's here. Even Jess is here. Jess is about to tell us the best story in about 10 minutes. But you have a story for us. And it is the Mississippi racist cop.
Yes.
Sorry. Who says some racist shit,
I'll read the headline for you again. Mississippi police chief linked to racist recording. So I'll just say this happened on July 19th.
Okay. It was my boy's birthday. Shout out to Timothy.
Nice.
It was his birthday.
Did we say the today's date? Yeah.
Oh no, today is
the 22nd.
22nd.
July 22nd.
The best day in the world.
But yeah, so this story came from MCIR, which is the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting.
Okay.
And pretty much, I'm not going to say this part because it kind of spoils what he says.
How dare you?
I don't know why I wrote it down.
Okay.
But what I will say is that, again, a Mississippi law enforcement officer can be heard bragging about killing 13 people in the line of duty. And in this recording,
that's disgusting.
The supervising officer can also be heard using slurs towards black or gay and telling another officer something that I will tell you later because I think it's better in the context.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant because you can't say it. Because if you gotta say some nasty shit, just blur it out. Just know we're all witnesses to your disgusting voice and language.
I'll say anytime he says the N-word, I'm gonna replace it with snack.
Don't do that. Say snickerdoodle instead. Nah, do whatever you want. You fucking snack. Like, hey, call me later.
Snack with 2 C's.
All right. With 3 K's? No, I'm sorry.
No K's, just C's, buddy. So, anyways.
All right.
So Julian shared the recording with MCIR, and Julian is a civil rights and international human rights organization.
All right.
I don't know what it stands for exactly. I didn't go that far into it. But they got the recording and they shared it with our storyteller MCIR. Okay. And the officer in question is Sam Dobbins. He is the police chief of Lexington in Mississippi, which is 85% majority black town on the edge of the Mississippi Delta.
Wow.
And Dobbins said he was unaware of the recording. When asked about the 13 he killed, he said, "That's something we don't discuss, period." And he also denied using slurs, saying, "I don't talk like that."
The one that did say those things.
Yes.
What a piece of shit. What a lying ass piece of shit.
So Julian obtained the audio from former officer Robert Lee Hooker, who made the tape. And Robert Lee Hooker had this to say about the tape, that it is appalling, racist, hateful, and detrimental to the welfare of the people. This recording proves that the oppressors no longer wear white sheets, but they wear law enforcement uniforms. And that Julian founder Jill Colin Jefferson said she knows Dobbins pretty well, and that is definitely his voice.
Oh, shit.
So
there's no getting around it.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, it's definitely this fucking dude, and he's saying this shit.
Gotcha.
She also says that the recording speaks to a pattern of behavior of Lexington police that residents have shared in community meetings, detailing more than a dozen complaints against the police. And an example of that is that a lifelong resident, Shirley Gibson.
Temple? No, stop.
Damn.
That's a little girl. She's dead by now, probably.
I don't know. Is she?
Maybe. You want to Google that, Brian? No. Is Shirley Temple dead?
Well, supplementary. But lifelong resident Shirley Gibson accused police of breaking into her home on December 2nd. Okay. She says, "An officer caught me by my neck, slung me on the ground. They maced me not once but twice. They jumped on my son. They hit him. They stomped on his feet. Jesus I'm very Christ. Terrified because this isn't the first time they did this. They did not have a search warrant." She said this to the local news, WLBT.
Damn, that fucking sucks.
And she said this at a court meeting and stuff. I read like the article that it was linked to it and stuff. And a lot of people were just kind of saying the same thing of like, it's kind of like the Wild West over here. Like the police are just kind of doing whatever they want.
And what was the town again? It's Mississippi what?
Lexington,
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Remind me to never go over there. But first of all, how you spell Mississippi? Look at me. Spell Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Shut up, Robert. All right. Nice.
I've written it too many times to get it wrong.
I know. I was just hoping for an error. Good shit, though.
He said IPP.
That's a fact. Okay.
But Jefferson, who again is the founder of Julian, said that Julian is calling for the firing of Chief Dobbins and quote unquote, and every problematic officer, as well as a formal investigation by the FBI.
Okay.
On the tape, the supervising officer can be heard saying, "You're going to get some shit in the streets. There's only going to be one man fighting for you, and it's going to be me, okay? To never ruin that all right? Because these other snacks, they're..." And then he says something that is unintelligible. So he says, "They're something."
Okay. But he's saying this to the person that's African-American, black.
He's saying this to another officer.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And he says, "I don't give a fuck if you kill a motherfucker in cold blood. I will articulate to fix the fucking problem, and I'm the only man in the business here that's smart enough to do it." And he continued bragging about his killings, saying, "I've killed 13 men in my career, justified. In my line of duty, I've shot and killed 13 different people." And the officer he was talking to responds, "You shot that many motherfuckers?" And he responds back, "Yes, sir, justified, bro. Ask around." And then the officer begins, Dobbins, he begins to detail some of those cases, saying, "I'm talking about a man had a gun. A man had to die." He described a shootout in a cornfield. He says, "Justified, bro. I shot that snack 119 times, okay? I saved 67 kids in a school. I chased this motherfucker across the field. I got him. He was DRT, dead right there in the field. The vehicle was shot 319 times, but he was hit 119 times by me."
What the fuck? That's fucking ridiculous, man. What the hell? 119 times he shot a motherfucker? Like the 119 times he shot a person, right?
That's what he's saying.
What a piece of shit, man. Who would do that, you know?
But
imagine cops had Uzis. That'd be fucking terrifying.
Oh my god, that'd be so bad.
Like Penguin in Dark Knight, just. You think you could exist in my society? Justified, bro. No, it's terribly sad. It's fucking disgusting. But goddamn, like, there's no way to justify 100 bullets in a human being.
And I think about that shooting or that like chase.
Yeah, no, Jalen Brown, Jalen Walker. Sorry, Jalen Brown is the basketball player.
No, not the video that you sent me from YouTube. Of
the
I
chase.
think about that and how like they fucking shot the car like 100 times.
But even the Jalen Walker guy who was unjustifiably killed, and they put 60 bullets in that guy.
Yeah, I mean they fired 90 times, so it's like definitely even if that it rings like a similar story.
So like all jokes aside, it's just a terrible thing, and especially to be bragging about it. That's why these juries and fucking court sessions are so important, because like you make cops feel better about their decisions when you just commit these disgusting crimes, when you should be putting them in jail. Actually, Thomas Lane so there was 3 officers that killed, not killed, but Derek Chauvin was the one that put his knee on George Floyd's neck. Thomas Lane, who was a part of it because they didn't intervene in that process, he just got sentenced to 2.5 years
for holding down his legs.
No, for maybe that too, but not intervening to stop it. And now the other 2 officers are also, it might not be Thomas Lane, but we'll put it in supplementary because I can't remember right now. But they all should go to jail because, you know, like it's like saying me and you are hanging out, right? And you slap a woman, just, you know, like this bitch, you know, whatever. And I'm like, hey, you probably shouldn't do that, you know, but then I don't stop you. You know, I probably should be a little guilty of not preventing you from doing anything. And you may say, oh, you're just 2 civilians being reckless. But imagine we're cops, you know. I should probably stop your ass from doing some reckless shit. So all 3 of those cops should go to jail. So I think we're going in the right direction of criminalizing these police officers, because when we don't, you know, some people just want to look at these white school shooters as innocent people and these cops who kill black men and women as innocent police officers. But no, they're acting like dickheads and being unfair because, again, Jalen Walker was shot 60 times. And this motherfucker, Robert Cremo III, shot 6 people, killed them, and injured more than a dozen people at the July 4th parade. And he was arrested peacefully and calmly. It's America, you know, and it's sad.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just spoil it now, but the story doesn't have the best ending.
Of course not, because this is America. You know what I'm trying to say?
But I mean, I'll just go on.
Please do, because if you didn't, we wouldn't have a podcast.
I know. But yeah. So where was I?
He said he shot people justifiably, bro. What a dickhead is the word, bro. You know? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, honestly. But let's see, where was I? I lost myself.
My bad.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
He was cleared at the sheriff's office where he worked at the time and received his gun back before he ever sat back down. So they just goes to show.
What was his name, by the way?
Sam Dobbins.
Fuck Sam Dobbins. You piece of shit. I hope we tag him. We call the police department. Be like, yo, this bitch sucks ass. That's all we can say. Right? I can't think of a better comment. I'm a load.
You should call him Snack.
I'm be like, you snack. He was like, call me later.
But when the subject
snack is the funniest replacement for the N-word. It's the funniest. Like you could have thought of so many fucking words, and in the most racist, derogatory, like fucking context, you just snack. I hope you didn't pre-think that.
I did.
You could have just said like black man or something. That's pretty funny.
When I was writing this story, I'm like, what am I gonna say in replacement of this?
Poodle. Fuck yeah. All right. Gucci bag. All right.
But when the subject arised of him talking to someone, of him talking to anyone,
okay, he
responded with homophobic slurs. He said, "I don't talk to fucking queers, and I don't talk to fucking F words." Is what he said.
Oh, Faggots.
Yes.
What should we think of that? Twizzlers.
Yeah,
Twizzlers kind of fits.
Twizzlers. Let's do Twizzlers.
So we got the N word for snacks, and we got the F word
for Twizzlers.
What the fuck do you mean?
I thought we were over slavery. Whoa, what's going on here?
You can't use that word no more. Soon we'll be able to say slavery. They wanted to use a word instead of slavery. They wanted to say
You were telling me this last episode or something.
They wanted to replace the word slavery with like this is not the exact word, but it pretty much fit unlucky people, which is like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you can't replace that word. But I mean, apparently Angel wants to go get some black people at the deli. he said snacks. That's the terminology. Twizzlers can be offensive. Like if Twizzlers didn't exist.
You talking about that Twizzlers or you talking about the two?
No, Twizzlers is homosexual people. And snacks are black people. So
well, we're just saying that.
Like if you call somebody a Twizzler, if you call me a Twizzler, I'd be like, whoa. The fuck did you just call me? I don't like licorice, first of all.
You don't like licorice? That's interesting.
I don't like black licorice.
Whoa. Wow. Episode 25 and it all comes out.
Nobody likes black licorice.
Wow.
That's pretty. Brian, you like black licorice? Yes, you like black licorice? Nobody likes black licorice.
I like that black jelly bean too, bro.
Oh, whoa.
Damn.
That's where I draw the fucking line, Angel. Don't you dare come at black frijoles of jelly.
I like every other jelly bean.
All right. Fair enough. It's pretty funny. Oh, what happened at the end of this story? So sorry.
So I got you.
Okay.
So he continued with saying more crazy shit. He started talking of an officer who was perpetually late. He said, "I can be a motherfucker. I really can. I can only pay you 32 hours a week. You can work all you want to." And then he started to describe that he inherited his tough ways from the one who trained him. And he says, if the suspect got out of line, I didn't open the door. I smashed the motherfucker through the window. It would get your attention real quick. And continued to say that the bad guys, he said, think it's a game. And so Dobbins was appointed by the Lexington Board of Aldermen last July.
Okay.
And on the tape, he can also be heard saying, I work for the board, so when I want something, I want it right then. So just another fact of his privilege. And
this is a white person, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Of course.
But Jefferson, the founder of Julian again, said they haven't seen this level of callousness since Bull Connor, the commissioner of public safety, who used fire hoses and dogs on children protesting in Birmingham in 1963.
That's terrible.
Which is pretty wild. They didn't link an article to that, but I wish they did.
I mean, we could always discuss it later, but at the end of the day, I mean, what happened to this guy?
So they said that the town of Lexington never shifted from Jim Crow like other small towns and that they just stopped paying attention. So this story got updated the following day on July 20th.
So this is like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
So on July 20th, the Lexington Board of Aldermen voted 3-2 to fire Dobbins. The two who voted to retain him were Richard Spencer, who was the former mayor of Mississippi.
Suck dick, Richard Spencer.
And
respectfully.
Charles Simmons, who was a black alderman.
What the fuck is up with you, Charles Simmons?
I don't know.
You dickheads. What's up with you, man?
But in the time being, Charles Henderson has been appointed interim chief. But again, Jefferson, the founder, she says this firing is a victory for the community, but the board is still ignoring the issue because she continues to say that Henderson has been a subject of a number of complaints by residents and that the current culture of policing must be rooted out completely. And that's what I got for you. That's a story. This piece of shit got fired at least.
Oh, so he did get fired.
Yeah.
I thought you said it wasn't gonna be that happy ending. Oh, he got fired, not punished.
He got fired. He hasn't gotten punished. And on top of that, someone else that's been in question of complaints with other residents is now in interim charge.
You know what that reminds me of? The CEO of Blizzard. Remember the one that was making Bobby Kotick. This motherfucker. We're back at you, Bobby Kotick. When he was basically, in short, running an operation in terms of business that was sexist towards the woman in the workplace, and ultimately he didn't get punished. He just got what happened to him?
I mean, he just basically got a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do an update on that because he's still CEO and they're still going to let him be CEO.
And it's crazy because, it's one of those things. The theme today is chocolate bars, candy. Our Angel just pulled out our Reese's Cups, one of the best candies on earth. I think so. All right. Nobody disagrees. Thank you. I just think that slap on the wrists are too common, not only for the ones that are in charge and leading this world in terms of, police and politically and all that stuff, but it's just unfortunate. And, we joke all the time about everything because we can, and we will continue to do so. But it's still unfortunate and not fair to the people that have suffered because of his policing.
I actually forgot to tell you, after this episode, I'm not making any more jokes.
Oh, yeah?
It was just the first 25 episodes.
So you're just going to stop making jokes?
Yeah. On episode 26, it's serious.
Why did Michael Jackson like 25-year-olds?
You said this joke already.
But why did he like 25-year-olds?
I'm not entertaining you.
Ask me why.
I'm not entertaining you.
Angel, say why.
I want to know why, bro.
Because there was 20 of them. There was... That's not my joke. Go see Louis C.K.'s movie. I got that from Louis C.K.'s movie. 4th of July, go watch that shit. Great movie. I'm gonna be a dickhead, steal the joke. It's a funny joke. You're laughing now, Javi. So fuck the seriousness. You gotta.
But we're still on episode 25. I can still make jokes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, after 25.
Yeah. On episode 26, I start. Yo,
I fucked up.
Open your ears.
I'm drinking.
Take your ears and open them.
I'm drinking. Let's make that a shirt. I'm drinking. That's a good shirt. That's a great shirt.
No, it should say, sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm drinking.
All right, that could be cool too. Or sorry, I didn't anything. I'm drinking. You know what I mean? Yo, Brian, you holding this live up. What the fuck do you think about what we just said? What did you? Oh shit! Don't be careful with the microphone. It's about to fall.
Yo, the guy's a piece of shit. But I mean, there's always been if there was a movie with what's his face? With Michael B. Jordan and Jamie Foxx.
Michael B. Jordan, Jamie Foxx. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's the one where he
the boxing one, no?
No.
Oh,
Go pee. So it's basically, I guess, the one where it's back in times and they're Michael B. Jordan is trying to get some African Americans that were wrongfully detained and sentenced to death.
Mm-hmm.
And funny enough, the officer who planted the evidence, who it's proven that he planted the evidence, kind of like the similar story to you, like to yours right now, the ones you just shared. He didn't get fired. He was actually voted to stay in.
Wow.
So in the in the edits, stuff like that, when they show it, they're actually, what they're saying is that this guy never got fired. Like, he stayed as a sheriff for about another extra 20 or 30 years. So when you said these slap in the wrist, imagine the people that don't get the slap in the wrist, imagine the people
there's still definitely a lot of people getting away with
and
it.
Especially when you see it down south. Hold on, let me look it up. Michael B. Jordan and Jamie Foxx.
The movie sounds so familiar. I just cannot
I remember seeing
it.
It was such a sad movie, but it was something that that when you watch it, you it just shows how law isn't perfect. The system isn't perfect, and there's definitely loopholes everywhere. It's something when I study laws again, there's literally a loophole for everything and anything. So it's as long as you're very good equipped about the English language and how you can interpret it, you can basically get away with anything. And that's something. Another movie too was with Gerard Butler, and Jamie Foxx.
The White House movie?
No. It was the one where It was with damn, it was crazy, but it was about basically like the one who's like reduces the sentence. So Jamie Foxx's character is the one who
Gamer?
No, definitely not. Damn. And
damn, you're pulling movies that I don't know, Brian.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So the one with Jamie Foxx was called Just Mercy.
Just Mercy. I've never heard
it was
of
with
it.
Jamie Foxx and Michael B. Jordan, and again, like he did not get a slap in the wrist. He stayed in, like he stayed.
What was the movie?
Just Mercy. Yeah, it's basically just Michael B. Jordan just trying to help out African Americans that were put sentenced to death in the South, and they were going up against a sheriff who was known to plant evidence or without just cause, whatever the case, like without like the reasonable things to attain a person. And he stayed in power. He stayed in power for the next 20, 30 years. But then there are people like Michael B. Jordan's character who do the good fight and just they have it's like a non-profit where like
oh wait, is this the one where they have like court scenes and stuff like that?
that
okay,
yeah,
I do. I never saw it, but I remember like the trailers and stuff.
Yeah, it's a very sad movie because not only do they show how, I mean, again, like I've never seen interviews about people who have been put into like death sentence. I've only seen through like cinematic views. I've never seen documentaries. But in the show, they show how there was this one person who had PTSD, African American, came back from serving, I guess, in Vietnam, and one of those wars, and
damn.
So then like, he comes back and he ends up blowing up like a house with children in there and stuff like that, and like he's in prison, he's literally waiting to get like sentenced to death, and he's going through. It was so sad because he was just like. He was like, "Oh man, like I deserve this. I deserve this. Blah blah blah. I deserve this." And his cellmates are like, "Oh man, no, you don't. It's because you served your country, man. You're not right in the head. They didn't try to take care of you afterwards. Like it's not your fault. Don't say that." And it was so like the way he talking is like, you're right. Like he suffered because of his country, right? So it's and like he did something bad. Obviously, like he ended up killing innocent people because of PTSD, but then like you realize it's like, well, like he didn't get the help, and like, that like, he was like, the people his comments were like, you're not right in the head, like it's not your fault, like you were right before this and stuff like that, and then he gets sentenced to prison. You see when they put I think it's the electric chair, and that image was so like, it was real, it was raw, and I was just like, oh shit. And but again, like for the story that you said for that movie Just Mercy, like people don't get slapped in the wrist. Like the guy from Activision, like say he's still just the way that sheriff is served for 20 years. I'm pretty sure that guy that CEO from Activision is probably going to serve another like 10, 20 years too. Right? But it's important to put like their name in the,
at least like get it out there.
Yeah, get it out there,
like,
what they're doing. Yeah.
Because if like we're not talking about it, they're just going to keep getting away with it. All we can hope for is that by talking about it, bringing more attention to it, that we can maybe find a solution to it.
Yeah. And I'll keep looking up the movie. I'll look up the sheriff's name, but yeah, I mean it's shitty because these are people in power,
Yeah.
One holds a gun and one has $1 billion, so it's crazy how like they won't get the slap in the wrist. They'll just keep going,
Yeah.
It sucks.
I don't know. A movie you was talking about? Hold on, my finger. I don't know what movie you're talking about, but yeah, man, the slap on the wrist are too common with all this stuff that's happening. And
Just Mercy, Frankie.
What do you mean? Oh, just movie?
That's the movie.
Michael B. Jordan be shooting like 10,000 movies for no reason. He doing too much.
It was a pretty good joke in Space Jam, the new one.
No one.
They're like, they're gonna have the final like game and whatever, and it looks like it's not looking too good for them and whatever, and like fuck, what are we gonna do? And Daffy comes in, he's like, guys, I found Michael Jordan. I found him. He was just there in the crowd. I found him. We can do it again. And
they found Michael Jordan in the crowd. Like they didn't already notice him. It was Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck? Like if Michael Jordan walked in right now, you think I'm gonna do an hour later like this motherfucker's right here.
And so fucking like Daffy's like, everyone's like, oh, okay, we'll pull him out. Right. And Daffy's like, all right. And he pulls him out and it's Michael B. Jordan. And Bugs is like, no, that's Michael B. Jordan.
I'd be just as disappointed. I don't care for Michael B. Jordan. What movies has he done that were significant?
I mean, Creed is really good.
I never watched it. I never watched it. I never, just Mercy. No, I'm kidding. He's probably a very good actor. That's all I'll say. I never seen most of his movies or any of his movies, so I can't really say.
Have you seen Black Panther?
Yeah, but I fell asleep. I didn't fall asleep because it was bad though. I fell asleep because I was just tired.
You're a baby.
I was just tired, bro.
You're just a widow baby that needs to be cuddled when they go to sleep.
Basically, I only fall asleep to two things: being tired and Michael B. Jordan movies.
Damn.
Basically, bro. But yeah, fuck that cop, that Mississippi cop, that MISSISSIPPI cop.
Nice.
And all those dickheads that are bad at doing their jobs. I have friends that are cops, so I mean, be better, please, because we ain't trying to see you in jail. But if you act like a dickhead, I don't mind seeing you in jail. Ultimately, yeah, that's pretty.
If you're a dickhead, go to jail.
Talk to the camera real quick. We got a little IG live going on. People are here.
All I gotta say is, guys, thanks for fucking watching.
Seriously, thanks for watching.
Episode 25.
There's a couple of people on this shit, man.
Nice.
It's great. I'll start a new one in a bit, but my phone is dying, so we gotta set it up in a certain way. Or like I don't gotta hold it like how I am right now because it's crazy.
Also, you don't want to just like stick your arm out.
Yeah, for the audio listeners,
my comfortable angle for left arm. The next hour.
Yeah, this is not humanly possible to do for the next fucking hour. It's a fact. But yeah, thank you for listening on IG Live, on Spotify, YouTube, TikTok, whatever. Just thank you. 25 episodes, man. Angel really left the Reese's Cups.
Oh shit, he just fucking left it. That's wild.
What a sweetheart.
Wow. I love that, man.
You know what? We're not gonna eat it though, because it might have shrooms.
Can you pass me a piece, please?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, and now we move on to the third topic.
Yeah, so again, the third topic I got for you. This is the last topic.
Hold on.
So the sheriff's name is Tom Tate.
Tom Tate.
When the movie came out, it was like 2018 or 2017. So after that movie came out, he retired. So imagine he spent all that time since like
still like serving and shit. That's wild.
Fucking crazy.
Nice. And when you can, pass some of that Voodoo Ranger, because we're sponsored by Voodoo Ranger.
You want some of my Voodoo Ranger, my guy?
I mean, I never tried the Juicy Haze IPA.
Ooh, you gotta try some of that Juicy Haze IPA.
That IPA?
That IPA. Let me get that nice cracking sound.
That was fucking smooth, bitch. That was smooth. That might have we've been trying to get these smooth sounding like beer openings, and that was the best one. Even Link, your dog right here, he's saying, "The fuck was that?" Oh, I'm sorry, Link. I'm so sorry.
Yo, you abusing my dog now?
So sorry, Link.
What'd you do to him?
Nah, I went up for the head pets and I hit his nose, but not too bad.
I've always wanted to teach Link German so I could teach him to attack people. So I could just be like, "Heis!"
Right now, he should attack me. That was my bad, Link. I'm so sorry. He looked at you. He was like, "What the fuck this motherfucker just did to me?" So sorry, Link. You sniffing the lemonade right now? Wherever you want to go, Link. My bad. Let me get one pack. You know I always fuck with you, Link.
Should we bring Link when we do the promotion?
Of course. Link is the GOAT. Link is more like, well, thanks for half the phone, by the way.
You didn't tip the cup.
You ever run out of pour a beer?
You didn't tip the cup.
I got you. Look, he's like, nah, I used to pour beer like this all the fucking time. But we are up to the third topic. Thank you very much for the IPA.
Of course, my guy. Yeah, we're at the third topic. Again, I'll read it for you. Werner Reich, who learned magic in Auschwitz, dies at 94.
That's fucking crazy. So what's up with that?
So this guy, it's nothing like necessarily like groundbreaking in terms of big news or anything like that. This is more of a biopic, I guess. Just a little introspective of this guy's life.
All right.
Not his entire life, but just sort of like the more important bits, I guess.
Got you.
But the article opens up where I really like the way it opens up because it says, in the Auschwitz barracks were starving, emaciated, dying men were crammed 6 to a bed. Werner Reich's closest neighbor was a gentlemanly German Jewish man in his 30s named Herbert Levin, who had been known before World War II as Novelli the Magician.
Okay.
And pretty much in early 1944, Mr. Reich, Werner Reich, who was 16 at the time, returned to the barracks from a work assignment. And he climbed to the top of his bunk and he watched Mr. Levin Novelli shuffle a dirty deck of cards that the prison guards had given him so that they could be entertained pretty much. And he says, and I couldn't understand it, having a deck of cards in Auschwitz was like finding a gorilla in your bathroom. He said that in a TED Talk in 2020.
Having a dirty deck of cards is finding like a gorilla in your bathroom.
Yeah. Of
course. The Art Spiegelman book, Mouse, I think the funny thing is that what I've learned from it, even though it's just a comic book that they want to ban for some reason in some states because they're dumb.
Because they're snacks.
Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck? that doesn't really apply, motherfucker. What the
I just wanted to say that.
So 2022 cancel Javi, not me, because Javi's I don't know, man. But I'm still gonna do the podcast with you. I'll catch the heat with you, but motherfucker, what the fuck? Clearly they weren't though. They were these white boys with the fucking blue eyes, but they traded off a lot of things with the Jews that were Jewish people that were in the Holocaust because it would just benefit them, just like the guy the main character's grandfather who could fix shoes, and the Nazi that needed his shoes fixed was like, hey, fix my shoes. If you're able to fix my shoes, you'll be able to fix all the other Nazi shoes, and we'll trade off. So like the deck of cards, it may have been a rarity, but regardless, it was something offered because I think at the end of the day, human interaction is kind of something hard to limit off.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I always think about that
the cop who fell in love with that prisoner recently.
No,
because I thought of that just now.
I think about the battle that happened on Christmas Day.
When they played soccer with one another
and they just started playing soccer.
Yeah, that always saddens me because I feel today we're just more educated on things, right? So to cause more havoc today is to just ignore the resources provided to you, or you could provide to yourself. You feel me? I feel like ignorance is stronger to uphold today than it was before. Not to justify the ignorance beforehand, but it's just that you can access more things that will give you more perspective that can, maybe persuade you to stop being such a dickhead to the other people because of how they exist. We have things, at Google even, but beforehand, like that time period, like they were so ignorant in a justifiable manner because they only knew what the world has taught them. I don't know for sure though, because books has been around and shit too, and like philosophers and scientists and doctors and shit. But I mean, tell the people what you're talking about though, the Christmas Day thing.
Yeah, I mean, I remember whenever I think about this, because I learned it in class and stuff, but whenever I think about this, I think about this Doctor Who episode.
Okay.
Where, because in Doctor Who, he's in a traveling machine, whatever.
In a telephone booth.
In a telephone booth.
I gotta check this shit out.
Called the TARDIS.
Nice.
I love it.
Nice.
But
hey.
The TARDIS. Wait.
Oh, you got the socks?
Those?
Show the camera. Hey. TARDIS socks.
But
it's like tartar sauce.
Damn. Don't disrespect the TARDIS like
First
that.
of all, don't disrespect tartar sauce because tartar sauce is good.
It's okay.
All right. Don't argue.
But the doctor pulls up.
Damn. I'm kidding. Whoa. All right.
The doctor pulls up on that day. Like, I forget what happened, but by the end of the episode, they crash pretty much at that point in time.
We're basically both sides in World War.
I think it was World War II.
They stopped fighting on Christmas Day to play soccer.
Christmas Day, and they just start singing with one another, and they just put down their guns
to the Germans and the Americans,
and they just fucking play soccer.
That's crazy. That's so sad.
And Doctor Who shows that so beautifully, where he's like, when they're there, he starts like realizing a little more. He's like, wait a second. This is the day that like this happens, and like the snow starts falling down, and then they start singing, and everyone just kind of like starts standing up and putting their guns down. It's like it's a really beautiful scene.
Man, war must be the craziest thing in the world. I've watched World War II in color or World War I. Whenever D-Day happened, I always forget. And I saw some footage that they put in color, and some of the kids that were there, because they were like young as fuck. I won't consider them adults. They were young as fuck, especially for the context they were placed in. I mean, they just look so young that they reminded me of the friends that I know that literally look like them. And I was just like, thankfully we don't live in those times because that sucks ass. Like, we could do a podcast, those motherfuckers got to shoot a bullet and possibly get shot in the face. Yeah. I don't want to get shot in the face, Javi.
Nah, neither do I. Neither do I. Trust you, me.
Cops. All right.
But So yeah, this guy, he said that like having a deck of cards in Auschwitz was like finding a gorilla in your bathroom.
Okay.
He continued to saying, and then Mr. Levin turned to me and offered me the deck and said, pick a card. So I picked a card and he performed a card trick for me. And he says that to a teenager who had never seen a card trick, he said it was a miracle.
Okay.
And Mr. Levin explained the trick to Mr. Reich. And Mr. Reich just replayed the instructions in his mind for the rest of his time at Auschwitz.
Wow.
And it was a distraction that helped him survive the horrors of Auschwitz.
Also.
And that even through the 35-mile death march in snow and ice on the way to the Mauthausen concentration camp in Austria near the end of the war, only after he was liberated and found his way to England several years after did he buy a deck of cards and perform the magic on his own. So he never got to perform it while he was in these camps and stuff.
Beforehand.
It was just, he just sort of replayed the instructions in his head. And then once he was free, the first thing he did was buy a deck of cards so he could do that trick.
I thought it was like, hey, go into this oven. And he was like, but I bet you I could get your card though. And the guards were like, oh, Hitler gotta see this. That's what I thought was happening. So he was able to learn magic before the Holocaust began.
Well, during the Holocaust.
During the Holocaust, he learned magic, and then post-Holocaust, he was able to display his magic to the survivors.
After it, he was able to like actually apply it and stuff.
But he found the deck in the Holocaust.
Yes.
All right.
So, yeah, and
you think Hitler liked magic?
Did he look like magic? No. Do you want me to?
No. Do you think he liked magic?
Oh, did he like magic? I mean, why not?
Like, I mean, he was a crazy motherfucker. He might have not liked sugar.
I mean,
he's just a weird bitch.
I mean, he became a magician for a reason.
You mean Hitler or that guy? I'm talking about Hitler. You think Hitler liked magic?
Hitler.
Yeah, of course he liked magic. He's a magician. It's like if a chef likes food.
I was so confused by your question. I was like, what the fuck?
Like, I'm asking you, if the peanut butter maker likes peanut butter, of course, but if the guy's allergic to peanuts, does he like peanuts? That doesn't translate very well. Do you think Hitler liked magic?
I think Hitler probably was entertained by magic but didn't care for it.
You think he liked magic performed by German people, not Jews?
Probably.
That sucks. I don't know if David Blaine is Jewish, but if he is,
damn,
sucks for Hitler because that's a crazy magician. These are the things I wonder about. Okay, but so post-Holocaust, he
able to get the deck of cards and he starts doing the magic on his own. And he says, and it worked. It worked beautifully. And Mr. Reich, who became an engineer after his immigration to the United States, never lost his love for magic. He was performing close-up tricks of cards and coins for small groups of other magicians at temples and at sons' birthday parties.
Gotcha.
He unfortunately died on July 8th at his home in Smithtown, New York, in Long Island, and his son David said, and he was 94.
Such a Jewish name. I'm just kidding. David is part of the Bible, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Shout out to David Ortega. I don't know. I'm sorry if I said your last name, but it could be any David Ortega, so not really.
There's like 50 David Ortegas that come up.
Well, if the one we know listens to this, hit me up and say what? Say,
don't use my last name.
All right. Say whatever. Anyways.
But yeah, so the article gets a little bit more into his early life. Like he was born in Berlin in October 1st, 1927. His mother was awarded the Iron Cross for her work as a nurse in Germany on the Eastern Front during World War I. And his father, Wilhelm, was also an engineer, which definitely speaks to him being an engineer later in his own life.
Yeah. So he was always a magician, but he was also an engineer later on.
Yes.
That's awesome, man.
I guess like engineering was like how he paid the bills and magic was just like his hobby, like on the side type deal.
It should be the other way around.
Should be.
One day, hopefully we could pay the bills with this podcast.
Honestly.
Man.
But the Reich's comfortable life was shattered in 1933 when the Nazis came to power, and Wilhelm Reich was forced out of his job as an engineer because he was Jewish. Damn. They fled to Yugoslavia, where Mr. Reich died of natural causes in Zagreb in 1940. So his father died pretty early on in terms of the war and stuff.
Gotcha.
And that when the Nazis invaded the country in 1941, Werner's mother sent him and his sister Renate into hiding with different families. Werner lived for about 2 years with a couple who were part of the resistance movement until Gestapo agents arrested him. And once he was arrested, he began his life as a prisoner, which once he was a prisoner, he could actually look out his window and spot his mother in the prison yard, which is really sad. And that
sucks.
And that it was the last time he saw her before she was presumably murdered.
Of course.
Which really sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I feel that regardless of how we speak about the Holocaust, joke or not, I mean, obviously take a joke because it's a terrible thing. But I hope that if you do feel inclined to feel offended by anything or enjoy our jokes, that at the point in the base of everything is to research into the Holocaust. Because I feel that, I mean, one thing that I think that people shouldn't do is hate on something they're uneducated about. Not that we're experts, but we've at least really actually dived into like things about the Holocaust and stuff. And I make jokes about anything just because I feel that, feel offended about it, tell me what you know about it. But if you don't know anything about what you're offended about, you learn something yourself. But if you're an expert and you're offended at me, respect, But I feel that as long as
actually, Frankie.
But I just feel that as long as we're exposing you to whatever the fuck you're upset about, I hope we're reminding you of that stuff that exists. I hope, like, if you've lived the past summer and you haven't thought about the Holocaust and you're upset about me and you, I don't want to say that we're upset often or like reminded and all that stuff about that. How about you look into that and find ways you can help them? I mean, we even Art Spiegelman's Mouse is sold on the Jewish Museum's website. I forget which website, but they're sold on it and they benefit the Jewish Foundation with that book and everything. And so, I mean, we don't do these things because we're just dickheads. Maybe a little, but we
care.
We care.
Our hearts are so big. Like
they have yarmulkes on them.
Our hearts are like pandas. They're black and white and all that stuff. Like,
I'm surprised you didn't say snacks.
Our hearts are real snacks.
That's the funniest thing in the world. But yeah, man, that rest in peace to this guy. But continue, you have more to say about him?
Yeah.
What's up?
So his life, like once he was actually in the camps and stuff, he was at the Therensizat concentration camp. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
You sound like you know.
Want me to spell it for you?
Yes, that'd be the best way.
THERESIENSTADT.
That was one word?
That was one word.
Yeah, I don't know the fuck you just said. Hold on, Jess about to pronounce it for us live on the podcast. Give the mic to Jess so she can pronounce it.
This word right here.
This scholar is about to tell us. She's about to school us. Theresienstadt. Nice. Theresienstadt Jews. That was the camp they were in?
That was the camp that he was in specifically, but which, funnily enough, is actually now the Czech Republic.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, which is just pretty crazy.
I think it'd be like, it's now Disneyland. Walt Disney is buried under Disney World.
I mean, that's what they say.
That's what they say. Whoa. All right.
But one of his jobs in the camp was to exterminate vermin with the cyanide-based pesticide Zyklon B, which is the same gas that the Germans use in the gas chambers.
Wait, what'd you say earlier than that though? Before the Germans that used it.
So one of his jobs was to exterminate vermin with this gas.
Wow.
In the camp.
That's terrible. That's fucking disgusting.
And at Auschwitz, when he and other prisoners ran naked past a Dr. Joseph Mengele, who would decide who was fit enough to work and who went to the gas chambers, they tried to be robust enough to avoid being selected for death. So it's like the second this like doctor came up, they would just try to like look bigger and just not look as skinny anymore and whatever, so that they could try and like not have to be sent to death.
Wow.
He says, we were running for our lives. We tried to look bigger, stronger. We'd smile, do anything under the sun to look for work. But that's a little snippet of how it was like for him in the camps and stuff.
And there's a whole obviously extensive story to it.
He has done a lot of work in talking like in events and things like that.
Do you know if he's written a book?
I'll get to that in a second, actually.
Nice. Okay, cool.
But yeah, he survived Auschwitz. He survived the death march that I mentioned, the 35-mile march.
What is that?
So once they were done in Auschwitz and stuff, they sent everyone to Austria. and that was like a 35-mile walk, and they had to do that in the cold and everything.
Sucks ass.
And it was so cold in the frigid conditions that the frostbite led to the amputation of parts of the toes on his right foot.
Damn.
And that in the final few months of imprisonment in Mauthausen, before United States Army troops liberated the camp on May 5th, 1945. So, yeah, this guy, he's seen all of it firsthand, which is pretty incredible. When he was 17, he weighed 64 pounds.
Jesus Christ. You know, there's a story about kids today. There was a father who rubbed himself in testosterone gel, and then he hugged his kid. In the article, the kid was reported to be bigger in weight and size, but the mother was also quoted as saying his dick was huge compared to he was like a baby and his dick was like of a 2-year-old. That's the mother's word. I know that's not the same, but it's just want to bring that up because that's fucking hilarious. But it's not funny. He was how at 17 years old, how much did he weigh?
At 17, he weighed 64 pounds.
That's fucking malnutrition to the fucking T. Yeah. That's crazy.
But Mr. Reich returned to Yugoslavia, and after 2 years, he fled to England, where he became a tool and a die maker and met his future wife, Ava Schiff.
Hey.
She was among the 669 Czech children, mostly Jews, who were rescued before the outbreak of World War II in 1939 by Sir Nicholas Winton, who was a British stockbroker.
Okay.
And this Sir Nicholas Winton guy, what he used to do is that he used bribes, forgery, and secret contracts with the Gestapo to bring the children to Britain by train and boat. So he was just kind of underground railroad type people.
Okay. He would save the people.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he meant he trapped them into it.
No, he would get people out of these these tough situations during World War II and stuff, and away from the German people and whatnot.
Got you.
But yeah, Mr. Reich and Miss Schiff married in England and emigrated to the United States in 1955. And he earned a bachelor's degree at City College in New York.
Hey, I went there.
Nice.
Let's fucking go. Me and my brothers. Alumni motherfuckers. I mean, I don't got no credibility like this guy, but, I survived the city. No, I'm kidding.
But he worked as an engineer at Nabisco and the Hills supermarket chain.
Okay.
And over the last 25 years, like I mentioned, he has spoken to schools, synagogues, and other groups about his Holocaust experience. To students, he's also delivered an anti-bullying message. He said, good people did nothing, whether a friend or a country. He said, if you see someone bullied, and this is in reference to his father, he said, if you see someone bullied, stick up for them, do something.
Yeah, man, I agree with that too. It may be hard to do so, and I don't fault anybody for sticking up for people, And I got some stories about that, sticking up for people that I'll mention later in the podcast, because I think they're pretty juicy, but they're pretty fucking harsh. So I'm going to wait till I can get the approval of the people that I was with for those situations. Okay. But I do think that for me, and I'm not trying to sound like a hero, I'm trying to make myself look better. I just feel like for me, it's irresistible to when I see somebody that's being picked on, that I just want to stick up for them. That doesn't mean you always should, because, you never know what the people will have on them, and you put yourself in danger and stuff.
Yeah.
But for me, it's just irresistible just because, if I'm able to, I want to. And when I see these videos, especially in New York City where it's a crazy world, people get picked on or grabbed by the hair. I saw some video of some lady get grabbed by the hair by some guy, and she was forced to sit next to him. And there was about 6 to 7 to 8 people on the train. Nobody did anything. And I feel that there's a certain term, the standby effect, which is where people are just kind of complacent in terms of, violent situations and this and that. And there's a certain extent as to which you are able to do that mentally because you're worried about the violence towards yourself. But also collectively, we're able to stop a problem in the moment. And in the future of phones and everything, I feel today, and I'll say this as just a theory, right? If you feel today that you are always worried about being videographed, you should also realize that your misactions can be just as held against you as your, actions. Because if there's 5 of you and somebody unarmed, presumably, is doing something terrible to somebody else unarmed, you should be able to step in collectively, because the power of 5 is, at most times stronger than the power of 1, And the standby effect, I think, will change in the future. I know that's not like, I can't say that as fact because I don't want to be a dickhead and get somebody hurt, whatever. But I think that you should consider that because you can't help. You know, you can't help. People carry around these like alarms that make loud noises whenever they feel attacked, particularly women. I think it's important, but I also feel that people around can do more to help other people. I think it's crucial and important, and not just other women, other men. Most men think that they don't have to help other men, but it's like, hey, bro, if you were in that same situation, you would want some help. And I've been in situations where I've seen things and I'm trying to help out, but then other people will get mad at me for helping out. I'm like, bitch, fuck you. Like, thankfully I got away unharmed, but other friends of mine haven't. So
all I gotta say is, Frankie, never help me.
I'm not.
I'm a strong, independent man, and I don't need your help. If you see me getting beaten up, I'm gonna just be like, no, I'm good.
I hope some guy comes up to you and they're gonna say, I'm gonna hit you for no justifiable reason, and I'm gonna be there eating my tacos. Like, whatever, bro. fuck.
And I'm just and I'll accept it. I'm gonna be like, you know what? I respect that. He's not getting in my business.
Facts. And you know what? Fuck it, yo. Get some chases. It's some good mixers. And there's ice in the fridge. Cut that out. I mean, at the end of the day, be safe always. And I know it's a terrible world. And god damn, bro, it's a terrible world. You feel me? I've been watching the Nicholas Cruz case, the Highland Park shooter who shot up like about 14 to 17 people in the high school. I forget where, but it's Highland Parker. Terrible.
Yeah. I mean, I'll get through the rest of this story. It's not too much more. It's not too much more. I
hope not, Javi, because you've been. I'm kidding.
But let's see, where did I leave off? Yeah, he said the thing about
he
bullying.
Married with his wife and everything. No bullying. Said no college.
Bullying. But in addition to David, his Mr. Reich's son, he's also survived by another son, Mikhail, and 4 grandchildren.
Nice.
So a good amount of his family survived at the end of the day. And his wife died in 2016. His sister, Renee Romano, survived the Holocaust and immigrated to the United States in 1948 and died in 1999. Mr. Levin's card tricks, Novelli, the guy that Mr. Reich met in Auschwitz, his tricks stayed with Mr. Reich the rest of his life. He says, "We loved anything that could take us away from Auschwitz for even a moment, that could take our minds off our memories and the horror around us." He said that in a 2017 interview. In England, he immersed himself in magic. He bought a deck of cards and some magic tricks and books, and still more tricks and books. He says, "There's a very, very thin line between a hobby and insanity." He said that at a TED Talk that he did.
That's also very close to our A.M.C. conversation. There was, we can't say it now, but there's a certain line about happiness and insanity.
Yes.
So I don't want to spoil nothing, but holy fuck.
And
wow.
I will say,
this whole episode has been associated with our A.M.C. section.
And I will say, even in my short story, I have Mark Twain's quote about insanity.
That's what it was then. I'm bugging out because I was thinking about your Mark Twain quote. What was it?
Insanity, happiness are an impossible combination.
But they also said something about the A.M.C. section, right? Am I bugging or no?
No, I mean, with the A.M.C. section, like they
mentioned that, right?
They definitely mentioned something like that.
But what I was trying to refer to is your Mark Twain quote that you mentioned in your short story. That happiness is impossible without insanity. What was
happiness and insanity are an impossible combination.
Same shit. But no, but I agree with that. I kind of don't though. I really don't. I don't. But I think it's like a relative quote. How can I say? It's a quote that's accordingly relatively. If that makes any sense.
Bruh, what?
like certain times of your age can relate to that quote, but I don't think that fits a whole life.
Oh no,
you know what I
doubt.
mean? Like I think when you're younger and confused, or even older confused, you can relate to that. But I don't think that sums up an entirety of a lifetime, because I think whether you mature earlier or older, you can relate to that quote, but it really doesn't sum up your whole lifetime.
You know where I got that quote from?
Dr. Seuss.
Wilfred.
Give me some fucking knuckles.
Fucking love that show.
I feel like there's a couple things that like knot up our friendship, and I think Wilfred is one of those fucking. We gotta do a fucking special episode on Wilfred.
That'd be
fair enough.
Dope.
How about one day we talk about the whole show? Brian, you ever watch Wilfred? No. You ever watch Wilfred, Jess? That's what you said? Oh, bro, that's a good show. Jess said 2 episodes. You want to say the mic though, so the mic here.
2 2 episodes.
2 episodes. You know? And Ryan said, no. But I think Wilfred is it's a great show. And that's why I fuck with you. I mean, I fuck with you for many reasons. But Wilfred
it wasn't just for that. It wasn't just for that.
Honestly, bro, it's because we could film here and that's it. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I just feel that like Wilfred is one of those shows that'll really fuck with your everything. Like it'll fuck with your existence. And first of all, rest in peace to this gentleman, this 94-year-old. What's his name?
Andrew Reich.
Yeah, I just forget his name because I just
or Werner Reich.
God,
I don't know where I got Andrew from.
you know why? Andrew.
Damn.
I'm not wrong. Andrew Wright, rest in peace. He's 94. He lived long enough, motherfucker. And when I see these people living past 100, I'm like, chill out. Like, chill out. Like, nobody's going to ask you anything. They're going to be like, what's your favorite breakfast? And your answer's going to be, they can't talk, bro. These motherfuckers are old. Yeah.
No, man. I'll finish this up real quick. I got you right now.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you finished it like 7 times. Sorry.
No, I got you. This is like the last part
continue. Of it. At the end of the day, it's important. I'm not trying to like undermine the story of him. Like he's an important figure of the world and everything. But what's up?
Yeah, no. So what I think is really interesting is that Mr. Reich, he never saw that Mr. Levin, aka Novelli, the magician that he met, left Auschwitz, and he had no idea that he immigrated to the United States and resumed his magic career, and even lived in Rego Park, Queens.
What? I was always there like 10 years ago.
So these guys were in Auschwitz together and made it all the way to Queens together.
Not 10 years ago. I was there like 7 years ago. But that's crazy. That's so close to us. There's so much history in New York City.
Yeah, and Mr. Levin, aka Novelli, he died in 1977, but Mr. Reich did not learn of his death until nearly 30 years later when he read it in an article on the Linking Ring, which is a monthly magazine for the International Brotherhood of Magicians.
What the fuck? I thought you were gonna say Holocaust survivor.
Nope. It's a magician magazine, buddy.
I'm not even surprised. I was surprised initially, but we got groups for everything. Even NAMBLA. You remember NAMBLA?
NAMBLA?
Guess. Come on.
National Organization of Magic.
What do you mean organization? NAMBLA with the A, motherfucker.
National Association of Magic. Black Lesbians Exotic.
No, it actually stands for narcissistic assholes, meaning biology lives always. No, it stands for National Association of Men Loving Boys. You don't remember that? You don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
That's a thing. That's a real thing. Look it up. You got the laptop right there. I would look it up for you, but look at the. And
I believe you.
Yeah, NAMBLA is for real. South Park exposing to it, but it's actually a real thing. You know when people make fun of things and you think it's unreal? No, NAMBLA is a real thing, and I mean, I'm not gonna touch that shit with a 6-foot pole.
But
so the magician died, and this story is about the guy who learned about the magician, right?
So we have Werner Reich.
Werner Reich, the magician.
He became a magician because he met a magician in Auschwitz.
Got you.
And that's how he became a magician.
Oh,
the magician that he met in Auschwitz, his name, that guy's name, his magician name was Novelli.
I was very confused. I'm sorry. I was very confused. But the people are going to pick it up regardless.
Hopefully.
No, they will. They will, Javi. That's the best thing about the podcast.
Yeah, I was going to read that next.
What's up?
Hey, so you asked if he has a book or anything.
Yeah.
And a retired Episcopal rector and magician wrote an article and later collaborated with Mr. Reich on his autobiography, The Death Camp Magicians, which came out in 2015, which also told Mr. Levin's story, aka Novelli.
Okay.
And he says, Mr. Rauscher, the guy who wrote the autobiography, he says he was a fairly good magician. He'd visit me, pull out some cards and coins, and do tricks on the coffee table. Other magicians thought he was fascinating because of his connection to Novelli. So Novelli was definitely a known name, it seems like, in the magician brotherhood or whatever, which is really interesting and pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, it makes you stand out.
Yeah, and the article just kind of ends where it lets you know that Mr. Reich never forgot Mr. Levin, nor the gift of a simple card trick that provided a frightened boy with a momentary escape and a touch of humanity.
That's amazing.
And it ends with a quote by Mr. Reich where he says, "It isn't the value or the size of a gift that truly matters. It's how you hold it in your heart."
I know I was confused throughout the whole thing, but I do think that what's important, because now I'm understanding the whole full story realistically, and I think that basically he grabs the magic of somebody who showed it to him during the Holocaust that later on let him either practice it or
he started doing his own magic.
All right, so I am understanding. I just didn't do it in the moment because I'm drunk. I'm straight drunk, guys. But I do respect that, and I think that's important. Like, not for nothing, but like, say me and you, like, say like somebody just like assassinated us right now. Either or.
You think Link would assassinate us?
Probably. I mean, he is white.
Fair enough.
No, but I think it's one of those things where. All right, I'm gonna skip over to the A.M.C section just because I have to. Just because there's so many fucking things that have to come up with this, but I'm only gonna skip over to it, and then we could like really naturally get into it, right? But like, what was our A.M.C section?
We talked about Fight Club.
Holy fucking shit! I've never watched this fucking movie, and it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. But Brad Pitt in that movie says, "Only when we lost everything, we can appreciate anything." Right? Or something along those lines of that. And I don't mean to skip over to the A.M.C section. Fuck you guys if you don't. Nah, I'm kidding. But I'm trying to say is that when it comes to that, like we don't know anything about that. You know, and I think that's one of the most beautiful messages about that movie. I know we're kind of like diving into it too quickly. We'll take a little break so we don't have to. But I think that when it comes to the Holocaust, like that's one of those things where we'll never know what that's about. And like we can never pretend to know what that's about. Because we have the luxury of just existing. And when you're oppressed because of just what you are as you came out, just like Jewish people or black people or any people in the time when you're oppressed because of that, I think that it's a crazy perspective that you can't appreciate. And I've always felt that like there's a lot of people that I watch on like YouTube or like podcasts that one of the main things they say is that we don't waste anything in the house. Remember that farmer I told you who like has a whole farm now?
The religious farmer?
Yeah. I feel like he's always said, we don't waste anything ever in my household. And I feel that's such a lesson that I would like to carry on in the future. Because I waste a lot of shit, you know? And I think that I don't ever want to have to deal with the fact that I've lost so much that I have to appreciate so much, you know? I feel like that's what the people that have experienced that, aka, what's his name?
Werner Reich.
Yeah, I feel that that's what they're trying to do for the future generations. Like, don't wait until you lose everything. Appreciate what you have now, because what you have now is there and only momentary. It could be people, it could be householding, it could be food in front of your face. Think about how many homeless people that have had food for the last time, up until they have to eat scraps. Didn't you tell me the story of the time you saw somebody experiencing homelessness for the first time? Tell us that story real quick. That's crazy. Have you heard the story, Jess? Brian, have you heard the story? All right, fuck. I was trying to use that excuse to the bathroom.
Damn.
I got to pee so bad, bro. I'm gonna pee.
Okay.
But tell the story to people anyway. Episode 25, right?
Yes.
Brian, come through.
Whoa.
But tell Brian, like, he hasn't heard it before. What you playing? Like fucking...
You winning right now, Brian?
Oh, well, I was, but I turned it off.
Okay.
Yo, I'm on Javi's mic right now. What the fuck?
So I used to work at Ben & Jerry's on St. Mark's, in the Lower East Village of Manhattan.
Wait, what's your favorite ice cream?
My favorite ice cream, I used to eat the coconut almond fudge chip a lot.
That sounds complicated as fuck.
It was a non-dairy flavor, but that coconut was just so good. It was too good.
Okay.
But I used to work on St. Mark's, which is a pretty crazy spot, and there's a lot of homeless people living on St. Mark's and stuff. Yeah. And I remember one day I was going to work and stuff, and I get out of the train, I'm walking down the street, and I just see some girl like who looks like she's like well dressed and whatever. She looks pretty well kept, and she's with the homeless people, and she's sitting down and talking to them and whatever. And she's like writing something on a cardboard sign, and she's like, so like this, and they're like, yeah. And she's like, oh my God, I did it. And she like jumps up and she starts like picking up the sign, starts like dancing a little bit and starts waving it around. She's like, yeah. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And I go into work, I clock in, and we had these big windows on the store. So I could just look outside the street the whole time. And I'm just watching her the whole day. And that's when it starts to click in more and more slowly and slowly, where I'm like, this is this girl's first day of homelessness. Like, she has nowhere to go, because if she did, she wouldn't be here all day hanging out with homeless people. And I could not look away. It was just so fascinating to me. I was like, this is insane.
Yeah, it's another. I saw it was like a mono documentary of a person like going, like sharing her, like she literally made like something on Facebook, YouTube, like her starting off like the process of her being homeless, and you know, like the shelters she has to go in, and obviously she didn't get money because on YouTube you have to reach a certain amount before you get money. Mm-hmm. And it was just her applying to stuff and just showing her day-to-day life. And it got picked up by like BuzzFeed or something like that. And
okay.
Yeah, and so it got shown, and whatever the case was. And like, you know, she was saying the hate comments like, oh, you're not really homeless, you're just this and that, you're just, you know, you're just doing it for views and whatever. And she was showing the process of like, oh, listen, like I have been like, you know, like putting in the papers for housing and, you know, requesting these forms. She was talking about how she was a former addict, and that's why she became homeless. And she was saying how, like, she was showing how like she needed like her birth certificate, but she doesn't have it because, you know, she's homeless. Like, you know, she lost it all, and all these documents and stuff like that. And it was crazy to see, because it was like, you know, if you're ever close to, like, let's say, I hope not, but if you're ever close to homelessness or stuff like that, like all these documents that you need even to be on welfare, you know, you just need all that shit. And it's crazy because it's like, yo, it's so surreal, I think, because like when she was sharing her story, she was saying how, like, you know, she was with her partner, and, you know, she's been clean, but she's been trying to prove that she's clean, so she has to go to doctors and stuff like that. But imagine if you have no insurance because you're homeless and stuff, like, how you you have to be in the ER or whatever the case, like, just for like hours just to get a simple appointment, just to get a blood work test, you know. So it's crazy, and like this really happens. And so, like, yeah, that's where I feel like, you know, when you saw the person go homeless, it's like, man, like, yo, it's crazy that she was like, I guess bragging, not really, like, you know, that she made the sign.
I think she was just kind of like almost delusional.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of like,
the one that you
yeah. Like, I think she was just kind of so like in the moment of like, oh my, I'm fucking homeless. Yeah. Like, I might as well make a fucking sign. Let's fucking like whatever. Like, I think she was just really like at the end of her rope.
Yeah, I mean, yo, it's just I can never imagine just not being without like a roof over my head. Imagine that. And like, I know people that have been in shelters and stuff like that. So it's just, yo, I can't even imagine, like, you know, like she's probably like, oh well, like, yeah, you're right, she's under a rope, but it was almost like, okay, let me have this this sense of like a win, a W, you know, like a small W from my life. And it's like, damn, that's crazy, right? Yeah, it's scary. It's just like that literally could be us at any time.
It could be you, could be me.
That's what I fucking throw in my fucking the shit I plugged into my house. Like right now I'm thinking like I'm gonna go home and I'm not have no home and I'm fucking paranoid and shit. But I'm just like a parent. I'm an overthinker.
But don't you got people at home that can check?
No, nobody's home right now. That's what scares me the most, man. Like, I feel like I'm gonna go home right now, just like Edward Norton went home and he's like, God damn it. You know, like, I have no condo. And I know I spoiled the A.M.C section, but if you're listening still, this is a long ass episode, but lately they've been long ass episodes, so fuck it, why not? You know what I'm trying to say? It's a good time, it's a good feeling. And bitch, this is the best movie I seen this year. What the fuck? Have you seen Fight Club? Yeah, have you seen Fight Club, right? I've never seen this shit. And it's crazy. So we're gonna jump right in, because that shit fucking blew my mind. And earlier when I was trying to create, I want to make a movie, you know that. And seeing this movie, I was like, damn, I gotta do better, because this fucking crazy. So let's get into it right now. We're gonna skip over to we're on the A.M.C talk. You gotta pee?
I'm good.
Good, because I know we usually stop.
You know what? What's up? You can keep going about how happy you are.
Let me tell you.
I'm gonna take a hit.
Take a hit over here. So I'm gonna continue first of all, and without like going into it, so we could like discuss it formally and like, was it chronologically and shit. But man, So I've never seen this fucking movie before. Let me fucking. Oh man, I've never seen this movie before. And when I started it, in the first like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, I was like, damn, Edward Norton kind of sucks. And then like afterwards, I was like, let me stop judging like I know shit because I do not know anything. Edward Norton and Brad Pitt killed this movie incredibly, but I feel that the director was the person that highlighted their whole fucking abilities. And I feel that I never was able to analyze a movie in terms of directing, up until now, because they're great. They're absolutely great in what they do, but it's really up to the director, of course with the actors too, but the director makes actors shine and it brings out the best abilities of themselves. And for me, like I've always heard about it, and the only thing I've known about this movie is don't talk about Fight Club, like the joke and everything and shit like that. But what the fuck, man? This shit fucked with my whole life. I was watching this shit at work and home, and I didn't want it to finish, first of all. And it was 2 hours, and I felt like it was like 5 hours. That and Marla and all these motherfuckers, it blew my fucking mind. Nice, and it has to be top 3 movies, not only of this year, but it might be top 3 movies of my lifetime that I've watched. Seriously, man. What the fuck?
I'll just say that.
God damn, Avi. I wish I was high when I watched this movie, because I'm gonna rewatch it on whenever. I think Sunday I could rewatch it, or Wednesday with Beatrice. Okay. Because I'm gonna show her, and the whole time I'm be like, motherfucker, you don't even fucking know. Because I was taking notes. So I wrote a lot of shit down for the fucking film. God damn, Harvey, what the fuck? So let's get into it. Let's pretend we are at the A.M.C section.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the fucking A.M.C section, just
Holy
fucking balls
shit.
deep in that shit.
Oh, I'm about to fight you, bitch. It's crazy, man.
Like, I'll just let you know right now.
What's up?
Fight Club came out 1999. It was directed by none other than David Fincher. And David Fincher is a great fucking director.
He did 7.
That's
all I know.
He's also done The Social Network, Gone Girl.
How'd you like The Social
Zodiac?
Network?
I thought it was really good.
The Social Network was pretty good.
I thought it was really good.
All right.
He's done Gone Girl, Zodiac, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and Alien 3. Those are the most like notable ones I could think of.
Got you.
But yeah, David Fincher, he definitely has a good hand in the film industry.
Hold on.
I'll let you know right now. The budget for this movie, $63 million.
Something like
just for reference, which I think is always so interesting. Deadpool was made with a $50 million budget. So this movie in 1999 has a higher budget than Deadpool, a superhero film, did in whatever year Deadpool came out.
That's crazy. Wait, like inflation wise, whatever the fucking thing is, I wish you could look it up.
Let's figure it out right now. So,
because you know what, we have the internet,
we have the fucking internet, and I have the laptop.
You think if I was gonna ask a stupid ass question. I was gonna say
ask that stupid question.
I don't want to know.
Ask it.
I wonder who we would have been, and you Jess too, and Brian too. Who would we have been in the fucking like 50s?
In the 50s?
Yeah, would we have cigars in our mouth right now? Like, I ain't. Facts. Actually, that's the one thing I forgot to say. Me, Brian, and Angel, we were playing pool, right, at some bar, and Angel was like, they were playing some old ass music, and Angel was like, damn, bro, this is the shit right here. Like, I wish I was born during these times. And Brian was like, no, you don't, bitch. They're racist as fuck. And Angel was like, yeah, you're right. But I was saying, like, I wonder who we would be as people in the past,
I mean, it'd be pretty interesting to figure out.
We can't do it, though.
Nah.
You know what they say about time travel? I've said this before, probably.
What?
When they do invent time travel, right? And if they do, because they will, that it won't be that we could travel back in time to like the Egyptians. That time travel will only occur from the time point it was invented and forward. You get me? It's a theory. It's a theory.
But that doesn't make sense. If you build a time machine, you can go anywhere.
Okay, I agree with you because it's a time machine, right? But if a time machine existed, wouldn't you only be able to? I mean, there's only one theory. I'm not disagreeing with you, because like like in a fantasy, you could go anywhere you want. But if say we invented a time machine today, right? Going forward, you can only visit back as far as it was invented. Because there was a time machine now and forward, but not before. Like cavemen didn't have time machines.
No, I get what you're saying. I just disagree. I'm just like, if it's a time machine, it can go back. Like,
hold on.
What if you can only access like what you need to time travel like during that time it was invented?
I don't know. Even then I'm like I disagree with that. I'm just like, if it's a time machine, it can go back. It can go burr. Like it does it.
Why though? What did you say just now, Jess?
I said like, what if like what you need to time travel only exists during that time? Like it was only, invented during that time.
Yeah, but man, if you have the time machine invented, then you can go back. That's my argument. But as long as you have the machine to do it, right, you can go back.
But think about it, like 2020. Yo, what's up, Lucas? Yo, can you put Lucas on the mic real quick? I know he just came back from work. I know you're tired. Lucas, come on the mic. Because it's 25 episode. We celebrating today. Lucas, take your earphones out. I don't care if you're listening to Bobby Schmurda. Yo, we talking about time travel. What the fuck is up? How you doing? Get on the mic right there. Your brother's right here.
What do you want me to say about time travel?
Yo, first of all, Lucas, the best photographer in the world. Shout out your Instagram right now because you're the best photographer. Right. If you got a wedding, if you got a fucking, if you fucking for the first time in your life, if you're having your first shot in the world. Lucas, what's your fucking Instagram right now?
Lucas.Martinez.
Spell it out for the people.
All right. LUCAS.MARTINEZ.D.
Make sure you book this guy for your pictures, all your moments. But we're asking the question. Jess, you translate the question right now. Nah, you got to. You're already in it. So what's the question that we were saying?
What was my question?
The time travel stuff.
Oh, shit. What if, so they invented time travel, right? What if you only have access to whatever they needed for time travel during that time, so you can't time travel back to further.
Wait, so look, say today they invented a time travel machine, right? They're saying a certain theorist. They're saying that when they invented today, you can only time travel forward, but never backwards behind today. Because it was invented today. What do you think about that?
That's not true.
Why not?
Because you could go, if it was invented, say if it was invented today, technically it's already existed.
Talking to the mic though, come on.
Yo, technically if it was already made today, it was already existed.
But
think about it.
But think about what you just said. It was already existing, right? But it was already existent to what point? When it was invented.
Yeah.
But say it was invented today. Right today, right now where we're standing.
Uh-huh.
So would you be able to time travel before today? If it was invented today?
Yes, I think you could.
That's interesting.
Because it's just
talking to
it's just a big circle, bro. Just a big circle.
All right.
It all comes full circle.
I'm not disagreeing with you because this one theory is saying one thing, but I feel like that's what they're saying right now in terms of time travel with people who study majorly. But I don't think you could time travel behind us.
I don't see why not. I really don't. I'm like, that would just seem so lame.
But science tends to disappoint us.
That'd be so limited.
Like think about Pluto, right? Wait, hold on.
Your definition of time travel, that basically means it's not time travel if you can't go back to prior.
Yeah,
it's linear because it's linear. You can't just it's a linear timeline. You can't just go forward. You have to be able to go backwards as well.
No, for sure you'll be able to go backwards, but to what extent? Will you be able to go backwards to when, say you go backwards when, what's his name? Genghis Khan, right?
Mm-hmm.
How would you be able to go backwards to Genghis Khan? Because you're traveling speed-wise or because you're accessing another time machine?
I mean, you're using the time machine to go back.
So it's but to what? What are you doing today's time machine to Genghis Khan's time machine? Did he have a time machine?
No.
That's what I'm saying. That's true too. But you know what I'm trying to say, right?
No, I know what you're trying to say, but it's just I don't think it matters when it was built or not. I think if it exists, it should have the ability to move backwards as it does forward.
All right.
Like that's what it's built for.
Like I get what I feel, but that's more hopeful than it is. What's up?
No, what you're trying to say is like if like a time machine was like built, then like you can only like transport between them because like there's no time machine before that.
Mm-hmm.
After that there was, so like you can like transport between the time.
It's like a subway station in time. Like you can't get to the G train in Genghis Khan's time if they never invented that, you know. But we can get to like a G train today, 10 years from now.
Then that would defeat the purpose of a time travel machine.
How so?
That means you would need a time travel machine of one. It's like if you ever seen the movie Tenet.
Okay, I never seen it though.
So like a Tenet, it's like if you basically how their time traveling works is like you got to go through a machine and you go in reverse, like you're in reverse time. And you say if you were in there for like 10 years, you would reverse 10 years. Like you would age 10 years, but you'd also go back 10 years.
For sure. But like that's like one specific movie kind of making up some things. But
that's kind of how what you're saying.
Well,
you need 2 access points.
There we go, access points.
Okay. In Tenet, there's 2 access points in time traveling.
I will also say there is a theory that time is all at once in that esque. Like,
okay.
So if you think about it, the future and the past are happening at the same time. There is that theory.
Ooh.
So if you have that in mind, if a time machine, then yes, you can go back in time as well as you could in the future.
All right.
Because it's like what you're saying. It's like say if like in 50 years from now, like we're time traveling and we try to go back in time, you're saying we can only go back to 2022?
Yeah, no, like say like today is July 22nd, right? Right.
We create a time machine.
So say July 22nd, 2022 is when we invent time machine. Like some motherfuckers like boom, time machine exists, and we can go forward. But how would we go to the July 21st if it never existed then? How would we access July 21st with only inventing July 22nd?
Then that means that like the time machine that you're talking about is like it's relevant to whatever time period it's in. It defeats the purpose of a time machine.
Not really though, because you can go back and forth. Like you're still able to go back and forth, but there's a certain extent as to which you're able to travel towards. You know, I get what I respect.
It's
what you're
a lame
saying.
time machine. It's a lame time machine.
Yeah. I hope you go to a cancer patient and be like, we could solve your cancer, but it's a lame cancer treatment. And they're gonna be like, what? Nah, I mean, I'm no scientist. Jeff no scientist. Lucas, you're no scientist. Javi's no scientist. We don't know shit. Huh?
Who said I am?
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Oh, little do you know, Lucas is wearing a lab coat right now. He got Pokemon balls in his belt. He's a professor.
Professor Oak over here. What was your starter Pokemon?
That's a good question. You know, I think I always picked the fire Pokemon. I think.
Really?
Yeah, Charmander's a bad. What are you just? You better remember.
Was it like Squirtle, some shit like
It
that?
was Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander.
I'm pretty sure it was Squirtle.
Okay. How about you, Brian?
Bulbasaur.
Spig. No, I'm kidding. Because you always pick good fucking fruits now. How about you?
I was a Squirtle guy.
God damn it. Squirtle's cool and all, but I mean, come on. I don't know. Did you like Digimon? I asked you this before.
I respected Digimon. I never watched it. I never really cared.
At what age did you respect Digimon?
Whenever it was out, I was like, this is cool. I guess it's not for me, but whatever.
Pretty mature for you. You were like, you know what? It's not my preference, but I respect it.
Because my cousin really liked Digimon, so I was just kind of like Jordan. He really likes Digimon, so I was just growing up. He was like, "Oh, have you seen the latest episode?" I'm like, "Nope."
But I respect it though.
Yeah, but I'm like, but tell me about it. Like, whatever. Like, how was it?
But what are we on right now? We on A.M.C section. This is fuck it. I don't even give a fuck. This is our 25th episode. We can say whatever the fuck we want. DM us your starter Pokemon. If you're watching live right now, I hope you are. If you're not, whatever. Lucas, what was your starter Pokemon?
For which Pokemon?
Talking to the mic though. Any Pokemon, the beginning ones.
Probably have to be like Squirtle or Charmander.
Ooh. Oh shit. Okay.
Because I would always play multiple games, like walkthroughs.
Oh, nice. Best of both worlds.
Yeah, Lucas is a big Pokemon fan.
Is he really?
Likes it. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a big Pokemon fan.
You ever play Pokemon Yellow?
Yeah.
What? I never played Pokemon Yellow like naturally. only like the
This on an emulator.
Yeah.
Every single Pokemon on an emulator.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah. So one summer, me and Javi, like in 2012.
Okay.
Right. That's when we were in Florida, right?
I think so.
This is
Yeah,
Luke. This is Javi's brother, by the way. Lucas, again, the best photographer in the world. Continue, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Frank. I don't even know what to say. Thank you.
Nah, bro. I gotta say it until like I don't breathe no more because it's so true. like I know people like that want wedding photographers, and they like ask people. I'm like, yo, what the fuck you doing hiring this bitch ass photographer? Like hire Lucas, and then you'll get your. You know what I said about you? I say all these other photographers will capture photos. Lucas will capture moments.
Oh, yo, I'm gonna make a business card out of that, bro.
My gift to you, brother. You are the best.
Thank you. But anyways, back in 2012, Javi like downloaded an emulator, like a Game Boy emulator, and like we just played Pokemon on it. But like he only played one, but I played everything.
Nice,
everything, bro.
That's good. I feel like
one summer.
You take advantage of the technology that's provided to you, because I feel that like Mega Man is on the emulator, all these good Zelda. All these like classics, but we don't take advantage of them. You love Zelda.
Hell yeah. I've never played Zelda on an emulator. I've always played it on the original consoles.
That's awesome.
Like I even bought an N64 back in college to play Ocarina of Time.
No way.
Yeah, I still have it. It's in storage right now, but yeah, I love playing on like the original consoles and stuff like that.
We gotta do that for sure. Like Patreon type shit. Like we gotta play like old Zelda.
We should play GoldenEye and N64. Oh my god!
I'll bust that ass, Javi. Multiplayer or single player?
Multiplayer. I'll fucking wreck you, my guy.
Don't even talk to me.
I will wreck you in GoldenEye. Don't even come at me.
We about to Fight Club right now?
Yo, don't talk about it.
If we Fight Club, I'm Brad Pitt. Are you ignoring?
I mean, like, so are you trying to say that you're more handsome than me?
Of course. No, I'm kidding. I'm trying to say that like I complete you. Let's get into this movie because it's fucking crazy.
Okay, I got you with this. So
the great thing is I could be on live and wait, Jess, can you do me a favor? Can you check if my live is paused when I go to my notes? Please, bro, because I'm on live right now with the Instagram because people are watching. Thank you for watching, people. Only 2 people, but not, two people is better than no people. Yes. You know what I'm trying to say? But I want to see if it's paused when I am looking at my notes. What's up?
I did pull up the budget inflation.
Okay. Yeah, you said it was more than... It's live? All right, nice. So Javi's going to be on you.
So...
Deadpool.
Yeah. So, again, this movie had a $63 million budget. Deadpool had a $50 million budget.
Wow.
And Fight Club.
What? He said good movie, right?
Oh.
Lucas, you should pull up. Be on the podcast. Your brother's right there. That motherfucker. Lucas is cool. Continue.
But yeah, so with inflation in 1999, $63 million was $112 million and $50,000, $378.58.
Okay.
So definitely it had a pretty big budget for, I guess you could say it's a pretty small movie.
Yeah, it was actually kind of short from what I thought. Like 2 hours is kind of short for what it was.
And I would say it's just a small movie in terms of like what's going on in the movie. Like, yeah. I guess like the biggest like money thing is probably the final scene of the buildings getting blown up and stuff.
Weezer going, not Weezer, Pixies. There we go.
How dare you?
Sorry, I fixed it though. I fixed it. No, that was, I mean, I've never watched the movie. I've only seen that scene with the Pixies, like Where's My Mind and in the final scene. But the thing is that like, beginning this movie, it was just ridiculous. Like I didn't know what was happening, but it captivated me because it was so strange. It was so strange with how they were taking this movie down the route of what it was. Like it was weird.
Yeah, I actually use this movie as a reference for my presentation that I did on Hereditary for one of my classes.
Okay.
Because my presentation for Hereditary is that I had to describe the innovative camera work in that movie.
Okay.
And so I used Fight Club and Jurassic Park. Both movies came out in 1999, and I used both of those movies as examples that Ari Aster in Hereditary used to basically as like redefine certain camera elements. And the one example I use is in Fight Club, when he's talking about his condo and all the shit that he buys at IKEA, and there's the slow pan that goes across the room.
Yeah.
And as it's going across the room, you see like the dollar signs and all his furniture pop up, and his kind of gets more filled up. I use that scene with a scene in Hereditary where the camera gets panned in the same way to kind of be like, the camera is using old techniques in a new way.
I feel that the camera work with this movie was tremendous and just evolving throughout the film. It was honestly just like ridiculous in the truest sense of the word, using a camera. Because I mean, I'm gonna skip over a little, but there was a certain scene where Brad Pitt was trying to talk to the guy Lou, who owned the club. I know it's skipping over.
I love that scene.
But there was a certain scene where Brad Pitt rolled out a cigarette and then it was lit immediately. And the way it was done, it was perfect. And I really couldn't believe it, man. I mean, that's skipping over, but there were so many little factors of this movie. Like, to start off, one of the earliest notes that I took from memory was the fact, shout out to Jonathan.
Nice.
Right.
Shout out to Jonathan.
Was the plane crashing.
Okay.
And I wrote down immediately was that strangers on planes are single serving friends. Like, you only meet them once and like off the bat. Like, I thought that was so interesting, and how he was hoping for a plane crash because plane crashes pay triple in insurance. And then how Brad Pitt, how he was like, you ever look at the crash instructions on planes and how everybody on the crash instructions are smiling? And it's like, you know why they do that? And he was like, because the oxygen you inhale that you're supposed to apply to yourself before kids, they get you high, euphoric and docile before the crash happens. And it's like, you don't think about these things. and I know this was a book beforehand, like you said, right?
Yes.
And I see it with how they wrote all these things, because a lot of times in the movie, this is, again, skipping over, Edward Norton, he always says, Jack, I am Jack who experiences this. I am Jack who does this. And you know what it reminded me of? Dark Side is.
Okay.
You know, like you know how in Midnight, what is it? Midnight Miracle, or is it?
Mr. Miracle.
Mr. Miracle. Like, he is always like, it's a scene, it's a panel. Dark Side is. And I feel like with Fight Club, it was just like Brad Pitt, Edward Norton, and then he's like, I am Jack, biling into the gulf of this and that. And it's super fucking interesting how he just phrases everything, and it's one of those things where like you kind of have to assume it's a book because it's so fucking crazy written.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before on this show, but I love movies of narration, and this movie is definitely one of those movies. And like, definitely something that it seems like you've caught on is that Edward Norton never gets named throughout the movie.
Yeah, that's why I have my initials EN. Because like for the both, I know Tyler Durden is Brad Pitt, but for my initials on the notes it says EN, and I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? That's why I thought it easier to put EN. You know, Edward Norton.
Yeah. What's it called? This movie, like I said, had a $63 million budget.
Wow.
Its box office came out to $101.2 million at the time.
Wow.
So it actually wasn't super big in the box office. Like it did pretty decent, but it wasn't like number one in the box office.
DVD sales were good afterwards, like DVD and Blu-ray sales, but that's crazy it didn't do as good. And I also heard that Rosie O'Donnell ruined the movie on TV. Like, that's fucking, and Brad Pitt was like, that's unforgivable. Like,
yeah, because
she had an early screening of it and all that, right?
Yeah.
What a thought.
But this movie, I mean, to kind of like, I almost feel like going down through it like bit by bit is almost doing it a disservice, because this movie is really something that should be experienced yourself.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I have a bunch of like quotable like notes on the film and stuff, but yeah, man, it's an experience.
I mean, what I will say is that the book was written by Chuck Palahniuk.
Okay.
And he actually continued the series in comic book form, where he actually continued in 2 sequels, Fight Club 2 and Fight Club 3.
Wow. Immediately after this movie, I wanted to read the book, but I felt like, you know, there was a certain moment during this movie I sat up to watch it.
Apparently, the book isn't like, well, this is one of those rare occasions where the movie is better than the book, because apparently the book, it just isn't as good as the movie. So I've never read the book personally, but I've read Fight Club 2 and 3 in comics and stuff. And Chuck Palahniuk definitely has a very weird writing form. They're very hard to follow. They're not like as amazing as Fight Club itself is.
No, the movie is great, man.
Yeah, so it's just it's really interesting to see what he does with the world past the first one. I will say that Edward Norton does get named in the second one. They give him a name.
Okay, good. Wait, there's multiple movies then? Wait, would you say there's multiple movies or multiple books?
They continue it in comics.
Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, I blanked out on that. I was looking at this shit. That's fucking crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah. So yeah, it's like I said, the comics aren't as good as like the movie itself, but it's still pretty good. But yeah, I mean, in terms of this movie, I love this movie because, you know, it really speaks a lot. Because when I first saw this movie, I thought it spoke a lot to mental health. Yeah. But as I got older and as I rewatched the movie over like several times, I was like, this movie is about mental health, but it's also about capitalism.
No, yeah. I mean, the description online was like, it's an anti-capitalism movie. And the whole point of, I mean, if you can give us a synopsis of what this movie is, because some people like myself, I've only watched it today. But how would you define this movie today without ruining? I mean, you got to ruin the ending. Spoilers alert, full on everything. But,
I mean,
it's a guy. What's up?
I mean, if you haven't seen the movie,
watch that shit.
The synopsis is simply just that this character, he's down the dumps, he's going through his shit, and he meets this really amazing guy, Tyler Durden, and he's like, yo, this guy, he's got his shit figured out. Awesome, he's living life, he's super cool, and all this shit. And one day they're like, hey, we should start a fight club.
Oh yeah.
And the main character is like, what do you mean a fight club? And Tyler Durden's like, we should just fucking fight, get all our aggression out. Yeah. And it just spirals into this obscenity of
almost like a cult.
Almost like a cult, and of just people getting in on this fight club, and it's ridiculous. Yeah.
And I have right here, so he kind of meets this opposite version of himself who would never like fall into these things because he lives a boring insurance claim life. Edward Norton that like kind of protects big motor companies from having to do recalls of the defective cars.
I will say too, on a rewatch, you'll catch this. But
he's in the film a couple of times beforehand, right? Mm-hmm. I seen the fun facts and everything. Like I look up the fun facts, but he's like they specifically mentioned Brad Pitt is in 124 for the scenes with the multiple scenes, like the dealership,
when he's at his job, like early in the film, and there's like the one like film burn for a second. There's a shot of Tyler Durden just standing like down by the end of the hall. There's like little moments like that where it's just like they hint at it from the very beginning, but it's so quick that you just don't even see it.
I feel like that's the attentiveness of what a director should focus on. Like they should focus on making the story true, even if you don't realize it, because that's what makes you come back to the movie. You ever watch a movie once and you're like, oh, that was cool, I'm done with it. But if you after I saw that, like I'm gonna watch the movie again because I have to. And I have a couple of like lines. Like for me, all I did throughout this movie was write down the lines because it was so
it's very quotable.
It's almost everything in my notes, literally. And one of them is when Brad Pitt tells Edward Norton, "How much can you know about yourself if you've never been in a fight?" And I was like, "You're right." And the one thing that I really appreciated about it that I kind of figured was from a book is the descriptiveness of the settings. Mm-hmm. One where Edward Norton finally moves in with Brad Pitt into the house that's like kind of fucked up. And he says that the house smells like, quote, that fart smell of steam, that hamster cage smell of wood chips. And like, you know what the fuck that smells like. Even if you never had a hamster, you go into a pet land, you're like, this shit smells like ass. Yeah. And like, you get that, and that fart smell of steam, like, it's just one of those things where you don't need to tell people you know what that smells like, but you know what the fuck that smells like. You know what I mean? Like, and
and shout out to Bob.
Yeah, man. Meatloaf. That's the guy who put on, he had his titties. It was like 100 pounds of birdseed. You know that?
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was reading about it. So the he broke the rule of Fight Club. And let's describe who Bob was. So to get more into it, Edward Norton is somebody who couldn't deal with real life and had insomnia and that had a bunch of fucking issues with life. But the way he coped with it was going towards meetings in terms of like testicular cancer meetings and other meetings that people like Alcohol Anonymous, which is not one of them mentioned, but he dealt with life by going to other people's sufferings. And that was how he was able to sleep. And Bob was one of the people at the testicular cancer meetings who got rid of his nuts and had a bunch of like estrogen in him. That he got tits. So the tits on Bob, who's an overweight guy with big tits, that was like basically a suit that he had to wear that he almost passed out in.
Oh wow!
Because when he was fighting Edward Norton in Fight Club he almost passed out. He had to wear oxygen masks.
Wow.
Yeah, because he was just so big with it. He had to carry that. But that's crazy, right? That's fucking crazy. And what I read is that the film is super descriptive in its dialogue, which is beside the point. But it is, man. I mean,
it is.
For me, what made me enjoy this movie is the dialogue, and that's why like it was kind of hard for me to really attach myself to Edward Norton and Brad Pitt. But the way they respected the dialogue of the movie, the script, it came out so naturally. And Brad Pitt is a crazy actor.
Yeah, I mean, Brad Pitt kills it in this movie.
Yeah.
Like, I remember the first time I saw this, like, regardless that I thought of like, oh, this is a movie just about like fighting and whatever and mental health. Like, there was still that part of me of like, yo, Brad Pitt is kind of spitting facts.
Yeah,
like,
all throughout the movie. And I wondered if he practiced fighting, and he did. He did. Edward Norton and Brad Pitt practice martial arts and taekwondo throughout the fight, and that's crazy. And that's why I
really love the scene when by the point that they have turned into a cult basically, and they have all the people working in the house, and there's that scene of like Edward Norton describing about how Tyler has basically turned it into a camp.
Yeah.
And like Tyler is just like with a megaphone, just like speaking out loud as they're working like the gardens. And he's like, you are nothing.
Nothing.
Like, you are a disgrace to everything.
Yeah.
And with this, we are everything. And it's just like, dude, that guy can't, like, those messages are just, they fucking speak so true to like
real life. And people are so susceptible to leaders. I know we were talking about the Holocaust earlier, but why do you think all those people accepted Hitler's like word?
Yeah,
you know, because the speaker the other day I was talking to Beatrice and I was saying like Obama's one of the best speakers alive, and it's not because of what he was politically or what he stood for. It's because he knew how to control an audience. When Obama is like this and he's saying all these things, you know, and if you see him give a speech,
I mean, he's the coolest president we've had.
Not only the coolest, he knows how to speak to people like speech wise. Yeah, man. He like, you ever seen him give a speech and control the volume? Like, he'll talk to the people and then he'll raise the volume of the audience and lower it and still talk. Like, aside politics, his speech ability is phenomenal. Like, I always try to emulate what this guy can do speech wise because it's scary good. Like, why do you think people like Obama? One, because he's black, of course. He over, you know, white guilt put Obama into the fucking White House. That's a big fact. But I mean, he's a terrible president. But also, just the fact that he's able to speak to people and we respect that. Why do people hate Trump? Obviously, he is whatever the fuck he is, right? But he talks like this and he says millions and he repeats the same simple words. But who do you think grasps simple words?
Simple people.
Simple people. And who's the simple people? Middle-aged, 60-plus-year-old white Americans, which are still the majority in America. We're not the majority yet. Latinos, blacks.
Didn't you say on the show that we're actually becoming the majority?
Yeah, but it's gonna take a while. It's not yet. We're becoming the majority, but it's gonna take like 20 to 30 years.
We're good.
I mean, yeah, but statistically speaking, like, we're not there yet. That's why when Hillary,
anytime a white person acts racist to me, I'll just be like, just wait.
Yeah, of course,
just wait.
You get all the racism, your kids get all the climate change. But the flaw in Hillary Clinton was that all she went was to the liberal, like, states that were gonna vote for her. But if you look at it at the end of the election, Trump went all to the states that were filled with like middle-aged white men, and he traveled all throughout the states of those, and he got their vote, which is. I'm not advocating for Trump, but it's impressive in terms of strategy.
He knew how to play his audience.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say ultimately. So, aside from that, Edward Norton in the film, he also said, and this is not a full line, but he said regulate heart rate. And I immediately thought of the Hulk.
Yeah.
There's a lot of references I thought that were here. And the three I could think of were this. I have a little picture of it.
Okay.
I feel like he referenced the Hulk. He referenced American Psycho, and he referenced The Dark Knight.
Interesting. I would love to see what those references are.
Because there's a parking lot that looks like The Dark Knight when the Batman jumps to Scarecrow from the top of the parking lot.
Okay.
There's the condo hall that looks like American Psycho's Christian Bale when he, like, before the last scene he walks into and it goes to his apartment or like with the girl. And then there's the what did I say?
You said Christian Bale,
Dark Knight,
parking lot, and I forget the third one.
Fuck, I have a picture right here. Oh, I have it here. Then I have the Watchmen, the last scene with the pixies, where he's watching the tower, the buildings go down. Isn't that the one of the scenes in Watchmen?
There isn't a scene like that in Watchmen.
There is. I promise you, there is. Where like they're at a fucking glass window behind them. I'm pretty sure there is.
I mean, there's an explosion scene in Watchmen, but not like necessarily of people watching it.
No, not of them watching it, but there's a glass scene of it. I feel like there's a lot of scenes that emulate those scenes. I'll show you that later, but I feel like I don't know shit about Watchmen, and I'll never claim I do, but I know for sure there's a scene like that. Where the guy with the mask that the ink changes the face in the Watchmen.
Rorschach.
Yeah, like he's in front of the glass that he falls out of. I promise you that. I may be bugging, but I know that's for sure a thing. I gotta look it up.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what he's getting at.
I gotta look it up.
He's the window behind the glass.
Like, you remember at the end of the Fight Club where they're like, where him and Marla are standing, and they
they're
hold
watching
hands?
the banks blowing up.
There's a scene in Watchmen where they're in front of a bunch of glass windows that are looking over the city. I know that for sure. I don't know shit about Watchmen, but I know that for sure. I gotta show you after.
I don't know, man.
I'm gonna have to show you. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm like 99% sure.
Spitting misinformation
Hell no.
on episode 25.
Get the fuck out of here. Maybe you don't know as much comics like you say you do. No, I'm kidding. I also have a quote here where Edward Norton, like he's narrating to the people, and he's like, "You can swallow a pint of blood before you get sick." Just like little things like that. You don't know, obviously, but I think it's pretty disgusting because they're fighting and everything. And how does Fight Club get discovered? Like you said.
So they fucking step out of like a restaurant or something like that. They step into a parking lot, and Tyler Durden's just like swinging at me, and Edward Norton's like, "What do you mean?" And Tyler's like, "Just swing at me," and Edward's like, "I don't want to do that," and Tyler's like, "Oh, come on, you know you wanted to," and he just really like eases him into it. He really baits him. He really says, "Come on, you know you want to," and Edward fucking swings a punch, and they just fucking start fighting, and they just start fighting in a parking lot.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of how Fight Club starts. They're like, we should do this every week.
Yeah, man. And man, there's just so many things. But I'm gonna go to like the lengthy lines that I found because, like, again, when Edward Norton says, "I am Jack's raging bile duct research," I still don't understand the Jack thing. I don't know what the fuck's happening with that. But I know when Edward Norton pulls out a tooth and he's like, "Holy shit! Like I just lost a tooth while fighting." Brad Pitt's like, even the Mona Lisa's falling apart, and it's fucking amazing. But Brad Pitt says thing. I'm gonna read three things. One is that Brad Pitt says to him when the detective is calling Edward Norton about his house that's blown up, and he's questioning him the first time. He says, "Reject the basic assumptions of civilization, especially the importance of materialistic possessions." I mean, it's like, and then when Marla, after she fucks Tyler, she says, "The condom is the glass slipper of our generation. You skip, you slip one on after you meet a stranger, you dance all night, then you throw it away. The condom, not the stranger." First of all, I fucking love Marla's makeup in the fucking movie.
Oh, yeah?
I think they did her makeup beautifully, and her character is so amazingly executed. And do you know who Elaine is from Seinfeld?
Nah.
You know who Elaine is from Seinfeld, Jess? So there's Elaine, George, Jerry, and Kramer, right? Elaine is a famous motherfucker, Julia Dreyfus, right? So there's a bunch of people that went to go cast themselves for Marla, and one of them had dated Edward Norton recently, so they couldn't cast her, and somebody else did everything. And Julia Dreyfus is one of the most famous people in the world in terms of like films and TV, right? But the director is who?
David Fincher.
When Julia Dreyfus came with David Fincher, he was like, "I don't know who the fuck that was." And to this day, he was like, "I feel so embarrassed for not knowing who that was," because she wanted to do that role.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy, right? And Seinfeld is one of the biggest shows in the world. Great show, by the way. And the last quote I wanted is also by Marla, and she said she's wearing the bridesmaid's dress.
Okay.
When she comes to Edward Norton, and she says, "A bridesmaid's dress, someone loved intensely for one day, then tossed it like a Christmas tree. So special, then bam, it's on the side of the road. Tinsel still clinging to it, like a sex crime victim. Underwear inside out, bound with electrical tape." And then Edward Norton's like, "Sounds fitting." And she's like, "You want to borrow it?" And I love a character, man, because like at first you want to depict her as the crazy one, as a psychotic one and all that stuff, but really is this guy. And you kind of get that sense when they're both fucking.
Yeah, I mean, like when you have that one scene when she stays over the one night,
and it's
like
kind of
Tyler's
blurry
in the basement, and the camera cuts back and forth with like Tyler's kind of like saying what, like
he dreamt of the fucking Marla.
Yeah, and like Tyler's in the basement, and he's kind of like telling Edward what to say. And he's like, yeah, I mean, this and that and whatever. And it's just the way the camera cuts back and forth.
Yeah, man.
It tricks you. It really makes you believe this idea that, which we haven't said it yet, but at the end of the day, Tyler Durden is Edward Norton.
Yeah. And he doesn't realize it. That's why Rosie O'Donnell is a piece of shit for ruining the movie for most people. Like, I would be so tight if I was watching whatever the fuck show she was on, and she ruined it for me. I would be so tight at her. Fuck that bitch. Yeah, I was so fucking tight, bro. Like that's
even when I brought this movie up, I was afraid that you already knew what the spoiler was.
Literally, all I knew was the joke. Like, you don't talk about Fight Club, and I was like, ha 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 ha, like whatever. Like, because I've heard it so many times. But as I was watching it, I'm telling you, at first I was watching it at my job, right, on my thing, on my phone. Then I went home and I put it on my speaker. When the plane crash scene happened, I have a soundbar at home, right? It went, and I was like, oh my God, like, it was so loud. But I was watching it, and then towards the end, like, I sat up, like, I was laying down, and then I sat up, and I'm not gonna lie, this movie fucked with me crazy. It fucked with me crazy, and it made me rethink life, and I was like, I feel weird right now. I feel attacked. No, I'm kidding. But this is it's so strange, but I love it, and it motivated me to be better as a creative, because I do have a lot of things that I write, and I do have a lot of things that I create, but I feel like with this, I mean, I have a note right here, like, Jess, you can see it right here. It says this movie is so creative, like it's beyond everything, because when Brad Pitt said I make soap, I was like, what the fuck? Because Edward Norton and Brad Pitt meet on a plane. That's after Edward Norton says, strangers on a plane are like single serving friends. But skipping forward, when Brad Pitt pours the
acid or whatever
on his hand, he says this. Brad Pitt says, ancient people found that their clothes got cleaner when they washed them at a certain point in the river, because human sacrifices were once made on the hills above this river. Bodies burned, water seeped through the wood and ashes to create lye. This is lye, which he poured on Edward Norton's hand. The crucial ingredient. Once it's mixed with the melted fat of the bodies, a thick white soapy discharge crept into the river. And I feel that, like, as a writer for like either a book or movie, like, you just gotta do your research. And that's fucking weird. But I love weird. And it inspires me to just seek out what people don't know. Because this information is available for people. This could be wrong, but it's badass that he put it into the fucking movie, you know? And
I mean that's a good scene too, when he's pouring the acid on his hand, because it's really intense, and you're like, the camera's just cutting back and forth between the both.
Edward's like, please give me because the vinegar's the only thing that could heal it. And Edward Norton was like, please. And Brad Pitt's like, what you're feeling is premature enlightenment. And then that's when Brad Pitt says, it's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything. And I'm like, word.
I mean, because definitely Tyler Durden's like philosophy or his like metaphor is just that we don't matter, and so because of that, we should just cause havoc.
And back to your short story when you were talking about God, the hologram destroying the people's world, and he was saying that we're God's hated children. Like, God doesn't prefer us, and if that's the case, we're gonna go forward doing that. Feel me? And first of all, Jess, what the fuck do you think of the movie? Because I gotta take a piss. No, you got it. So I never left, but we talked about the acid scene and everything. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like, I don't know if there were any other big things you wanted to point out from the movie.
Oh no. Honestly speaking, I mean, I'll say. Let me just say one thing. The last thing I'll say is, and to some of the movie. Ultimately, Edward Norton was basically doing all this himself. He basically created a club that you fought in that kind of released you from normal life, because what he defined normal life is what we do to just make money and go by. We go to jobs, we buy these dumbass companies, these major companies, even small companies, just to make a living in order to survive and exist, which is ridiculous to Tyler Durden, which is realistically Edward Norton.
Yeah.
And I agree. And the last thing I'll quote, because you're right, going through this movie like in and out is kind of pointless because when you watch it, you kind of intake it better. But the last thing that Brad Pitt, which is really what Edward Norton says, is you're not your job. And you are not how much money you have in the bank. You're not the car you drive. You're not the contents of your wallet, and you're not your khakis. You're all singing, all dancing crap of the world.
Yeah.
And I think this is
and he says that multiple times throughout the movie.
And that's what I think, that when you watch the movie, you don't intake it as much. But that's why this movie fucked with me. Because even how we mentioned the beginning of this podcast, right? Number 25, the best. I tell so many people I know, anybody I know. I'll tell anybody I know, like they'll say like, oh, I want to do this and I want to do that. And I'm like, do it then. You know, like some people will look at me and you and they'll be like, what are these dumbasses doing? Like, why aren't you in college? And why aren't you in this? Why aren't you getting your master's? Why aren't you getting your bachelor's? You know, and it's just like, well, we could do that also. But why are you existing to provide your lifetime to serve this economy that only cares about you briefly, will tax you entirely, and then when you die, provide you nothing? You know?
Durden.
Yeah. And man, it's just so satisfying to see a movie that makes you blow your mind, that it kind of fucks with me, because it scares me into being just a normal person. And I love that. I love the fear of being a normal person because I hate being normal. I always despise it, and I hate normal people. I meet them all the time, but they don't know they're normal people. There's
a pretty good review that kind of speaks to that.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to get into the reviews or like what like?
Oh, I have fun facts about it. That's about it. So we could go like alternate, or I can tell you the fun facts if you like.
Let's get into the fun facts.
They're not that fun. No, I'm kidding.
They better be fucking fun. I better do a fucking
I don't want to
disappoint
right
you now.
Front flips only, bitch.
Okay, I'll do a front flip for you.
We only move forward, not backward. No,
time machines.
Brad Pitt's salary was 7 times higher than his co-stars.
Oh wow! I mean, he is Brad Pitt.
Yeah. Originally, Russell Crowe was considered to play Tyler Durden.
Nah.
Right.
Nah.
What the fuck? That would have ruined the whole thing. Russell Crowe, was he not Gladiator? He was in Ugly Truth and there's some other shit. No, was he?
I never saw 300, so I wouldn't know.
You never saw 300?
I never saw 300.
Get the fuck out of here. Now let me look it up right now. He might have been in 300 actually.
He was Zeus and Thor.
Hold on. He might have been Gerard Butler. Did I say that? No.
No, you did not say
Russell Crowe and Gerard Butler are the same people.
No.
I know they're not, but they're 100% the same people. Come on.
That's a disrespect to Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe is a good actor.
Anyway. I'm just saying, whatever. But anyway, he was considered to play Tyler Durden, and they didn't cast him, basically. Also,
good.
Brad, sorry about confusing without everyone. Whatever. Brad Pitt and Edward Norton took boxing and so many classes to prepare for the movie.
Nice.
Isn't that crazy? There was a Starbucks coffee cup in nearly every scene.
Oh, really?
I didn't know that shit.
What the fuck?
I didn't know that shit. Apparently, there's a Starbucks coffee cup in every scene that Starbucks was cool with. But they didn't want their Starbucks to be destroyed in the scene where the ball rolls down and destroys the coffee thing. So that's why that coffee shop is called Gratifico Coffee.
Wow.
But I didn't realize it. That's why I gotta watch the movie again.
They were like, Starbucks is like, we're pretty anti-capitalist, but don't come at us.
Don't come at us, motherfucker. Like you said earlier, Tyler Durden appears in the film briefly 5 different times before he was formally introduced. I can't wait to watch this fucking movie again, bro. I love this fucking movie so much.
Oh yeah, man.
This is the what I said earlier. Meatloaf, the guy who played Bob.
Interstellar's pretty hard.
I gotta watch it. I never seen it. You know why I never watched Interstellar? My friend Chris told me don't ever watch Interstellar if you don't want to smoke a blunt beforehand. So I've always waited for like a fat blunt to watch Interstellar, but because I don't have the fat blunt, I don't want to do it injustice. So I never watched it. So he kind of fucked me over. But
we'll get really high and watch that movie one day.
Please, we have to. Edibles.
I'll
go to Chicago, get some real edibles. No, I'm kidding. We gotta. He wore a fat suit filled with birdseed. I'm gonna read this entirely because it's pretty important. Meatloaf endured a lot to pay Bob. The singer-actor required an oxygen mask after every take of the scene when he fights the narrator, Edward Norton. And he had to wear a fat suit that was filled with over 100 pounds worth of birdseed. resembling sagging flesh. Makeup artist Rob Bottin arguably had it just as bad. He had to build 2 different fat suits because Fincher and the producers weren't sure if the studio would approve the suit with the nipples. Or if they insist Meatloaf wear one without them. Despite this, Bob fought Norton's character with the shirt on, which is on violation of Fight Club's 6th rule: no shirt, no shoes. I'm gonna skip the other one. I mean, when Edward Norton goes to the penguin scene in the ice cave, the breath he breathes out was from the Titanic.
The fuck?
They recycled the breath from Titanic to that. I'll read it for you.
Wow.
Because he says, it says, and not where you expect it. In the scene where Norton's character, at the behest of a support group leader, imagines himself in an ice cave, his foggy breath is partly recycled from the breath effects in Titanic. Visual effects artists remixed the cloudy puffs of air to work for the dreamlike sequence.
Wow.
That's crazy, right?
It's pretty crazy.
You know when Edward Norton punches Brad Pitt in the ear? It was real.
Really? Wow.
I'm surprised you know. So, in the scene where the narrator is learning how to fight, Ed Norton was supposed to throw a relatively meek punch at Tyler Durden's shoulder just before cameras rolled. Fincher whispered in Norton's ear to hit Pitt in the ear. The director. So Norton did as he was told, which makes Pitt's reaction, quote, "You hit me in the ear," end quote, all the more amusing. At first, I read this as Brad Pitt telling him, but that's fucked up.
Poor Brad Pitt.
Because the hit was so funny because he was like, "Hit me," and he just said, "Ah." So there's a controversial line that was changed. At first, I'm gonna read this too because I think this is pretty interesting. In Palahniuk's book, Marla's post-coital words were "Oh Tyler." In the book, it said, "Oh Tyler, I want your abortion."
Okay.
And 20th Century Fox executive Laura Ziskin insisted that Fincher change it. He agreed on the condition that he would only change it once. Ziskin said it was a deal, but regretted it because she heard Marla's new line, which is, quote, "I haven't been fucked like that since the grade school." End quote. Ziskin begged Fincher to swap the original line back, the abortion one, and he refused. So both of the scenes were shot in a church rectory.
Oh, wow.
It's fucking awesome. Jared Leto, I didn't know he was in the film.
Yeah.
I saw that he was in the film. He's the blonde guy, right?
Fucked up. He gets destroyed.
Apparently, his beating was so bad that the other actors around him didn't want to see his makeup because it was so disgusting. So they put it in I think in a different like version, like director's cut or whatever. But yeah, they didn't fuck with the makeup because it was so disgusting. It was fucked up bad.
Yeah, he gets destroyed.
Rest in peace, Bob. Bob got killed.
Rest in peace, Bob, man.
And the last one I have is the Rosie O'Donnell one where her bitch ass fucked up the movie for everybody. And Brad Pitt later said that it was unforgivable for her to spoil the movie, which I agree. Like the reason I enjoy that movie so much is because legit towards the 1/4 end of the movie. Like, it really fucked with me, man. I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. Because at first, I was unimpressed because I was like, all right, this is a Fight Club. Like, how really crazy could this be? This is a crazy movie. And the ending just, like, I watched the credits because I didn't want that movie to end. Like, it was so good, man. And, like, it's such a great imaginative film. You know, like, it brings creativity to its fullest extent alongside a story that's honestly followable, if that's a word. I don't know, but it's very, very incredible to me. I loved it, man. I just didn't expect to love it that much. Yeah, I'm excited for it.
I mean, this movie blew me away the first time I saw it. It blows me away every time I watch it. It's incredible. David Fincher he did such an incredible job with this film, to every little bit of detail, even like the ice cave scene and with the penguin speaking and stuff like that. It all works, and it works so well. It works in such a trippy way where it's like you don't want to believe what's happening until it's happening.
It breaks a lot of rules of film because it's like there's a fourth wall break, and then there's like random scenes that make no sense, but they only don't make no sense if you're not paying attention to the story. Everything makes sense, and
even
my last
like,
note for the movie was bruh.
even like the sex scene between like
amazing,
Tyler and
amazing.
and Marla, it's like
it fits so well.
They show that just to show almost like the twisted mentality of what it looked like to Edward Norton himself.
And when Lou is fucking up Brad Pitt. And how he's laughing, like his laugh is like ha 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 ha, like it's so fake.
That scene is so good, man.
Once I saw that, I wrote down in my notes. I was like, Brad Pitt is an incredible actor. Because in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, he does the same thing, not really, but with the fighting thing, right? And he kind of like, and even in Glorious Bastards, like I'm killing Nazis, like this guy is so versatile. And when Edward Norton beat himself up in front of his boss. Then I wrote down, like, I knew he was a great actor regardless, but I was saying, like, I feel like Edward Norton was inferior to Brad Pitt, but then I saw Edward Norton going off, and I was like, no, this guy is a beast too. And that director, Finch?
David Fincher.
He's blessed to have both those actors, and Brad Pitt deserves that amount of money. I know it's kind of ridiculous because he got paid a ridiculous amount of money about an anti-capitalistic film, but I mean that's why LeBron gets paid more than your science teacher. Like they get.
I do got a fun fact for you.
What's up?
There's a restaurant in the Lower East Village called the Durden, and it has a picture of Tyler Durden.
Wow.
I haven't gone to it, but
I can't wait to watch this movie over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's so stupidly good. Like it's ridiculous, man.
When I sent this to you, you were like, finally.
yeah. And I didn't expect it to be this good. I honestly speaking, I was like, all right, let's go watch this fucking dumbass movie about. No, I tell you this. I only say it's in the top 3 movies of the movies I've watched this year because I haven't yet watched 2 movies better than this. But by the end of the year, it's probably going to be the best movie I've seen this year and in my lifetime.
Nice.
Not the best movie, but like one of like top 5 because, man, what the fuck? But I loved Marla's character.
Marla was great in this movie.
I feel like she was a little like underrated in terms of both of them because they all did astoundingly well. But, I mean, not only her makeup, but her wardrobe, the way she acted, the things she said. I mean, the script, based off the book, of course, but it was so good. It was so good and influential. And I feel that, again, I'm gonna collect the scenes that I showed you about The Dark Knight, American Psycho, and what was the last one?
I don't remember.
Fuck, I gotta write it down. I'm gonna show you again. But I feel like Watchmen, there we go. Like they all exist, and especially the Watchmen scene. I know you guys don't remember, but there was 100% a Watchmen scene where he's sitting in front of windows like that. I know that for sure. Like I'm not bugging, and if I am, whatever, I forgive myself anyway. But I do think that when I show you, you'll see what I'm talking about. The same way I saw the Robin Easter egg in Batman, and it is there. Like there's already articles about the Robin Easter egg.
You wrote the article.
I just use my what's the word?
Pseudonym?
Not the pseudonym. What's another word? The A.
Alias.
There we go. Yeah, it's Javi Martinez.
Javi Rodriguez, please.
Javi Rincon. Anyway, watch Fight Club. I don't even care if this is the messiest A.M.C. ever because I'm fucking drinking and Javi is too. Those fun facts are real. Watch Fight Club because out of all the movies we've done so far, you just legit have to watch that movie before anything else. We spoiled the whole thing for you. So watch it before you. We could want to put a spoiler alert before the A.M.C. section.
I mean,
we always do. They know. That's your own fucking fault if you don't know what the fuck you're getting into.
They know what's up,
motherfuckers.
I mean, I'll end it with some reviews. I got 3 reviews.
Oh, I love when you. All right, 3.
So this one is from Brat.
Brat or Brad?
Brat. B-R-A-T.
Like bratwurst?
Like a brat.
Like brats?
Yes.
Like a British person with the A?
Sure. They say first watch, Fight Club is the best movie ever made. Second watch, Fight Club is the deep commentary on the dangers of consumerism. Third watch, Fight Club is disgusting cesspool of toxic masculinity, and it's not as deep as its fanboys think it is. Fourth watch, Fight Club is a critique of toxic masculinity, and it's deeper than its fanboys think it is. Fifth watch, Fight Club is the best satirical gay rom-com ever made. 5 stars.
Nice. That guy doesn't know what the fuck he wants.
This is from Leah Allison. They say, I love Fight Club, but I hate people who love Fight Club. 4.5 stars.
Fair enough, Leah. How you have 2 first names, bitch? My name is Franky Javi. Anything I say is immediately not credible. You know what I mean? Like, who named you? I bet you her parents' name are Robert, Brian, and Nicole, Lisa. All right.
Last one I got for you.
All right.
It's a good one. This guy, he says his name is Cinnamon CL.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
No. You ever heard Angel? I'm not gonna take his joke. He was like the cinnamon stick is racist.
Oh, I mean,
cultural appropriation.
Said that.
I don't know. Everyone said that. What does cinnamon say though? Canelo.
Cinnamon CL.
Cinnamon.
He says, I look around. I see a lot of reviews for this classic, which means a lot of people have been breaking the first 2 rules of Fight Club. Now, if you're reading this, then this warning's for you.
All right.
Every word you read of this useless post is another second of your life. Don't you have other things to do? Is your life so empty that you honestly can't think of a better way to spend these moments? Or are you so impressed with authority that you give respect and credence to all that claim it? Do you read everything you're supposed to read? Do you think everything you're supposed to think? Buy what you're told what you should want? Get out of your apartment. Meet a member of the opposite sex. Stop the excessive shopping and masturbation. Quit
I
your
like how you
job.
said like a boss like masturbation.
Quit your job. Start a fight. Prove you're alive. If you don't claim your humanity, you will become a statistic. You have been warned.
I like when
5 stars.
I like when Brad Pitt gives the assignment to start a fight with a stranger, and I forgot who it was, but they fucking shove a preacher, and the preacher drops his Bible, and at first the preacher's like, "Hey, you just shoved me," and then he just keeps spraying him with water, and the preacher fights back, but he drops his Bible, and the guy sprays the Bible with water.
That was a good little montage too.
Damn, that movie's so fucking good, man. 1 out of 10. What you got that movie? I gave it 10.
I'd give it a solid like 9 point, like 9.
Fight Club. What?
Oh, what the fuck?
She thought we were talking about fucking Toy Story 7. What movie did you talk about? What the?
There's a Bible in that movie?
Yeah. It was like a little montage. It wasn't like a main scene or nothing, but it was. It's pretty good.
Memento?
Huh?
Memento?
Yo, I saw
No,
that
I've
shit.
never seen that. It's a movie.
Memento is a great movie. It's like one of Christopher Nolan's earliest films.
I've never seen. Are you hyped for that new movie?
Like he has like amnesia.
What?
Wait, what?
Oh, it's something like a human
he
being.
has like retrograde amnesia.
Uh-huh.
So, fuck, I forgot what that means. But he has retrograde.
I believe you though. I believe you.
It's a big word. So, I don't know.
2
Okay.
words. He has retrograde amnesia.
Yeah, and he has like, so there are like pictures, right? Oh shit.
Yeah.
There are like pictures, right?
Photos.
Yeah.
That he has to like find clues, like what happened. He say it.
All right.
Yeah, it's this dude. The whole movie is in reverse.
Oh shit.
And it takes breaks every moment because this dude has amnesia, so he can only remember. He has extreme short-term memory.
Is that what?
Technically, it's like playing the first. It's like playing the first act and the second act at the same time.
Oh shit.
And over time, like can.
So it's like
the
remembering
timelines-
in snippets.
Yeah. And like actually, Christopher Nolan made like a visual. Like someone asked him if he could draw out how the timeline is, and it's like this,
What?
and it's like say if there's like a line like this,
Uh-huh.
and it's like it starts here, but it's like it's going forward and then reverse, forward and forward and reverse, like
That's
over and over again.
That blows my fucking mind, man. Because I bet you he like studied people and like asked people who studied that and like studied people who endured that. But what's the new movie that Christopher Nolan coming out with like Robert Downey Jr. hype or something?
I don't know actually.
What? Nah, you gotta know this, Javi. Come on, we are.
I don't know.
How dare you?
I know.
Nah, I'll tell you right now. Just talk say something.
I mean, Robert Downey Jr. in a new movie, that sounds pretty cool. I'd love to see him in a new movie. I haven't seen him in a while. He was in that one movie, The Judge. I don't know how well that movie did.
He played a black guy. Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer.
You ever heard about that? Have you heard about that?
No.
Lucas, have you heard about that? Oh yeah, slacking. No, it's I'm gonna base it off what I know, but you're gonna see the poster, you're gonna know about it. It's supposed to be a movie about like a nuclear bomb being used, and apparently, Christopher Nolan was allowed to use an actual nuclear bomb to film the episode.
What the fuck?
The movie, yeah. I'm surprised you haven't heard about this.
I haven't heard of this.
Look it up, bitch. What, man? Have you seen the movie poster for it? Of course not. This is the movie poster that's a lot. We'll put it in the video. This is the movie poster for it.
I haven't seen this.
What?
The fuck?
What the hell?
The cast is hold on, I got you right now because now I know some shit. And we'll end it off on this Oppenheimer. It's supposed to come out next year though, so like it's already past a year after. I got you with the cast, and then we'll finish out. Look out for Oppenheimer. The cast is Cillian Murphy, Robert Downey Jr., Florence Pugh, Emily Blunt, Jack Quaid, Rami Malek, Matt Damon, Dane DeHaan, Josh Hartnett, Gustav Skarsgård, Devin Bostick, Kevin, and there's a bunch of people I don't know.
That's a pretty crazy cast.
But just like Knives Out, we hope it's not a disappointment.
Knives Out was good. You can go fuck yourself.
I think high people like everything. No, I'm kidding. I think Knives Out boring as fuck. But that's why this podcast is great, because we could differentiate opinions. Anyway,
I mean, yo, man, we made it. We made it to the end of the episode. We made it to the end of episode.
Take a shot with me,
25.
Javi. Take a shot with me.
A shot of whiskey?
A shot of what's up?
Let's all take a fucking shot.
Let's all take a fucking shot.
We deserve it.
Let's do it. You gonna take a shot too?
Yeah.
Yo, Lucas, you gonna take a shot too? Yo, I'm oh, hold on, I got you. Can I dump this out in here?
Yeah.
I don't want to dump it out here. I'll put it in this little cup. Look, look at the taste some shit, Javi. They call me.
Are you getting it? Are you getting it?
They call me Gordon Ramsay. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
Let's go.
This is the 25th episode, and I'm so happy that all you guys are here. I'll give this to Lucas. I'll give this to you. Wait, that's a big. Yeah, put that in here. Put that in here. And then I thought that was because there's ice in there. I'll put it in here. All right, cool. You want this one or this one?
Yo, what the fuck? That's not a shot.
Oh, you want more?
Yo.
I got you, bro.
I'll take this shit.
Nice. I'll take what you're taking.
Ah,
But you have ice though.
what's happening?
Facebook says you have ice.
What the fuck?
You want to put
What
ice
is
cube in mine?
this?
Oh, this is not a shot. Can I get one of the ice cubes though? Can you put it in here?
Ah.
I'm gonna grab one. You got this, bro.
Don't take
I'll take
it.
this. No, I don't want your shit to be nasty. I'm gonna get my hand, okay? You want ice cube too, Javi? Because this shit nasty.
I'm good. I'm good.
What are we cheering to?
We're
You
cheering.
poured it, bro. You poured it.
Do you want to trade?
I think that's fair. What are we cheering to?
Episode 25 and to many more.
And to Earth Mind and Matter, Lucas, Jess, and more life. All jokes aside, man, to 1,000 more hours, to 2,000 more hours. Oh wait, the best photographer in the world about to talk. He about to go.
Facts.
What the fuck?
But you know what? Facts.
Facts.
Hey, love to all, and thank you for listening to this other 10,000 hour episode. Cheers. Goddamn.
Whiskey.
Look, read it. Can you read to the people what this is?
Nika coffee grain whiskey.
It's a fact. Japanese whiskey.
Well, you got anything else to say, Frankie?
Javi, what the fuck did we talk about today?
We talked about what's going on the earth.
What's in our minds?
This is why I mattered.
Love you, Javi.
Love you, Frankie.
I can't wait till 50 episodes, 100 episodes, 150 episodes, bro. And good morning, good evening, night.
Boom, boom.